Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. Today is my topic on history, and I am finishing up, or I'm going to try to finish up on the Canaanites, particularly getting through Baal, and then I want to discuss the land of Canaan. Today is the second to the last stream that I'll be doing concerning history. Today I'll try to finish up on the Canaanites and the land of Canaan. Like I just said, I'll not be sharing a Jitsi link to anybody in my stream. And I've already covered this during my stream, but I want to go back over it again. Today I'll be doing it solo without anybody on here with me. Now next week though, I'll be having Tanhai Tran on to discuss the Amorites and closing out the year for my history streams. Don't worry though, this isn't the end. I'll return next July with new episodes. If you guys want to watch these streams again, they'll be shared on Spotify for podcasters starting in January. So like I said, if you want to see them again, you can see them there. I also have them on Rumble, Odyssey, and YouTube. And YouTube will have a playlist set up for them in my podcast section, so you'll be able to see them there in order. Okay. So with that being said, I will get started with my episode. Okay, so here with Baal. Now in Judaism, Judaism, Baal appears about 90 times in the Hebrew Bible in reference to various gods. The priests of the Canaanite Baal are mentioned numerous times, most prominently in the first books of Kings. Many scholars believe that this describes Jezebel's attempt to introduce the worship of the Baal of Tyre Malkart to the Israelite capital, Samaria, in the 9th century BCE. Against this, Day argues that Jezebel's Baal was more probably Baal Shemim, the Lord of the Heavens, a title most often applied to Hadad, who is also often titled as Baal, and he's also Iskar in the Sumerian/Akkadian pantheon as well. We went over that just last week, I believe. Okay. 1 Kings 18 records an account of a contest between the prophet Elijah and Jezebel's priest. Both sides offer a sacrifice to their respective gods. Baal failed to light his followers' sacrifice, while Yahweh's heavenly fire burnt Elijah's altar to ashes, even after it had been soaked with water. The observers then followed Elijah's instructions to slay the priest of Baal, after which it began to rain, showing Yahweh's mastery over the weather. Other references to the priests of Baal describes their burning of incense in prayer and their offering of sacrifice while adorned in special vestments. Now Yahweh, the title Baal was a synonym in some contexts of the Hebrew Adon, Lord, and Adonai, my Lord, still used as aliases of the Lord of Israel, Yahweh. According to some scholars, the early Hebrews did use the name Baal, Lord, and Baali, my Lord, in reference to the Lord of Israel, just as Baal, Father, North, designated the lord of Ugarit, just as Baal farther north designated the lord of Ugarit or Lebanon. This occurred both directly and as the divine element of some Hebrew theophoric names. However, according to others, it is not certain that the name Baal was definitely applied to Yahweh in early Israelite history. The component Baal in proper names is mostly applied to worshippers of Baal or descendants of the worshippers of Baal. Names including the element Baal presumably is reference to Yahweh. Include the judge Gideon, also known as Jerubbaal, the Lord strives. Saul's son Eshbaal, the Lord is great, and David's son Bealiah, the Lord knows. The name Bealiah, the Lord of Yahweh, is Baal. Combine the two. However, John Day states that as far as the name Ishbaal, Meribbaal, and Bealiah, that is, Baaliah, are concerned, it is not certain whether they simply allude to the Canaanite god Baal or are tending to equate Yahweh with Baal or having no connection to Baal. It was the program of Jezebel in the 9th century BCE to introduce into Israel's capital city into the Israel capital city of Samaria, her Phoenician worship of Baal, as opposed to the worship of Yahweh that made the name anathema to the Israelites. Anathema. The name anathema to the Israelites. At first, the name Baal was used by the Jews for their God without discrimination, but as the struggle between the two religions developed, the name Baal was given up by the Israelites as a thing of shame, and even names like Jerubbaal were changed to Jerubasheth. Hebrew Basheth means shame. Okay, so Eshbaal became Ishbasheth, and Meribbaal became Mephibosheth, but other possibilities also occurred. Gideon's name, Jerubbaal, was mentioned intact but glossed as a mockery of the Canaanite god, implying that he strove in vain. Now, there are tons of citations which are needed here. Ishbaal became Ishbasheth, and that says citation needed. This right here is original research. The material near this tag possibly contains original research. And that goes with this for Mephibosheth. And that is, and Meribbaal became Mephibosheth. Now, here it says original research as well, and that says that Gideon's name, Jerubbaal, was mentioned intact but glossed as a mockery of the Canaanite god, implying that he strove in vain, and that was original research. So, direct use of Baali continued at least as late as the time of the prophet Hosea, who reproached the Israelites for doing so. Brad E. Keeley or Kell has suggested that reference to cultic sexual practices in the worship of Baal in Hosea 2 are evidence of an historical situation in which Israelites were either giving up Yahweh worship for Baal or blending the two. Hosea's reference to sexual acts being metaphors for Israelite apostasy. Now, Baal-bereth, Lord of the Covenant, was a god worshipped by the Israelites when they went astray after the death of Gideon, according to the Hebrew Scriptures. The same source relates that Gideon's son, Abimelech, went to his mother's kin at Shechem and received 70 shekels of silver from the house of Baal-bereth to assist in killing his 70 brothers from Gideon's other wives. An earlier passage had made Shechem the scene of Joshua's covenant between all the tribes of Israel. And El Yahweh, our God, is Israel, and a later one describes it as the location of the house of El-bereth. It is thus unclear whether the false worship of the Baalim being decreed is the worship of a new idol or rites and teachings placing Yahweh as a mere local god within the larger pantheon. The Hebrew Scriptures record the worship of Baal threatening Israel from the time of the judges until the monarchy. However, during the period of judges, such worship seems to have been an occasional deviation from a deeper and more constant worship of Yahweh. Throughout all the stories of judges, the popular faith of Yahweh runs as a powerful current. Thus, faith rises the judges and inspires poets, prophets, and Nazarites. Worship of Baal and Ashtoreth has been schematically interspersed between 3 chapters, but no trace of a vital popular belief in any foreign god can be detected in the stories themselves. Baal prophets appeared in Israel centuries later, but during the ages of the judges, when Israel is supposed to have been most deeply affected by the religion of Canaan, there are no Baal priests or prophets, nor any other imitation of a vital effect of polytheism in Israel life. The Deuteronomists in the present form of Jeremiah seem to phrase the struggle as monolatry or monotheism against polytheism. Yahweh is frequently identified in the Hebrew Scriptures as El Elyon. However, this was after a conflation with El in a process of religious syncretism. El Hebrew, and then the Hebrew writing, I can't say that, became a generic term form meaning God, as opposed to the name of a worshiped deity, and epithets such as El Shaddai came to be applied to Yahweh alone, while Baal's nature as a storm and weather god became assimilated into Yahweh's own identification with the storm. In the next stage, the Yahwist religion separated itself from its Canaanite heritage, first by rejecting Baal worship in the 9th century, then through the 8th to the 6th century with the prophetic condemnation of Baal sun worship on the high places, practices pertaining to the dead, and other matters. Beelzebub occurs in the 1st century of the 2nd book of Kings as the name of the Philistine god of Ekron. In it, Ahazi, king of Israel, is said to have consulted the priest of Baal-zebub as to whether he would survive the injuries from his recent fall. The prophet Elijah, incensed at this impiety, then foretold that he would die quickly, raining heavenly fire on the soldiers sent to punish him for doing so. Jewish scholars have interpreted the title of Lord of the Flies as the Hebrew way of calling Baal a pile of dung and his followers vermin, although others argue for a link to power over causing the curing pestilence and thus suitable for Ahaziah's question. The Septuagint renders the names of Beelzebub and as Baal of flies. Symmachus the Ebionite rendered it as Beelzebub, possibly reflecting its original sense. This has been proposed to have been Baal-zebub, Ugaritic for Prince Baal. Now, classical sources. Outside of Jewish and Christian contexts, the various forms of Baal were indifferently rendered as classic sources of Belus. An example is Josephus, who stated that Jezebel built a temple to the god of the Tyrians, which they called Belus. This describes the Baal of Tyre. Malcart Herman identifies the Demarus or Damaris figure mentioned by Philo-Biblos as Baal. Baal-Haman, however, was identified with the Greek Kronos and the Roman Saturn as the Zubal Saturn. He was probably never equated with Malcart, although this assertion appears in older scholarship. Okay, I've got to take a drink of my coffee. Now, in Christianity, Beelzebub or Beelzebul was identified by the writers of the New Testament as Satan, prince, i.e., king of the demons. John Milton's 1667 epic Paradise Lost describes the fallen angels collecting around Satan, stating that though their heavenly names had been blotted out and razed, They would acquire new ones, wandering o'er the earth as false gods. Balaam and Ashtaroth are given as the collective names of the male and female demons respectively, who came from between the bordering flood of old Euphrates and the brook that parts Egypt from Syrian ground. Baal and derived epithets like Baalis are used as slurs during the English Reformation for the saints and their devotees, and that needs a citation is needed right there for that right there. So now, Islam, the Quran mentions the prophet Elijah warned his people against Baal worship, and indeed Elijah was among the messengers. 1, 2, 3. Okay. When he's okay, that was references, so ignore that 1, 2, 3 thing. When he said to his people, "Will you not fear Allah? Do you call upon Baal and leave the best of creatures? Allah, your Lord and your Lord of your first forefathers." And they denied him, so indeed they will be brought for punishment, except the chosen servants of Allah. And we left him favorable mention among later generations. Peace be upon Eliasine. Indeed, we thus reward the doers of good. Indeed, he was our believing servant. Quran Surah 37 verses 123 132. According to Tabari, Baal is a term used by Arabs to denote everything which is a lord over anything. Al-Thalabi offers a more detailed description about Baal. According to it, was an idol of gold, 20 cubits tall, and had 4 faces. The triliteral root Baal occurs 7 times in the Quran, with its common Semitic usage of owner, husband, particularly husband. For example, Sarah, wife of Abraham, refers to her husband using the term. So right there is what I've got for Baal. And we will start with the Canaanites. So now the Canaanites. The Canaanites were inhabitants of ancient Canaan, a region that roughly corresponds to present-day Israel and the Palestinian territories, western Jordan, southern and coastal Syria, Lebanon, and continued up to the southern border of Turkey. They are believed to have been one of the oldest civilizations in human history. The Levant was inhabited by people who referred to the land as Ka-na-na-um as early as the mid-3rd millennium BCE. The Akkadian word Kana-hu refers to the purple-colored wool dyed from the murex mollusks of the coast, which was a key export in the region. When the ancient Greeks later traded with the Canaanites, this meaning of the word seemed to have predominated as they referred to the Canaanites as Phoenicians, which may derive from the Greek language word phoenix, crimson or purple, and also describes the cloth for which the Greeks traded. The word phoenix was transcribed by the Romans to Poenis. The descendants of the Canaanite settlers in Carthage were likewise referred to the Punics. Thus, while Phoenician and Canaanite referred to the same culture, archaeologists and historians commonly refer to the Bronze Age pre-1200 BCE Levantine people as Canaanites, while their Iron Age descendants, particularly those living on the coast, are referred to as the Phoenicians. More recently, the term Canaanite has been used for the secondary Iron Age states. Has been used for the secondary Iron Age states of the Levantine interior that were not ruled by Aramean people, that is, that were ruled by a separate and closely related ethnic group, which included the Palestines and the Israelite kingdoms of Israel and Judah. According to archaeologists Jonathan and Tubb, Ammonites, Moabites, Israelites, and Phoenicians undoubtedly achieved their own cultural identities, and yet, ethnically, they were all Canaanites. The same people who settled in farming villages in the beginning of the 8th millennium BCE. There is certainty about whether the name Canaan refers to a specific Semitic-speaking ethnic group, wherever they live, the homeland of this ethnic group, a region under the control of this ethnic group, or perhaps any combination of the three. Canaanite civilization was a response to long periods of stable climate interrupted by short periods of climate change. During these periods, Canaanites profited from their intermediary position between the ancient civilizations of the Middle East, ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, Sumer, Akkad, Assyria, Babylonia, the Hittites, and Minoan Crete, to become city-states of merchant princes along the coast, with small kingdoms specializing in agricultural products in the interior. This polarity between coastal towns and agrarian hinterland was illustrated in Canaanite mythology by the struggle between the storm god, variously called Teshub, Hurrian, or Baal Hadad, Semitic, Amorite, Aramean, and Yah, or Yam, god of the sea and river. Early Canaanite civilization was characterized by small walled market towns surrounded by peasant farmers growing a range of local horticultural products, along with commercial growing of grapes for wine, and pistachios, surrounded by extensive grain cropping, predominantly wheat and barley. Harvest in early summer was a season when transhumance nomadism was practiced. Shepherds stayed with their flocks during the wet season and turning to graze them on the harvested stubble closer to water supplies in the summer. Evidence of this cycle of agriculture is found in the Gezer calendar, and the biblical cycle of the year. Periods of rapid climate change generally saw a collapse of this mixed Mediterranean farming system. Commercial production was replaced with a subsistence agricultural foodstuffs. The transhumanist pastoralism became a year-round nomadic pastoral activity, whilst tribal groups wandered in a circular pattern north to the Euphrates or south to the Egyptian delta with their flocks. Occasionally, tribal chieftains would emerge, raiding enemy settlements and rewarding loyal followers from the spoils or by tariffs levied on merchants. Should the cities band together and retaliate, a neighboring state intervene, or should the chieftains suffer a reversal of fortune, allies would fall away, or intertribal feuding would return. It has been suggested that the patriarchal tales of the Bible reflect such social forms. During the periods of collapse of Akkadian Empire in Mesopotamia, in the first intermediate period of Egypt, the Hyksos invasion, and the end of the Middle Bronze Age in Assyria and Babylonia, and the Late Bronze Age collapse, trade through the Canaanite area would dwindle as Egypt, Babylonia, and to a lesser degree Assyria withdrew into their isolation. When the climates stabilize, trade would resume firstly along the coast in the area of the Philistine and Phoenician cities. As markets redeveloped, new trade routes would avoid the heavy traffic of the coast. As markets developed, new trade routes that would avoid the heavy tariffs of the coast would develop from Kadesh Barnea through Hebron, Lachish, Jerusalem, Bethel, Samaria, Shechem, Shiloh, through Galilee to Jezreel, Hazor, and Megiddo. Secondary Canaanite cities would develop in this region. Further economic development would see the creation of a third trade route from Elath, Timnah, Edom, or Seir, Moab, Ammon, and thence to the Aramean states of Damascus and Palmyra. Earlier states, for example, the Philistines and Tyrians in the case of Judah and Samaria for the second route, and Judah and Israel for the third route, tried generally unsuccessfully to control the interior trade. Eventually, the prosperity of this trade would attract more powerful regional neighbors such as ancient Egypt, Assyria, the Babylonians, Persians, ancient Greeks, and Romans, who would control the Canaanites politically, leveling tribute, taxes, and tariffs. Often in such periods, thorough Over overgrazing would result in a climate collapse and a repeat of the cycle, e.g., PMB, Gasulian, Uruk, and the Bronze Age cycles already mentioned. The fall of later Canaanite civilization occurred with the incorporation of the area into the Greco-Roman world as Lydia province, and after Byzantine times into the Umayyad Caliphate, Western Aramaic, one of the two lingua francas of Canaanite civilization, is still spoken in a number of small Syrian villages, while Phoenician Canaanite disappeared as a spoken language in about 100 circa 100 CE. Common Era, I guess. A separate Akkadian-infused Eastern Aramaic is still spoken by the existing Assyrians or Iraq, Iran, northeast Syria, and southeast Turkey. Tel Kabri contains the remains of a Canaanite city from the Middle Bronze Age, 2000 to 1550 BCE. The city, the most important of the cities in the western Galilee during the period, had a palace at its center. Tel Kabri is the only Canaanite city that can be excavated in its entirety because after the city was abandoned, no other city was built over its remains. It is notably because the predominant extra Canaanite culture influence is Minoan. Minoan-styled frescoes decorate the palace. And let's see what we got here. So yeah, we are coming to 50 minutes. Now, if you go to Wikipedia, they do have significant figures: rulers of Ugarit, rulers of Tyre, others, characters in the Hebrew Bible, genetic studies, and that's what I'll read here. And after I am done reading here, I'm going to stop. The next part is the Jewish and Christian scriptures, so I will leave that alone and let Tan cover that next week with the Amorites. So I won't touch any of that. But I do want to read this genetic studies because a lot of people have a misunderstanding when it comes to the Canaanites and Semitic speaking people. So this is something that I've noticed here recently that needs to be talked about. Okay. A 2020 genetic analysis conducted by the international team of archaeologists and geneticists found that the Bronze Age Canaanite population descended from earlier local Neolithic populations, together with populations related to the Chalcolithic Zugros Mountains and the Bronze Age Caucasus. According to the researchers, this mixture is probably the result of a continuing migration from the Zagros or Caucasus to the Levant between 2500 to 1000 BCE. The study has also shown that the Canaanite population contributed to most present-day Jewish groups and Levantine Arab-speaking groups. These populations are consistent with having 50% or more of their ancestry from people related to groups who lived in the Bronze Age, Levant, and Chalcolithic Zagros. These present-day groups also show ancestry that cannot be modeled by the available ancient DNA data, highlighting the importance of additional major genetic effects on the region since the Bronze Age. So, before we get out of here, I'll run through and show some photos here, see what you guys think of it. Now this is the Levant. Actually, I shouldn't have done that. This is the Levant right here, basically. And we'll see what they got there. These are some of the coins. Kingdom of Israel. Palestinian Kingdom of Judah. No, these are the Palestinian state. This is the Kingdom of Judah, Kingdom of Moab, Kingdom of Ammon, Kingdom of Aram, Damascus, and then the Kingdom of Edom. There we go. That's pretty good. Here we go up here. Interesting stuff. I'm sure that wasn't all in what I was reading. Really? Yeah. Guess it was. Well, I just wanted to go through some of this. Didn't want to get too crazy. This is a pretty huge article, so if you guys want to check it out, feel free to do so. It's pretty good. So with that, I am going to end this. I hope that you guys did enjoy the stream. If you want to make comments in the comment section for the streams and the uploads. And on mine's, I'm on my profile, which is Roger Hanson, and I also have a live with Roger Hanson chat room in mine's chat. If you guys want to check that out, you can check that out. If you want to find me, you can just go into the general chat room and tag me under Roger Hanson, and you'll find me. I'm willing to talk to anybody. But like I said, this has a lot of controversy in it, so all I ask is if you want to talk about it, just be civil, that's all I ask. And again, I apologize for what happened last week. That's not going to happen anymore. I should have known better. So with that, I am going to end this, and I will see you guys next week. Now, hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. Today I have a special guest. This is DDJ, and we are doing an interview with him with concerns about welfare, child welfare laws. Now, before I get going any further with that, I do have to ask you one question, DDJ. Do you know just about the laws in the United States, or are you familiar with these laws abroad?
Well, a couple things first. First and foremost, thank you for having me on. And secondly, your audio is going in and out. And if you could turn the music down, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
So the music.
Yeah. And your voice is breaking up a little bit. Just a little FYI. I mean,
Yeah,
listen, every stream, it happens, so it's not any big deal with you. As far as the United States is concerned, my experience from 1996 forward has been primarily in the United States.
Okay.
I've practiced law as a high conflict litigation paralegal in probably about 15 states. I've also done a lot of research in Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom. In fact, if people go to my YouTube channel, I've actually interviewed people in the United Kingdom about their laws as well. And I've also done a little bit of work with the EU, but not much to talk about.
Okay. Now, before we get into all that, though, what I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to also say that Naroki 5 is here too. Before we say anything or get started, I want to say hi to Naroki. And Naroki, if you want to say hi real quick.
Hello, yeah, I am the Rookie 5, host of the Red Pale Nation Hangout. I'm the guy who recommended, because when you mentioned this topic, I knew DDJs a lot. I am also a member of the Manosphere, but my experience comes more in the area of false accusations and relationship dynamics and that sort of thing, as opposed to DDJ. I never had to deal with the I would almost say the misfortune of being married or having a psychotic ex, although there's been some interesting stuff that's happened in the news this week that we could cover at some point as well. But I'll turn it back to you, Roger.
Okay. So we have Naroki on here as a panel member for DDJ's interview, and how this goes, DDJ, is we, as a panel, me and Naroki, listen to your story, and if there's something that we want to ask you, we either have the option of asking you while you're being interviewed or after your interview, whenever you're done telling everything that you have to say. Now, this is completely up to you how you would want that done. Would you prefer us ask you the questions during the interview or wait until it's over?
Honestly, it really doesn't matter. I mean, I'll be honest with you, though. Occasionally I do get my old man moment. So, if you do ask me a question and it derails me, well, that's on you. So it is what it is. But I just,
it's completely up to your preference either way.
Not a problem. Not a problem. And just so you know, too, sometimes, questions that seem to be easy questions to ask sometimes have a longer and more full-fleshed answer, so just FYI there too. But I've got plenty of time today, so I've blocked out a lot of time just to make sure, because I know like Naroki streams can go for 3 hours, so it is what it is. But I can be here as long as necessary to kind of completely answer any questions or anything that comes up.
Okay, that's fine, and don't worry about it. I do have talking points, so if we do kind of go off to the left a little bit, it's completely fine. I can get us back on track, so kind of stay within the limits of it. So, and then if you have anything extra that you want to talk about, I have no problem with it. It's up to how long you want to do this interview and how long you don't want to do it. So it's completely your show from this point on. Okay. So with that, I want to hand the mic over to you. Give us a little background on yourself, tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll go from there, okay?
All right, sounds good. Give me just a second here. I'm trying to make my Skype a little bit smaller, so apparently it just got really big, apparently. So I'm having a boomer moment here on technology.
Oh, yeah.
So, all right, so basically I got involved in early 1996 when it came to family law and it came to Manosphere. I got involved because there was a huge issue with a lot of corruption in the courts, And so I have 4 children. My 2 older children from my first wife were being abused by their stepfather, and the mom knew about it and helped cover it up. And that was obviously a serious problem for me. And so I had some serious issues with that, of course. And I tried to go through the legal system mistakenly thinking that this was going to work, and things are going to get resolved pretty quickly. Now, you should also understand, too, I was a very young father, and I was very naive when it came to issues of law and when it came to issues of, the court system, litigation, that sort of thing. So there were a lot of things that I was ignorant about back then. Now, as far as all that's concerned, I went to court. They ended up demonizing me specifically because I went to court, and I ended up losing. I had full custody of my kids after my divorce, and I ended up losing custody as a result of it. And so, that was frustrating to me because they tried to demonize me. They wanted to give me supervised visits when they couldn't conceal the abuse anymore. First, they said I was the abuser. Then they said that it was, the children's godfather who was the abuser. Anybody but the actual abuser. Well, it turns out that in the end of the day, 5 years later, the judge who took my children from me was the judge who gave them back. And by the way, I'm giving you kind of the Reader's Digest version. But in the course of the process, I couldn't get an attorney to defend me. In other words, I would hire an attorney. I'd walk into their office, and they'd sit in their office. They're like, "Oh yeah, we'll go ahead and do this, and I'm the expert, and blah blah blah." Right? I've got a bar card. And then the second that they would walk into court, they would do the equivalent. Like their battle cry was doing the equivalent of pulling their pants around their ankles and screaming, "Give it to me." Mm-hmm. And it was horrendous because I couldn't get anybody to defend me. And it turned out that the person who was the investigator on the case, the guardian ad litem, he was the former bar president, and he was openly homosexual. We'll kind of go into that later. And he was protecting the abuser. He was going out of his way to protect the abuser. And so what I found is that the courts are not a court of justice. They're a court of law. And they don't give a shit about justice. They don't care about any kind of what's best for the children. And part of that is because, the court system is created specifically, not the court system, but the family court system specifically has been created as a way to quasi-criminalize and to demonize and to discriminate against men and fathers under color of law. And what I mean by that is that when you have a private party court action, so let's say, Roger, you and I are driving down the road and, I decide I'm going to run you off the road. So I run you off the road. I total your car. You have to go to the doctor. You're like, oh, this DDJ guy, he's an asshole. I'm going to sue him. So you file a lawsuit against me. Okay, so now you're asking for medical damages, you're asking for the replacement of your vehicle, plus if you lost your job or lost wages, and all the damages that you would normally ask for, right? Mental, physical, the whole thing. Well, when you go to court, you're suing me, and if you want to talk about your medical damages, then you would hire or you would bring in a doctor, maybe your treating physician, right? And you would have him testify in the stand as to what the facts are. That's not how the family court works. So if I'm married to Jane and Jane and I have children and we go into the court and we say, hey, we're concerned because our child is with a therapist and, Jane is being abusive according to the therapist, the court doesn't want to hear from the therapist. What the court wants to hear from is its own appointed person. So the court will appoint someone, whether it be a guardian ad litem, a parenting investigator, court family investigator, whatever they, child family investigator, whatever they call it. Different states call it different things. And so what ends up happening is that rather than making a decision for itself, the court will rely on this expert that they've appointed. That, by the way, you have no say in. So you can't necessarily choose who you have investigated. It's a court insider, right? That person chooses who they like, and then they proceed to demonize everybody else. So, and they don't care about the children. So I've been in a lot of cases. I've been doing this for a long time. I've been doing this for since 1996. And then attorneys saw me in court, saw how good I was, and started hiring me. And then what they would do is I had holes in my knowledge, and these attorneys would fill those holes so that I could be more well-rounded. And, you know, the litigation researcher I am today. But that said, they choose somebody, they demonize them. They don't care about the facts. They don't care about the law. They care about what their narrative is. And typically what happens is, because marriage has been dropping now, the marriage rate has dropped in the last 25 years, right? It's just fallen. And most recently in the last probably 5 years, it's fallen off a cliff. And the reason is because nobody wants to be married to someone who's cancer. And on the male side. On the female side, women are always told that they can do better. They're indoctrinated. And so a lot of people are like, oh, well, you know, because like I'm MGTOW, but there's a lot of MGTOW out there that hate women and are like, I don't want anything to do with them, whatever. That's fine. That's up to them. But the reality is that one of the 3 pillars of MGTOW is to support positive femininity. And what I mean by that is that women that are decent women. Now, there's no such thing as a NAWALT, which is not all women are like that. Every woman is promiscuous if you catch her on the right day. But that said, a lot of women are told and are indoctrinated to believe, oh, well, you know, yeah, I can always do better. And you'll hear like trad cons, you'll hear pastors, you'll hear conservatives, you'll even hear feminists. Oh, the reason this woman left this person is because there was something wrong with the guy. That's not the case. If that were the case, why did Brad Pitt get divorced? The man's worth $500 million. Right? He was considered one of the sexiest men alive. And Angelina Jolie, after she cut her tits off, divorced him. And then falsely accused him of domestic violence. Okay, he ended up fighting that for years. Johnny Depp is the same thing. Sexiest man alive, worth $400 million, married Amber Heard, and it turned out she was a domestic violence perpetrator. And even the courts were so biased, like in the United Kingdom, Johnny Depp lost his case in the United Kingdom against a news outlet, because they said, oh, well, it doesn't matter. She said you abused her, so therefore you did. So a lot of these court systems, they're not court systems of justice. They're very discriminatory against men. There was a guy in British Columbia probably about 4 or 5 years ago who was a big like a media personality. Turned out he was like also just this lech, right? He just, you know, he screwed everything that moved. Well, he was accused of sexual assault by this woman. And they protested against him because he had the audacity to defend himself from the charges. And this guy's like a multimillionaire. I think he was and like an Indian guy, like a red dot Indian. And so
Jean Gomeshi,
yes,
that was actually Ontario.
Yeah.
It was Ontario, not BC.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. So Gian Gomeshi, yeah, that's right. And Gian defended himself, and he had a female attorney who defended himself, and he won on all charges because they figured out that these women had made it up, and more importantly, that they colluded, and they were able to get the discovery done to make that happen. But his case is the outlier. It's the exception. It's not the rule. And what I mean by that is that it's not the exception because he was innocent. It's the exception because he was actually able to prove the collusion amongst the other side. These women got together and they colluded to basically financially rape him and to have him falsely imprisoned. And this happens a lot. There are Facebook groups that have been around for 15, 20 years, ever since Facebook has come out, that teach women how to destroy men. There was even a book out on Amazon for a while called DAMN. It was an acronym, DAMN, Destroy Any Man Now. And I have a copy of it. But basically, if you read it, if you can find it online and you read it, it is a primer of how to destroy a man. And literally, it's the playbook that every feminist uses, whether it's in family court, whether it's a Me Too attack for extortion on a rich person or a successful person, or whether it's, we need to get rid of a media personality to make room from some social justice hack, right? The playbook is generally speaking the same. So with that said, the family courts, going back to the family courts, I know I kind of got on a bit of a tangent. Going back to the family courts are not a court of justice. They are a court of discrimination. And child support is not set correctly. So like when you discuss child support does not take into effect, first and foremost, most of these child support charts haven't been changed in probably 20 years, okay? So inflation has risen in 20 years. A rent from a one-bedroom apartment in any city in the country is not the same today as it was 20 years ago. It's a lot higher. Same with utilities, same with electricity, food, especially fuel. I think since the 2020 election, fuel has gone up by about 130%. Food in many cases, especially for basic food stuff, eggs, meat, things like that, they've gone up probably between 40 and 70%. So for people to go, oh, the inflation rate's 5%, 10% or whatever, that's all bullshit. That doesn't even pass the straight face test for anybody who has been paying attention, who's been sober long enough to figure it out. But that said, going back to the court system, the courts discriminate against men at all levels. And part of this is because of all the feminist indoctrination that's been going on. The other issue is that a lot of these governmental agencies, when it comes to men, like police departments, court jurisdictions, even the FBI now, right? The FBI and a lot of three-letter alphabet agencies, what ends up happening is that they end up taking taxpayer dollars, and they take those taxpayer dollars and they shift them from the police department, from the therapists, the court-ordered therapists, from the court systems, and they give that money to NGOs, wrongfully enriching them. Now, there's no basis in law for any of this, just so we're clear. They just do it, and they do it because no one has stopped them. And so let's say you have like the National Organization of Women. I'm just using this as an example. I don't know if they're actually doing this per se, but I know, like, for instance, the domestic, what is it called, DAIP, which created the Duluth model. Okay, their organization is a perfect example. So the founders of the Duluth model, they were able to get taxpayer funding. Okay, without taxpayer approval, the courts were able to take that money from taxpayers, give it to these people, falsely enrich them, and then they adopted their recommendations for court. So what would happen is a police officer would normally respond, before all this happened, a police officer would normally respond to a domestic violence incident, right? He'd show up to the house, maybe the husband and the wife were yelling at each other, the neighbor heard the yelling, a husband or a wife, maybe they threw something on, at the wall, right? But neither one is injured, okay? The way it used to be is a cop could make an educated guess as to what's going on. He'd write a report, and if these people were constantly doing it, there'd be a record of it, right? There'd be 4 or 5 incidents of, and like they go, oh, it's the Smiths again. They always do this, or it's the Smiths again. There sounds like they're escalating. Maybe we need to do something, right? But their relationship, for all intents and purposes, is intact because they've created this dysfunctional dynamic where, in order to, continue being in a relationship, occasionally they got to throw something against a wall, right? So, and unfortunately, that's just the messiness of relationships. Is that sometimes people do shit that's dysfunctional. But anyway, so what they would have discretion as to whether or not they would, what they would do. So what happened is when the taxpayer money went to these NGOs were put in a superior position to law enforcement. Now, you need to understand, they didn't have any law enforcement training. They didn't go through any background checks. They didn't have any kind of law enforcement background. They were never vetted the way law enforcement officers are vetted, okay? These are just feminist hacks that sit down next to these cops, and they're reading their reports, and they're going, well, we don't like the way that you handled this thing. You need to arrest somebody. So that's how it all started. And
now,
what ended up happening... Go ahead.
Before you go any further, could you stop there for a second and elaborate a little bit on the term NGO? Because I think people listening really do need to understand the difference between governmental and non-governmental.
All right, so let's NGO stands for non-governmental organization. Basically, you're talking about a 501c3 or a 501c4 nonprofit organization. But your problem with those nonprofit, and I say that in air quotes, is for about the last 25 years, there's been what's called a nonprofit industrial complex. So you get some loser that basically contributes nothing to society. They create this non-governmental organization, this nonprofit, and then they get some money donated to them because it's tax write-off, right? And then what ends up happening is they pay themselves $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year. BLM is a perfect example. The founder of BLM took BLM donated funds, and she bought like $6 million worth of houses, bought 4 separate houses for herself, and gave herself an astronomical paycheck. Or who's the guy on CNN, the black guy that used to march with Martin Luther King? He's real skinny now. You know what I'm talking about? I forget his name.
He was
Don Lemon?
Not Don Lemon. This guy's an old guy. He's probably in his 60s or 70s now. But he marched with Martin Luther King. But anyway, that guy's a billionaire. And that guy's a billionaire because he created an NGO to ride the coattails of Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement. And the guy's got his own private jet he owns outright. He's got properties everywhere, security detail, the whole thing. You have to understand, a lot of these NGOs, they're corrupt. They're basically a way for people to defraud everybody under the guise of goodwill, and they're as bad as televangelists. Televangelists are con artists as well. A lot of these televangelists are like, oh, God says you need to buy me a new plane. God says you need to buy me a cigarette boat. God says you need to buy me a house with a pool and a hot tub in it. I know, because God talks to me, right? It's that kind of bullshit. So with that in mind, these NGOs, they have no training. They have no experience. In fact, even one of the ladies in Duluth model, I actually did a video about this. She admitted that before she got into the Duluth model, she said basically that no one should have ever trusted them. She had a liberal arts degree, a liberal arts bachelor's degree. It was her and two other women. And she admitted that nobody should have ever trusted them. Nobody should have ever taken them at face value. It was a complete, pardon me, fucking scam. And I say fucking scam because millions of men's lives across the Western world are destroyed every year as a result of the Duluth model. You have children destroyed. Go ahead.
If I may step in for a second, yeah, the Duluth model is like the international model for domestic violence in the overwhelming majority of law enforcement agencies in the West.
Well, and I was just about to get to that. So it's not only in the United States. The Duluth model was a foundation in Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia. It's now in South America. It's across the European Union, and elements of it have been adopted by the United Nations and the EU. So you have to understand. And by the way it spread like an STD. The way it was able to spread like that was because your taxpayer dollars were misappropriated to give these people money so they can go out and they can export it globally. And so now a lot of these feminists are multimillionaires. They're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And like Gloria Steinem, for example, she was a prominent second wave feminist. What a lot of people don't know, and I talk about in my book, The Feminist Lie, it was never about equality, # shill alert. She was working for the CIA for 10 years. She dated Henry Kissinger. She worked for the federal government. She literally was a CIA-paid feminist agitator. That's what she was.
So you just told me she dated Henry Kissinger? Oh, my God.
Yeah. She dated Henry Kissinger, which tells you that every woman has her price, right? But that said, I think that when we talk about this sort of thing,
that's a pretty rough price, though, man. I'm sorry.
Henry Kissinger, even back in the '60s, was not a very attractive man. Well, that just tells you about
he was Quasimodo.
Yeah, he was never attractive.
No, this guy was never a supermodel, but she was supermodel hot back in the day. But let me tell you something, this goes to show you that, it doesn't matter how hot the woman is, right? She's really attracted by the size of this man's pocketbook. Yeah. So, that's really the long and the short of it, quite literally. But I'm saying, at the end of the day, when you understand how pervasive this is, then everybody's like, when the Duluth model, so here's the other thing that they do, right? So when the Duluth model started taking friendly fire because it turned out that it wasn't improving anybody's life and it was destroying men's lives, they're like, oh, we don't use the Duluth model anymore. So what they did was they'd take 95% of the Duluth model, rebrand it as something else, and then go, look, we fixed it, right? And no, they didn't. They just rebranded the same old bullshit and continued discriminating against men. So when I talk about men's lives being destroyed, let me explain what it is I'm talking about. So if typically what happens is that a man will get a false accusation. Now that false accusation is at one of three levels. You have DEFCON 1, 2, and 3, DEFCON 3 being the highest, right? So DEFCON 1, for purposes of this conversation, is, oh, he hit me, right? He hit me, he threatened me, he was going to beat me up, okay? DEFCON 2 is he beat up the children, if they have children together, right? DEFCON 3 is he raped my kids. All right. Now you have to understand that the reason that it's in that order is because that's what happens in family court. I've been doing this for a long time, and I've been in family courts across the United States. And I've also, when I was running my channel, I heard horror stories from around the world from people who would send me emails and direct messages, and people that would just be guests on some of my live streams. So you have to understand that what happens is they want to control the man. The domestic violence allegation, the allegation of physical or sexual violence, is considered the silver bullet of family law. No one ever investigates it. There's usually no police report. Child Protective Services typically won't investigate it. They just make the allegation, and the allegation is enough to destroy men's lives. So basically what you're talking about here is you're talking about step one is he beat me up. Step two is he beat up the kids. Step three, or he neglected the kids, right? And then step three is he raped me and the kids. Now, the reason they do that is because feminists created what's called a no-fault divorce. Now, a lot of people talk about the difference between fault and no-fault divorce, and they act like one is better than the other. But let me tell you something. Both are cancer. And the reason both are cancer is, you take the United Kingdom as an example. The United Kingdom had fault divorce up until a few years ago. The problem is that in every divorce case, there was allegations of domestic violence. So poof, now you have your blame, right? So now the woman goes, oh, look, I have my grounds for divorce because he's abusive, right? And they've even transformed the definition of abuse. Like if you look at the criminal domestic violence, okay? Criminal domestic violence is intimate partnered violence between a romantic couple, okay? But in family law, the definition is different. Domestic violence means against your kids, your stepkids. It means your stepkids' siblings that may not even be yours. It means your wife's parents. It means your grandchildren and the grandparents. You have to understand it's a fully encompassing definition. Now, the reason that's important is because when you file a domestic violence restraining order against somebody, if you're a female, typically about 85 to 90% of them are granted because they hand them out like candy. Okay, if you're part of the LBGT mafia, if you're a minority female, if you're a female of any race, really, you're going to get a domestic violence restraining order for free. Women who claim domestic violence are a protected class in this day. They are a favored class. They are so favored that if you're an illegal immigrant and you're female and you come to the United States illegally, let's say you're a drug whore for the cartels, right? You come to the United States and you accuse somebody of domestic violence. Let's say you sleep with a white guy or you sleep with an American citizen of some other race, and you falsely accuse somebody of domestic violence. They will fast track your citizenship and they will get rid of your illegal immigration status immediately. You get expedited preferred status. You get, basically, it's like getting in the clear line at the airport, right? So you have to understand, domestic violence victims are a favored class because what happens is the second you say the word domestic violence, it triggers all this federal funding. So one of the things I always say is that children in family court and women who falsely accuse men of domestic violence, they're job creators. Yeah. They're job creators for the welfare state. And they create jobs for cops. They create jobs for social workers because a lot of these women are on welfare. They create jobs for mental health therapists because a lot of these women are crazy. Their children are crazy. They create jobs for special ed teachers and everything else because their kids are so fucked up they can't function in a normal society. I mean, it's just they're basically they help the welfare state. That's why everybody pushes it, and that's why you never hear about it. And there's this huge, well-funded propaganda campaign that's full spectrum that is used to demonize anybody who speaks out about it, whether you're a father, whether you're a husband, or anybody else. Look at Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp lost his jobs just on the accusation of Amber Heard, with no police report, with no arrest, with no conviction, not even any criminal charges. This man was basically raped for millions and millions of dollars of lost revenue and opportunity loss just because of the accusations, okay? And a guy like that, he was worth like $300-400 million. He can survive it, but the average American who earns somewhere between $40,000 and $60,000 a year, you've just destroyed their life. You take their job from them, they become homeless. One of the top 3 reasons that a man becomes homeless in the United States for the last 30 or 40 years is a breakup with a woman and a false accusation. because they can't find anybody to rent to them. They can't find anybody to give them a job. They were lied about, and a lot of these people, they're falsely in prison, because what happens is that, and jumping back to the domestic violence, what happens is that once they get the false allegation of domestic violence and they have the court order for that, then what happens is the police prosecute him and they railroad him, and then they convict him. And then once they convict him, he's done. And any attorney he gets, even if he can't afford one, basically does their best to roll over and play dead. They're not defending him, because the attorneys are making money off the system too. But more importantly, any attorney who defends a man gets hammered by the legal system. They get completely, look at all the people who defended Trump. I've been saying this since 2016. Trump is getting the family law treatment. When Trump was in office, whether you support him or hate him, when Trump was in office, he was sued over 400 times. Okay? Now, that said, when you look at Trump today in 2023, every attorney who's defended Trump has gotten a bar complaint, has gotten criminal charges filed against him, or people have been trying to sue him in the Stone Ages, because they don't want people defending Trump, because Trump is a heterosexual white male. This has nothing to do with his politics as much as that he won't carry their narrative. Now, again, it doesn't matter if you support or don't support Trump. Frankly, I think Trump should have declared an insurrection, and he should have taken the police and fucked with all of them, and had the military show up at big tech and arrest everybody for treason. But it's too late now, and they're never going to let him back in the office, I think, but we'll see. Naroki?
Okay, yeah, I was waiting for a pause there for you to step in.
Caffeine loves me.
Processes, punishment. I mean, you pretty much covered it, but I think you might want to get a little bit more into that as well, because that was my experience. Everything that DDJ was talking about. I mean, I didn't, thank God, have to go through family law. But I did have to deal with numerous false accusations of stalking, and I found out, oddly enough, when Tom Likas did an interview with Dr. Tara Palmache, and she was actually describing the typical personality of a person that gets hit with a lot of these false accusations, and she literally described me on the radio. It's just like DDJ was saying. It's just simply the accusation itself, and then the whole process starts, even if it's on a work site, right? Like you have to.
Let's take it a step further, and let's be clear. What you've said, Naroki, about process is punishment, that is absolutely the case. So, I was in New York State with an attorney, and who unfortunately has recently passed. He was a MGTOW attorney. We were in court in New York State, in upstate New York. And courts up there are sealed, okay? In a lot of places, they are family courts. So we're in upstate New York, and our client was accused of domestic violence, okay? And as far as that's concerned, because the accusation of domestic violence existed, even though so here's the issue. The family investigator tells the court, yeah, there's an accusation of domestic violence and we're concerned about it. Here's the problem. The child never accused our client of domestic violence. It was the family investigator who was, okay?
Okay.
So the court stops in the middle of this hearing, and the court and the parenting investigator, the guardian ad litem, whatever they're called, they have this sidebar conversation in the middle of the hearing, where they're talking about, because there's an accusation, of how they can get federal funding and how much federal funding they think they'll get from the accusation.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting here going, are you fucking kidding me? You're sitting here talking about gaming the federal government because there's an accusation, even though the accusation doesn't come from the child. Not a single person said that the child made the accusation. By the child, when I say child, the child was 14. Okay, mm-hmm. So we're not talking about a toddler or anybody else. There was no police report. There was no therapist report going, this child said that, our client abused them, that whole thing. There was none of that shit, right?
Right.
And they're sitting here talking about this whole thing, and they literally extended the litigation, right, specifically so they can get the federal funding because there was an accusation of child abuse. And here's the issue. This goes back to Naroki's point. The process is the punishment. When you're in divorce court, whether it's a custody for non-married people or whether it is a married divorce or post-divorce, right, custody fight, the longer you're in court, the more it costs.
Right.
And a woman will always go, well, he's better off than me, right? And so the husband ends up paying for his attorney, her attorney, the family investigator, plus child support, plus possibility of alimony. He's now poor. He can't afford it. This goes back to my child support argument. It doesn't matter how much money you earn. It matters what the issue is. So let's say you're a single father and you're in, number one, you can't deduct your child support from your taxes. That's number one. Number two, your ex doesn't have to claim the child support she receives from you for taxes. This allows her to get welfare.
Or be accountable in a lot of places.
Correct. Yeah, so it's not considered income for purposes of anything, right? So now you're in a situation where you can't deduct your child support from your taxes. She doesn't have to add it as income. And if you're paying $1,000 a month, you've just lost $1,000 or $12,000 of income a year. She's gained $12,000 of income a year. You don't get to deduct it, and she gets to claim it. But here's the other thing: even though she doesn't claim it as income, she gets to claim the children for tax purposes. So do you understand, like 85% of all custody cases turn out in the woman's favor. So now basically what they're doing is they're not only giving her the tax benefit of not having to claim that child support or alimony as income. I think alimony is claimed as income, but I think child support's not, at least in the United States. But that said, you don't have to claim it on your taxes as income, state or federal. Then on top of that, you get a tax break for having full custody of your children. Okay, that right there, that's institutional misandry. It's discrimination against men, and it is female superiority or gynocentrism. So bear that in mind, okay, as we're talking about this. So you have to understand, child support is not done correctly anyway, because it never takes into effect the real world costs of what it is for a man to survive. Most families today in the United States, most married families, okay, are living paycheck to paycheck. Even if they're earning $200,000+ a year, it's like 2/3 of all families are living paycheck to paycheck. And many of those paycheck to paycheck families are living on credit cards. They're maxing out their credit cards to do things like buy groceries or to pay medical bills or things that are absolutely necessary. Okay? The reason that's relevant is now let's add divorce to the pot, right? So now these people who can barely afford to live in the quality that they're living, they now are fucked because the house that they live in, they can't afford because now they're two households instead of one, right? So the husband has to pay for at least a 2-bedroom place if he has one kid, because he needs a bedroom for himself and he needs a bedroom for his kid. If he's got boys and girls, then it needs to be at least a 3-bedroom place so the boys can sleep in the same room and the girls can sleep in the other, right? That's so he can take visitation. Then on top of that, half the time, if he's making any kind of decent money, he's gonna have to pay a portion of his income to pay for her stuff. And they're like, oh, well, she gets to continue living the same standard of living that she lived while she was married. Well, that's not reasonable. That's not even realistic, right? That doesn't even pass the straight face test. But that's what the courts say. And so even though they can barely afford the house they were living in, they can barely afford the cars they're living in, especially if these cars are leased, which a lot of people lease their cars today. They can't afford that. Then you add attorney fees on top of that, his attorney fees, her attorney fees. I know, like, for example, in the state of Colorado, if you do what's called a parental rights evaluator, which a lot of family courts do, they start at $30,000. How many people have $30,000 just chilling in the bank waiting to be blown on some PRE, right? That's just, again, it doesn't pass a straight face test. These things, the process is the punishment, and it is engineered to destroy men's lives. And the reality is that, while I'm not necessarily a proponent of it, the reality is that, men who date women, they spend a lot of money, and all they get in return is maybe some sex occasionally, right? So they're spending thousands of dollars for a $4 piece of pussy, and that's the reason why you're seeing MGTOW grow at an exponential rate, not just in North America. Listen, they were terrified of us. We had the MGTOW community was utterly decimated on YouTube through a combination of feminists coming after us, woke social justice warriors coming after us, but more importantly, manosphere PUAs and dating coaches. I mean, look at Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate ran this monster bot farm and memed himself into popularity, right? And I know a lot of the people, a lot of the MGTOW content creators, they were mass flagged down, and then everybody was blaming everybody else, and then MGTOW community turned into a circular firing squad because most of them didn't have the opposable thumbs to kind of look at the big picture and go, maybe MGTOW's a threat. Maybe MGTOW is a threat to the system because MGTOW teaches men to be self-reliant, and MGTOW was the original red pill. When it comes to women, that really, for all intents and purposes, created, fueled, and grew the manosphere. So they destroyed the MGTOW community on YouTube. But what's funny is that not only did they destroy it, but they couldn't stop it because enough people had heard about it. The Zoomers and the millennials, they were growing up with single moms, and they saw it for themselves. And a lot of people didn't even know what MGTOW was, and they're like, yeah, I don't want to date a woman like my mom. You know, I don't want to date a woman like this girl in high school who dated my friend and falsely accused him of rape, and he committed suicide, which, by the way, the risk of suicide amongst men increases by 42% on a relationship breakup. So, this idea, and that's because men need women to survive when it comes to procreation and, biology, right? So there's biological reasons for that because men and women do better together. But that said, modern women are cancer. Modern women have been indoctrinated to be cancer. And so your problem is that a lot of these women, they're so hypergamous. And by the way, hypergamy is a function of nature. It's not a function of nurture. In other words, all female mammals, whether you're monkeys or dogs or wolves or whatever, you're all hypergamous, right? But on the same token, apes included, of course, even pavement apes. But anyway, but the point is that when it comes to all that, what ends up happening is that hypergamy has gone into overdrive thanks to feminism and woke policies and cuck tradcon white knights, right? And I did a video a couple years ago about how you're going to watch a lot of these left-wing thought women. They're going to rebrand themselves as conservatives, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, I've discovered my roots and whatever. It doesn't matter. You still don't pass the dick stacking test.
Shoe on head.
Shoe on head's a perfect example, but she's one of many, right?
Well, yeah, she was more of a centrist to start out with, but yeah, that's like, I mean, I saw her on Twitter very recently. Not recently, about 6 months ago. There was this one conservative. There's a group of women that suddenly decided they were going to start attacking the manosphere, and I kept noticing that. I mean, like, there's some of them that were lying, just like outright, blatantly lying, or taking one bad example. Because both you and I will agree on this, DJ. Not everybody in the manosphere is like all there mentally or morally.
That's an understatement. Yeah.
Right. And they took this, and this one Christian chick took this one statement and said, "Oh well, I see this all the time." So I asked her on Twitter. It's like, "Do you have a link for this?" And
right.
She
I'll take things that never happened for $500.
Yeah, and do you have a link for this? Because I want to actually see this for myself. And, I see this all the time. Well, do you have a link for it? Because otherwise, you're just posting something up, and you're making a claim without a shred of proof. And she freaked out, and she sent a whole truckload of white knights against me. And I noticed that on her feed that she had been upvoted by Lauren Chen, Shoe on Head, Dr. Sydney Watson, and don't even get me started about Sydney Watson because she's been making a lot of waves lately. She's been outvoted by literally everybody. Yeah.
You have to understand that a lot of these women, they're especially the professional feminists, right? They're opportunists, and so they basically go with whatever the wind direction is. I mean, it's like Tomi Lahren, right? Tomi Lahren was like the big white nationalist darling. Everybody's like, oh, we got to have kids with Tomi Lahren, and then she pissed off all the white nationalists by dating a black guy. Lauren Southern, perfect example as well. It turns out, actually, what's funny about Lauren Southern, it turns out that the guy that Lauren Southern dated and had a kid with, who was like some minority from, I don't know, like either Australia or someplace.
It was Australia, right. Yeah.
It turns out that that guy who dated her and had a kid with her, he worked for the federal government. He was like he was a Fed, right?
And he wasn't white. That matters to me, but he wasn't white. But I mean, I noticed on her Instagram
she was pushing the whole white nationalist line, right? She was pushing, before she got with this guy, she was pushing the white nationalist line. This guy shows up. He's a minority, or he's a person of color. He gives her the pipe. He pops a kid into her, and then he leaves her and basically says, "Yeah, I'm a Fed. Have a nice day." Now the reason the reason I bring that up is because in the 60s and 70s, there were a lot of activists in the civil rights era that were marrying these guys and were getting together with these guys and having children with these guys. And they were like, 5-10 year relationships. And it turned out that these guys were they were basically deep cover Feds in the UK, the United States, Canada. And basically they were just stringing these women along. And in a lot of cases, these men actually had other wives and children by these other wives. So like there was a lot of like shady shit going on. And so for Lauren Southern to be long conned like that, the entertainment value is just great.
Well, I mean, on Instagram, she purposely hid her baby's face in a lot of her photos, and of course, and in particular, if you go on Gab, I noticed that there's a lot of people. There was like people going like Lauren Southern is the usual, that particular faction on Gab. So I mean, right. I was aware of it. It didn't really matter to me because I'm not white either, right? Yeah.
Right. But my point is that whether you're white or not, first and foremost, a lot of this stuff for the white nationalist movement, a lot of it's AstroTurf, right? Some of these organizations that have been around since the 70s, you found out that they were formed by the Feds. So you number one, you want to be careful of being Fed jacketed, like Patriot Front, Blood Tribe. A lot of these organizations, they have Feds in the upper echelons of their organizations. So or even if they're legit organizations, they've been deeply infiltrated because they're looking for the next Gretchen Whitmer kidnappers or whatever, right? They're looking for basically justification for their situation. The other thing you got to remember too is organizations like the ADL are also funding white nationalist groups and outright hate groups because they need people to hate because they got to justify their existence. Because the reality is that feminism won in 1963 with the Equal Pay Act. The civil rights movement won in the 70s. So now everything now is just totalitarian, efforts to justify these organizations, existence and to falsely enrich the people that run them, whether it be, Jonathan Greenblatt or the rest of them. These guys are worth, a shit ton of money. They're not the common man, right? But that said, I mean, we're kind of going off the beaten track a little bit. Going back to domestic.
There's a couple things I do want to mention that really stuck out with what you guys are saying that I think we do have to elaborate on. And when it comes to these juvenile courts and everything, the one thing that also has to be brought up is the fact that these charges can be brought against the parents without any criminal charges whatsoever being brought up. These are most of the cases that show up in these court systems are civil cases. They're not even criminal. And that's something
that's correct. And I will also say this, that if you're involved in family court, you need to understand that you're not litigating a divorce or a custody case. You're having full spectrum warfare waged against you. Mm-hmm. So you have eyes on you. There are people looking at you. Don't be surprised if your neighbors are questioned because of gang stalking. Yeah. I've seen situations where a father's neighbor will be questioned, and the person doing the questioning will say, "Hey, did you know that your neighbor's a drug dealer?" Or did you know that your neighbor's being investigated for child porn, right? Now all of a sudden your neighbors hate you.
Yeah.
Because of these.
Sometimes it's the case too where the neighbors are making accusations and there's nothing backing it up. They just make the statement to piss off the freaking family because they don't like them.
Well, yeah, you've always got that one neighbor in the neighborhood that really everybody hates, and the reality is that and it's because they're busybodies and they're just drama queens, right? Mm-hmm. And if you don't know who that neighbor is, it's you. So but that said, a lot of these cases, you're absolutely correct. They're civil cases. They're not criminal. But right now, like right in front of the United States Supreme Court, it used to be if you got convicted of a civil domestic violence restraining order, they took your guns away. You had no gun rights. It doesn't matter if you weren't criminally convicted or not. It's unconstitutional, but they take your guns away. But we live in a post-constitutional society, but that's a conversation for another day. But anyway, my point is that as far as that's concerned, my point is that we live in a society where your life is destroyed. You can't, if you have a domestic violence conviction, you can't work in certain industries. You can't get a job in certain areas, right? And your life is completely destroyed, even if there's no criminal conviction. But that said, like I said, it's full spectrum warfare. It's scorched earth against the male, and it makes no sense. And as far as child support, going back to touch on child support a little bit more, if child support should be how much disposable income you have after your bills are paid. It shouldn't be the way it's set right now. It should be how much disposable income you have. In other words, how much money do you have after you pay your rent, you pay your car, you buy your food, you pay for your utilities, you pay for your medical insurance? How much do you have when you're done? That should be where the basis of child support comes from. But they don't do that because they don't want these women on welfare, because a lot of these women don't have really good jobs. Now, when it comes to college, though, in 2023, women are 2/3 of the graduates, and when it comes to standard like office jobs, women make up the majority of office jobs, including the medical field, the legal field, and the real estate field. So as AI comes into play, all these women are going to lose their jobs, and they're going to start turning to conservative. That's why you see this big conservative push, because these women see the recession, they see they're losing their jobs, so they have to hitch their wagon to a man who can earn and a man who can make money. And they don't do it because they love him. They do it because their baby needs a daddy and they need a roof over their head. And they're willing to do whatever sexual position or sexual favor you need to make sure that happens. That's the reality. Because younger women, feminism, like somebody said before a long time ago, feminism is really good for younger women because it protects them from the shame of being a prostitute, And what I mean by prostitute is I'm talking about like dinner whores or people who spend money on just to have access to sex, right? But older women, feminism does a disservice to, because nobody wants the older women anymore, because they're basically used up, right? You don't go and spend a bunch of time trying to put a used car back together. And so a lot of these older women, they go fucking nuts. They get the plastic surgery and everything else. And everybody realizes, oh, you're just batshit crazy and you're good for the weekend. And that's it. And those are the people that are even willing to date the older women to begin with, right? So you have to understand that, feminism does a real disservice to older women. Whereas if a woman gets married young, as she ages, once her children are starting to grow and she loses her looks, that's when marriage becomes a real good deal for her, because now she's protected. But a lot of these women, they destroy the first half of their life, or I should say they waste the first half of their life and end up destroying the second half. And then they end up dying in poverty or bitter, or they end up being super crazy and sociopathic. So you have to understand that this is a societal problem, and it's not an epidemic, it's a pandemic, and it's happening all over the Western world. And your problem is that men are growing up and they're seeing this stuff. We're seeing a resurgence of people identifying as MGTOW. And even people who disagree with MGTOW go, well, I'd never get married. Okay, well, you're MGTOW. Congratulations. And so you're in a situation now where society is moving away. And everybody's like, and you hear the Christians go, and you hear some of the Nat Sox go, well, you're just a Jewish, MGTOW is a Jewish thing. No, it's not. It's self-preservation. And those of us in the MGTOW community understand that in the long term, MGTOW is not a solution to the societal problems. But what it is it's a solution for the individual man. And so not every man goes MGTOW, not every man stays MGTOW, and those things are okay. But, when it comes to a lot of this stuff with child support, domestic violence, and when it comes to having your life destroyed, that's an issue. Let me tell you something. My personal experience, okay? My first marriage cost me $250,000. My second marriage cost me over almost $100,000. And at the end of my second marriage, when my youngest turned 18, I literally had next to nothing to my name. Now I've had to rebuild. I've got multiple vehicles again. I've got property. I've got 2 properties I own outright, but again, it's because I built those things. So despite everything else. Anyway, I'll quit soapboxing. Naroki?
All right, yeah. This is something that I got to point out because I deal with this on the far right a lot, and there's been some indirect arguments stated against it. First thing I ask anybody on the far, the white nationals who go on this big, huge MGTOW is a Jewish conspiracy, and it's name the prominent Jew that's actually part of MGTOW, because there really isn't any. There's an indirect argument that I've heard used. It says, Jews started feminism, and MGTOW is the flip side of feminism. Therefore, MGTOW is a Jewish thing. And I'm like, no. This was going the whole concept. Well, the entire manosphere in general, because each man that deals with it in their own specific way. But I mean, MGTOW was almost inevitable. In the book, How Men on Strike. I can't remember her name right off the top of my head.
I think it's Helen Smith.
Helen Smith, yeah. When she wrote that book, she didn't call it MGTOW. She called it Going Galt. And I was always kind of meaning to find out, was Going Galt something separate and just got merged into MGTOW, or was it just something that morphed into MGTOW?
Well, so back in the day, so and this is another shill alert here, if you go to Misandry today and you look on the website, misandrytoday.com, that's my website. I actually have a lot of the blog posts posted there from the original MGTOW and the original Manosphere, and that website, which I think is still up, is called No Ma'am, and it's on Blogspot, which is a Google product. But if it ever gets taken down, I host it personally on my website so people can read it. I call it the MGTOW Bible. Now, with that said, there were guys talking about MGTOW in the early 2000s. They just didn't call it MGTOW right away. It didn't actually have a name at that point, right?
Yeah.
And so the whole Manosphere developed from those MGTOW conversations from these group of people online, the Manosphere, which we now call the Manosphere, right? But you have to understand that once MGTOW came out, then all of a sudden, they termed it, they said, look, here's a symbol, here's a term, and here's the manifesto, right? So that's when everybody was like, okay, we're going to call this MGTOW. But you have to understand that people like Helen Smith and a lot of people that are, whether they're e-celebrities or regular celebrities, what they're trying to do is they're trying to brand things so people associate that brand with them. So for her, it was Going Galt. When Roosh decided to go from being a PUA dating coach to becoming MGTOW, he called it neo-masculinity. So everybody was trying to come up with their own unique term for MGTOW, but they were basically saying the same thing.
Hold on a minute, DDJ. Right there is a good thing that we really need to kind of back up and talk about, because you guys are saying MGTOW all the time. But I think the people who are viewing really need to have a good explanation of what MGTOW is. You know what I mean? Kind of, explain to people who are listening, look, this is what MGTOW is. This is what we stand for, because the whole time that we've been talking, not one time has that been explained. You know what I'm saying?
Well, here's the issue. It's highly individualistic. So, I mean, the only 4 common factors that I have been able to find in it is that, one, it's a marriage boycott. It's highly individualistic. There's no women in MGTOW, and it's anti-gynocentric. Those seem to be the only 4 things that I have noticed that all MGTOW have in common. Beyond that, it's there's things that it's not. It's not a female boycott. It's not female separate. It's not masculine separation. Although some guys do go monk. It's not a movement per se. It's more akin to a philosophy. It's not an organization. There's no leader. There's no one person that speaks for the entirety of MGTOW. So, you know, it's at its core, it's really basic and it's really simple. I mean, it's a guy who's figured out either by trauma, by a divorce or a bad relationship, or in my case, by false accusations, that the system is severely rigged and just grew up in an environment. And this is happening a lot with the younger generation. You just grew up around a lot of toxic women and kind of figured out what was going on.
Well,
and decided that you don't want to get married, and that's basically where it starts. It's for all intents and purposes, it's essentially like, no, I'm not getting no marriage, no cohabitation. That's the core.
Yeah, and technically, you know, the founders of MGTOW created a manifesto, right? And the manifesto had 3 pillars. The first pillar was support positive masculinity, and then they kind of gave some examples. The second pillar was to support positive femininity, and they gave some examples. The third pillar was to support limited government, and they kind of gave a brief explanation why. Now, the reason that this is relevant is because the reason that MGTOW men avoid marriage and avoid cohabitation with a woman, which could lead to common law marriage, is because a lot of these women they don't display positive femininity. In other words, they're not nurturing, they're not loving, they're basically they're cancer, right? They're just cancer, right? So it's like, you know, if you could find a woman that you think is going to be useful or whatever, great. You know, if you want to marry her, MGTOW doesn't care whether you get married or not. They just want you to know what the possible risks are, right? It's like, look, think about it like this, right? If you want to walk outside covered in tinfoil in the middle of a lightning storm and you get shocked, and we tell you, hey, if you walk outside covered in aluminum in a lightning storm and you might get electrocuted from lightning, and you go out and do it anyway, well, that's on you, right? But people will see you get electrocuted and go, maybe I don't want to be that dipshit, right? Maybe I don't want to do that. It's like, I always tell people, the example I use is this. Okay, the divorce rate in the United States is roughly 50%. In the United States, the paternity fraud rate is roughly 30%. That means that if you have a baby with a woman, there is a 3 in 10 chance that that baby is not yours. Okay, so bear that in mind. So think about it like this. Marriage is a combination of an emotional and a professional relationship. It's a business relationship and a personal one, right? It's a combination of the two. If I go into business with a business partner and there is a 50% chance I know that this business is going to fail because this person violated my trust or violated the business agreement because they defrauded me, right? And I go out and I decide that I want to hold them accountable and I want to sue them, but the court always sides with the fraudulent business partner. And I know that there's a 50% chance this business will fail. And if it fails, there's a 70, 90% chance it'll be my business partner that screws me and then tries to take our hard work and go and continue that business with somebody else under a different name, right? Do I really want to go into business with that person? No, because the risk is too high. It's like think about it like this, like a job situation, right? You're a manager and you're at an employer and you're looking to hire somebody, right? And that person walks in and you say, hey, what is your biggest strength? And they say, I'm a successful liar. And you're like, okay. What is your biggest weakness? I'd say loyalty. Okay. Are you going to hire that person? No, you're not going to hire that person. You're going to be like, that person is going to fuck me the first chance they get, and not in a good way. And I won't even get dinner and a movie before they do, and they're going to go in dry. So no, I that's not a person I want to hire. So pardon me for just a minute. I have to cough. Pardon me.
But yeah.
Thank you. So go ahead.
That right there does bring up a good topic, and the reason why I was wanting to have you discuss that was because like I said, the average person really hasn't heard about MGTOW. Now I've heard bits and pieces here and there about you guys, but I never really heard the full story. You know what I mean?
But it's like what Naroki said. It's not a movement; it's a philosophy,
Right.
and every man makes a decision for themselves. So, like, there's a lot of MGTOW that date women. There's a lot of Human is MGTOW. Human dates. Barbarossa is MGTOW. Barbarossa has dated. There's a lot.
Spetsnaz definitely dates. I know that.
Yeah, Spetsnaz dates. I date. So it's about cohabitation, and it's about avoiding the definition of common law marriage, but it's also about doing a cost benefit analysis and a risk reward analysis. So you have to understand that. When it comes to a lot of this, that's where the personal philosophy comes from. Since 2015, a lot of MGTOW have shunned the idea of politics because a lot of the 2015 MGTOWs were leftists. Now, that doesn't mean that they're bad people. Some of the best videos that have come out have come from Barbarossa and even old TFM and a lot of those older MGTOW content creators. But your problem is that, if we ignore politics as a MGTOW, and again, it's my personal opinion, not anyone else's, I only speak for myself, but I believe that if MGTOW or men in general continue to ignore politics, we're going to see more tyranny and more draconian stuff and more trauma and civil unrest all across the Western world.
Well, speaking of tyranny, I mean, there's been moves, for instance, to redefine what cohabitation means in order to keep men on the hamster wheel.
Yes, and in Australia is a perfect example of that. So like a couple years ago in Australia, if you kept your toothbrush at your girlfriend's house, or if she decides, and let me tell you something, if you've dated a woman, you know that bitch is going to nest, right? She's going to leave underwear at your house. She's going to leave shit at your house, right? Because she's afraid that some other woman's going to show up and go, and basically that's just what women do. They're like dogs. They mark their territory, whether it's with perfume or whatever, right?
No, you didn't.
Right. But if they do that in Australia and you've been dating for 6 months and she's got, let's say you gave her a drawer to keep her clothes, like a change of clothes, right? They say, oh, you're common law married. Fuck you. And now she can divorce rape you. And then on top of that, they do what's called domestic violence has been expanded under the DV orders to do what's called coercive control. So let's say you won the lottery and you're worth $300 million. And she says, hey, I need $1 million because I want to go buy my mom a house. And you say no, she can file a domestic violence restraining order against you for coercive control because you didn't give her $1 million. So, that law exists in Canada, the United Kingdom, in Spain, in Australia, and most of the Western European, or all of the European Union, I should say. And by the way, in Spain, if you get accused of rape, sexual assault, domestic violence, even if you're innocent, you still have to go on a registry, even if you're innocent.
Yeah. And
so you have to, it's cancer.
Something else I mentioned too. You guys were talking earlier, and you brought something up that is pretty important for people to know as well. Like when you get in trouble over custody laws and stuff like that because family services or something had to come in and investigate you, be aware that even with just the accusation, if you don't go after the investigation is done and have that expunged, that will stay on your record for 6 years. And you will never be able to have any kind of job relating to children again for 6 years until frickin' that's over.
Oh, I've had to tell guys, because I'm at 12. I've been clean and sober almost 40 years, and I've had to tell a number of guys over the years. It's more recently than anything, I've had to tell a number of guys. It's like, if your ex screws you over during a transfer of the kids, or you have even one stressful incident, you have to completely change the rules around exchange. And you may even have to go so far as to either A, have a witness, or B, actually have a recording device on clandestinely to make sure that she doesn't do it again, right? And oh, by the way, you also might want to go and take a look, get a lawyer, or go and take a look at your legal records to make sure that this incident wasn't recorded somewhere.
Exactly.
Well, here's another example of misandry, which, by the way, is discrimination against men, as well as a combination of gynocentrism. Okay. Some ragged thought, which by the way is an acronym. It stands for that hoe over there, right? Some ragged thought,
or 304.
Exactly. She decides that she's going to take naked photos of herself, right? And she sends you the naked photos, right? She gives them to you. If you share those with your friend, in a lot of places, you can go to prison for it. Okay? Now, it's not your fault she sent them. She may have sent them unsolicited. But if she gets embarrassed because people find out that she's just a cheap slut, you can go to prison for it. Okay? They call it revenge porn. So you have to understand, like, it's not revenge. It's that we think you're funny, that you're so promiscuous and you lack such impulse control that you're willing to take nude photos of yourself, knowing that there's a good possibility that they're going to get shared with strangers. You fucking idiot.
Oh,
and that's the thing. Yeah, go ahead.
And you know, I mean, to date, like literally almost every guy I know that's been in a relationship has had nudes sent to them by their girlfriends. Like, I'm going to say it's upwards of 90%.
Oh, I used to, yeah, that used to happen to me. And I actually told every woman, I was like, you send me a nude photo and I'm breaking up with you. And they're like, what? I said, you send me a nude photo, I'm breaking up with you. I said, you know, I don't want to see a photo. I want audience participation. If that's not enough, then we need to break up.
I think a lot of women, though, are actually, I mean, they find a thrill out of that, to be honest with you, because, I mean, you look on the internet and you can't tell me that freaking there's more freaking nude photos of women than dick pics. I'm sorry, but it's true.
Yeah, listen, the issue is this. Women are human beings. In other words, they exist to exist, right? Men are human doings. Men are judged by what they do. So, you know, a lot of modern women, they judge their value based on who's been between their legs or who's dumped a load in their mouth. A lot of men will, at least heterosexual masculine men anyway, will judge their value not based on that, of course, unless they're faggots. But they'll judge their value based on, you know, what they do. Like, in other words, their achievements in life, what they've accomplished, what they've come back for, the trials they've overcome, which are traditionally masculine traits from, you know, the beginning of time. So I think that when it comes to a lot of this stuff, and again, this goes back to the MGTOW self-reliance, people don't want us to be self-reliant. That's why you see DoorDash and Uber. They don't think you can drive, so you know you need to go get an Uber. They think that you can't cook for yourself, so you need to DoorDash your food and get all the, you know, fast food. Like McDonald's meals now in many places in the United States are $15, $20 for a combination meal, right? And you get dog shit from it. So it's a lot cheaper to rely on yourself and to cook for yourself and to do things. And that's the other aspect of MGTOW that a lot of people don't understand, is that, you know, MGTOW have to be self-reliant. They have to be. And you see a lot of people, they're not. And speaking of self-reliance, that's the other thing. A lot of women, they make money now. They make decent money. There's a lot of women out there who make more money than men because of our gynocentric society. And they think they're quote unquote boss bitches, or they think that they are independent because they make a shit ton of money. Well, here's your problem, right? They can't repair their toilet. They can't repair their roof. They can't repair their yard. They can't repair their garden if they've got a garden in front of their house, right? A little, you know, like a, you know, not a vegetable garden, but, you know, like a flower garden, right? A lot of them can't do all these different things that need to be done. They can't plunge a toilet. They can't fix a leak. They can't replace a window. They can't do all the things that they need. They have to hire somebody to do it. You know who they hire? They hire men. Because men created society. Men are the ones who keep society functioning. And when shit hits the fan, you don't see women rushing to the front lines when it comes to war or when it comes to natural disasters. You see groups of men from all walks of life going, you know, we're going to go and we're going to fix this, or we're going to solve this. We're going to figure out the hurricane victims or whatever. You don't see women doing that. You know, so you have to understand that women need men more than they're willing to admit. And, you know, even like you look across the United States when it comes to like transportation infrastructure, when it comes to a lot of the breakdowns in society, whether it be the automatic checking system or your bank making a mistake or whatever, you know who it is typically? It's either a diversity hire or it's a woman who's responsible for that failure. It's like Equifax a couple of years ago talked about this online. Equifax a couple of years ago had a huge hack. 140 million Americans' accounts were hacked by Equifax. Well, it turned out that Equifax head of security had a master's degree in music theory, and she was a diversity hire. She was not qualified for the job, but they put her in it anyway because they had to meet their diversity quotas. You look at Google, for example. Google is fantastic, or AI, right? You have all these diversity hires and these non-Americans who want to police American speech. Did you know that like Twitter and Facebook, the majority of their censors and their quote unquote trust and safety teams, they were not in the United States. They were in Africa, they were in India, and all these different places. So these people had no knowledge of the Constitution. They had no knowledge of free speech rights because they don't have that in their little shithole countries, right? So they come here and they're like, oh, well, you know, we have totalitarianism in our country. We're going to bring it to the United States. That's why you see all the big tech people. They're not natural born Americans. They're foreigners from another country who just, they hate the Constitution, they hate the United States, and they don't have that institutional knowledge that somebody who's been here 2 or 3 generations has. It's the same thing for Canadians and Australians and people in the United Kingdom. You have these foreigners who come in who are first generation foreigners, maybe even second generation foreigners, and they come in there and they think they understand the institutional history when they can't even recite the Constitution, let alone, you know, the values of that culture. They bring their own values with them. And it's not to say that a melting pot isn't important, but these people are not trying to assimilate. What they want to do is they want to turn this country or their Western countries into the same shithole that they came from, because their trauma that they suffered in their country is what's comfortable and familiar to them. So they need to create that same level of trauma in the countries they're immigrating to. And you see big tech embracing this, and you see the federal government, the Biden regime embracing this, and you see a lot of these people. Like MGTOW has been listed as a hate group by the ADL, and the ADL trains the FBI and all 3-letter agencies. So we're considered like extremists from the get-go. And all we want to do is say, look, don't shit on men. That's really the message of MGTOW, is don't shit on men. Don't discriminate against men just to be discriminatory. Because I'll tell you what, there are male rapists, right? There are male murderers. There are male domestic violence abusers. Men are the top of the IQ scale, but the reality is we're also at the bottom. Women are about the center of the IQ scale, somewhere between 90 and 110, something like that, right? But there are more male knuckle draggers out there than there are female knuckle draggers out there. But that doesn't mean that it's okay to discriminate against the rest of us who are either average IQ or above average IQ when it comes to that sort of thing. You have to understand that what they're doing is like what Naroki said. Somebody takes some little anecdotal story on the internet and then they conflate it to be all men, even though that might be the exception and not the rule. And then your other problem is that they say, well, we need to discriminate against these men and make tougher rules against these men. Well, the only men they're going after, it's like cops, right? If you've ever lived in a bad neighborhood, you've ever lived in a ghetto, and I have, okay? Cops don't arrest thugs. They don't pull them over. You have some thug bumping his gangster music, right? Or narco corrido mariachi stuff or whatever the cartel's listening to, right? That cop's not pulling that guy over or the carload of guys over. They're pulling over grandma. They're pulling over the guy who looks like he goes to church every Sunday, and they're arresting him. Okay. And you can see this. That's what law enforcement is about. Law enforcement is about keeping law-abiding citizens in line. It's not about actually stopping crime. And if you live in a left-wing stronghold and you try to stop crime and you pull a gun on somebody to protect yourself, you're going to prison. You see it in New York, you see it in St. Louis, Missouri, you see it in LA, you see it in Seattle. All these people who claim self-defense, they're all getting hammered. And again, it's because this is an attack against Western male values. And the reason that this is important, especially to MGTOW, is part of that limited government pillar, but also more importantly, who defends society? Who defends a nation? Who defends a community? Who defends the family? It's men. The reality is you can't have a family without a father, right? Because even if you have 2 faggots that are together and they're like, we're going to have kids, like what's his face, Dave Rubin and his faggot husband, right? They can't have children. They're not female. They can't biologically do it. So what they do, they child traffic a child and they call it adoption. right? That's what they do. Same thing with dykes. The only difference with dykes is that dykes will sometimes they'll go and they'll have some guy, drop a load in her so she can have a kid, like a surrogate father type of thing.
And then hit him for child support several years later. That's happened a few times.
Yeah, that happens a lot, and dykes are real good about that. So you have to understand, this is about destroying the heterosexual Christian family. And the reality is, when I say Christian family, I don't give a shit about what form of Christianity you have or whatever. But the United States and a lot of the Western world, they're general, whether you're atheist or not, they're generally speaking, they're Christian nations. And Christianity is the only religion in the world that teaches forgiveness. The Muslims don't do it. The Jews don't do it. The Buddhists don't do it. So and definitely the atheists don't do it. And you see that in a lot of, and not all. I mean, obviously, hashtag not all atheists, right? But on the same token,
thank you.
You're welcome. And so, but what I'm saying is that when these anti-Christians, they're not necessarily non-Christians, they're specifically anti-Christians. They go after Christians for shit that happened 20, 30, 40 years ago when the Christian person in question may have paid the price for what they did, or they may have made a mistake. They were forgiven and they moved on. Whether that forgiveness was a prison sentence or whatever, they move on. Well, the anti-Christians can't do that. You see, the United States was founded on the idea of not only innocent until proven guilty, but it was also founded on the idea that you cannot be criminalized or demonized or destroyed or had your life, attacked, I should say, or had your life destroyed for the crimes of your relatives or the crimes of your neighbors, right? So guilt by association is not a thing in the United States. That's a European thing. That's a Euro trash thing. And so, and every other country in the world has some flavor of that, including China. But in the United States, that's what separates us. But yet they brought it in the United States where they're like, oh, you're friends with such and such, so therefore we need to demonize you. Or, you took a photo with such and such, so therefore you're trash, right? That sort of thing. Or why are you associated with that person's guilt by association? That is a anti-American perspective. That is an anti-American viewpoint, and it is discriminating against Americans by bringing that to the table. But that's what the left does. And so if they can't attack you, they'll attack people you associate with, or they'll attack, whatever they do. Again, this is full spectrum warfare. You have to understand that. And the reason I bring that up, in generally speaking, I know I kind of cast the net a little bit wide when it comes to the political issues, is because men defend countries. Men defend families, men defend communities, whether that defense is in the form of community service or whether that defense is in the form of law enforcement or military or militia action. And so men were attacked first. The civil rights movement specifically was an AstroTurf campaign to attack and weaken men. Here's a fact that a lot of feminists don't want to talk about. In 1960, right, you had your rape rate, whatever it was pretty low. And I talk about it in my book. But in 1970, the rape rate went up by 400% after feminists became into fashion and started influencing the levers of power. So feminism didn't actually help women. It hasn't even helped women in second wave feminism. It's hurt them all the way through. No one wants to talk about these indefensible feminist hypocrisies. And by the way, feminism and communism, feminism is just the tip of the spear of communism. So they use feminism to attack men, to weaken men, to demonize men, and to make misandry mainstream in the United States, so that that basically everybody in power now is a weak man. And you can see it. You've got these guys running around like Jack Murphy, perfect example. I'm an alpha male manosphere guy, but this guy turns out he likes college boys. He likes stuffing shit up his ass, and he thinks it's great when his wife has sex with other men. That's not masculinity, right? You should never wait in line for your wife. Okay, if you have to wait in line for your wife, she's not marriage material. Because the reality is, and everybody's known this since time immemorial, you can't turn a whore into a housewife. So, but that said, men were attacked first. Men were attacked. Now in 2023, there's a masculinity crisis. There's a testosterone crisis where you've got guys who should have lower T because we lose testosterone as we age. That's a normal thing, right? But you have guys that are 40, 50, 60 years old who are not on TRT, who have higher testosterone than men 20, 30, 40 years their junior. And these guys are sitting here going, they're these effeminized guys, and then you wonder why the trans movement is so prevalent. You know, it's gone from I think she's attractive to I want to be her, right? And part of the reason that some of these men go troon is because they see how men are treated and they want to be treated better than men. So they, you know, chop their dick off and get their HRT and they go full insane and they pretend that, you know, they can do what they can do. But the reality is they're never going to change their chromosomes. They're never going to change their biology, no matter what kind of internal or external cosmetic surgery they get. Right.
Well, which is why you're seeing a lot of trans like saying, well, if you don't like trans, it's because it's like that same level of entitlement, except now it's aimed at men as opposed to women.
It's gaslighting. Yeah, it's gaslighting in its projection.
Now, do you believe that's intentional, though? Do you believe
I do.
There's a narrative
Absolutely.
In order to create that kind of environment?
No, I think what it is a full spectrum warfare on men, and I think trans is just the latest campaign in the war on men. And I think that so here's another example. So you see a lot of these guys, you know, Donovan Sharp and a few others. I call him Needle Dick Cooper, but his name is Rich Cooper. People like that, right? They promote TRT, testosterone replacement therapy, or they promote steroids, right? A lot of these people promote steroids and HRT and everything else. Well, your problem is with a lot of these guys that promote all this stuff is that what they're not talking about is the long-term impacts, right? So steroids have a lot of long-term impacts for men, but one of the things that is not talked about is how many of these guys on steroids and testosterone replacement therapy, how they turn homosexual and how they turn gay, and how I'm repeating myself, I apologize, and how they go tranny. And so that's not talked about, but there's a lot of people in the military that have taken steroids and they're now trannies. There's a lot of people, like you see, there's pictures of bodybuilders who, you know, they were these bodybuilders on steroids and they were huge and they were super masculine, had the big, you know, pseudo alpha beard and everything else, right? And they turned troon. Look at what's his name? Bruce Jenner. Bruce Jenner did steroids, right? And he got older and he turned into a late stage tranny. So you have to, this is a huge issue that's not talked about amongst men. The reality is that we have to embrace the circle of life where older men have to mentor younger men in order to be able to teach these men, you know, the institutional wisdom and the knowledge that they have and, you know, from their experience on how to be better men. And you have so many of these people out there that are secular false prophets that are steering men in the wrong direction. They're like, well, you got to be hyper promiscuous. You've got to take testosterone replacement therapy. You got to make your dick larger. Here, take this pill for this. Or, you know, if you don't smoke a pipe, you're not this or you're not that. And all this other crap. Right? None of these things are improving men. None of these things are serving to make them self-reliant. And then to add insult to injury, they're fucking life coaches on top of it. Well, life coaching was created by divorced women in the 80s and the 90s to give welfare moms a job, right? Yeah. There's no qualifications for life coach. Now, you watch, though, feminists will create a fucking college degree for life coaches at some point, right? But the reality is that you don't know who you're talking to, especially online. Well, now you've got these guys that they have no job skills. They're borderline homeless. You know, they're basically practicing success porn and that they're being dishonest. You know, they say never believe what the social media profile says. Look at their real life, right? Yeah. Well, it's the same thing. So but these losers, for all intents and purposes, they're manipulative con men and losers. They're like, oh, this is what you got to do. This is where you got to go. And they're not teaching men to be self-reliant. And then they're being dating coaches. And some of these guys are charging $5,000 an hour to sit there and basically have the equivalent of phone sex with these people on the phone. They're just, you know, masturbating their ego for them. You're great. You're awesome. You're cool. It's all basic shit. And the reality is that nobody has to pay a dime for that shit. You go find the No Man blog. You know everything you need to know about the male-female situation, about masculinity. You can find that same blog reprinted on misandrytoday.com, and you get it for free. Right? Yeah. There's no cost, there's no trial, there's no bullshit, there's no shill. And you can go a dozen other places online and you can find it. And you can go to Amazon, you can find a bunch of books on, you know, red pill wisdom and knowledge and things like that. And so I see these people trying to monetize what used to be free, and they're acting like, you know, like basically getting between a woman's legs is you know, the golden egg, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I hate to break it to everybody, but men and women have been fucking since humanity started. Right?
Yeah. That's
Like
pretty much how it started, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's like the Humpty Dance is your chance to do the hump. But I'm saying, like, but on top of that, like, it's like these women that are like, my greatest achievement is having a child. Okay, so you got a participation trophy. So's 10,000 other women out there, right? They're all moms.
Right.
The question is, having a child should not be your greatest achievement. Growing your child, teaching your child, mentoring your child, parenting your child, and watching your child becoming a successful adult with their own family, that should be what you're proud of. But they're not proud of that. They just want to pop the kid out and forget about it, right?
Yeah.
Assuming that, they're not going to have 15 abortions or destroy the kid with birth control before it's even born. But again, I think that it's one of those things that when you attack men, you attack masculinity, you're attacking the fabric of society. And American men, Western men, whether, again, United Kingdom, Irish, Canadian, Australian, a lot of Western men, they were born on self-reliance. The United States was founded on this idea of self-reliance and independence and rugged nationalism. That doesn't mean that you necessarily have to be a contractor and be able to build a house from the ground up. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to know how to hunt and dress your game in the woods, right? There are other guys who can teach you how to do that to where you're not necessarily an expert, but you can kind of figure it out, right? Your buddies, men used to get together and go, hey, I want to put a driveway in my house. So you get 3 or 4 guys together over a couple beers and they would lay out a driveway. And yeah, it might get a footprint or 2 on there because somebody had too many beers, but the driveway's there, right? Or they put in a fence, or they help each other with a roof, or, whatever's going on. But men don't do that anymore. And while video games are important, I think the issue with video games is that video games early on were taken over by the LBGT mafia. And so what you saw, and I'm an old school Star Wars Galaxies, World of Warcraft gamer, right? Mm-hmm. And what we saw what I like to refer to as tranny online, to the point where all these guys would go online, they would pretend to be women in these video games in order to get benefits from them. And then what happened is that faggot software developers started making it more beneficial to be a female online than to be a male. So what they would do is they would like in 3D shooters, the female characters would have smaller hitboxes, so it'd be harder to hit them, right? Or they would add other small benefits to being female than male. And then what would happen is these guys, they would take heterosexual guys, and the heterosexual guys would get used to going, I'm the woman, right? It's basically tranny online. It's an insidious form of indoctrination. It's something I've spoken out since time immemorial. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't like to see an attractive ass. It doesn't mean that I'm a faggot because I want to look at a male tune. But if I'm going to put myself in a situation in a video game and I want to be the fucking hero or whatever the deal is, or the villain for that matter, right? Mm-hmm. I don't want to be a female. I don't want to envision myself as a woman. Right? I'm happy with my masculinity. I have a dick and balls, and my pubes have grown to a point where I'm comfortable with them. So I think that, that's the issue, you're right. And so what's happened is men have been demonized to such a degree that they can't accept who they are. So they become homosexual, or they become, or they get manipulated to becoming homosexual, whether it be through date rape, through alcohol, or you get these guys that are harassing these guys that haven't had sex. There's like a lot. I know a lot of MGTOW Discord channels, or a lot of Manosphere Discord channels. They were infested with trannies who were literally going after these men to try to turn them gay because they saw the desperation of men, so they were using them as predatory hunting grounds. Yeah. TFM server was one of them. So you have to understand.
That explains it. That explains why I was seeing what I was seeing there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. The TFM server was one of them, and I spoke out against it a lot, and I was in the minority because everybody thought I was insane. And now you look at the long-term impacts, and you've got trannies everywhere online. You've got guys like Andrew Tate, for example, who talks about, oh, you need to go get laid and get pussy and whatever, and he's promoting sleeping with trannies, okay, on video.
Yeah.
So, well, actually, I need to clarify something. He was given a choice between the two, and he's a really attractive.
It was a false dichotomy.
It was a false dichotomy that they was forced to choose from. I actually saw that video. He didn't actually say he would sleep with trannies. He did. If he was given that choice, that he would go with the trannies. Yeah.
Right. And but here's the issue. It's a false dichotomy. And the reality is, if you're male and you're a positively masculine male, number one, you shouldn't be sleeping with anybody with a bunch of fucking work done, cosmetic work. Because number one, if you're breeding age and you want to have a child, right? A chick who has a bunch of plastic surgery is not going to be an accurate example of what your child's going to grow up to look like. Your child might be fucking Quasimodo with like fucking 10 fingers on their foot as opposed to a hand, right? So you don't know what that fucking kid's going to come out to look like. That kid might just be some fucking degenerate, right? So you have to understand that a naturally beautiful woman or a naturally attractive woman should always be the priority over some woman who's had a bunch of surgery done, and go from there. Because the other reason is what happens if she's a post-op tranny. Like look at Blair White, right?
Yep.
Or I forget his real name, but he's a dude, but he's had so much plastic surgery done. I was actually in a restaurant, and I was within 10 feet of Blair White and could not tell that he was a man.
No, he's the one that got busted,
I was
here
totally
recently?
by that as well. Yeah.
But my point is that that's why you have to understand that all of these people they create these false dichotomy. The reality is that, no one's going to get put in a room and say, choose between the ugly woman or the tranny with a lot of cosmetic surgery. No one's ever going to say that, right?
No.
So you have to understand, but the point is that they're pushing this. And they're pushing us to make men more dependent. You don't empower a man by taking away their choice. You don't empower a man by giving them false dichotomies or pigeonhole them into examples and go, oh, you got to choose one. No, you don't. And as a MGTOW man, as a man who's self-reliant, or like I like to think I'm self-reliant, we have a choice. As a heterosexual male, we have a choice, and we have a choice to stay. We have a choice to go. And the reality is, at the end of the day, it's our wallet. It's our choice. The problem is that we've had so many people try to discriminate against us as men that they want to limit our choice. So, for example, if we get a woman pregnant, right, that woman, she has more parental rights than we do out of the gate. She can choose to keep the child. She can choose to kill the child. She can choose to carry the child to term and then adopt the child out, right? Men who are fathers get no such choice. We don't have any decision of whether or not we want the child aborted, even if we support abortion. Pardon me for a second, I have to sneeze.
Okay.
Thank you.
First person I've ever met that did that. Muted so you could sneeze.
I just don't want to do that in your recording. I think it's disrespectful.
It's pretty cool, though. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just you're the first person I've ever met that did that. So.
Yeah, well, thank you. Everybody should do it. So, but yeah, he doesn't get a chance to abort the child, even if he agrees with abortion, right? And I don't agree with abortion, but I'm just saying that that's on the table for a lot of women, legally speaking. He doesn't get a chance to say, I don't want this child. And you need to adopt it out, or you can raise it on your own. He doesn't get that choice. Now, the reason that's important, again, is because there are Facebook groups out there. There are social media groups out there that teach women how to sperm jack men. Mm-hmm. That happens. That's a legit thing. If you watch, oh God, what is that? There's a show on HBO. It's a real popular show about this guy. He's a fixer for
They've been
Jewish.
talking about it from the time of Law and Order. I think they had a really popular episode off of there where a woman was a prostitute, or supposed to be one, and she ends up knocking the guy out and using electrical shock to get freaking sperm out of his body and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that happens. I mean, trust me, it's real common. And what they do is, if you have a condom, they'll take the condom and they'll insert it in themselves. So you have to understand that, and then we used to joke. We used to say, well, what you do is you take horsey sauce from Arby's and you put it in the condom so that when they put it in themselves, they burn themselves. Well, people actually did it. And the guys who did that, they ended up getting criminally prosecuted because they're like, how dare you prevent us from fraudulently taking your seed, right?
Oh, yeah, they talk about in R.K. Hendricks, How to Get Laid Without Getting Screwed. I think he mentions that, the moment you ejaculate, even if it's in a condom, it's like you are responsible for that.
Yeah.
It's like, you what you do is at the end of it, it's like, and this is a part that a lot of guys don't want to They just want to get laid and get out of there, and they don't
Of
think
course.
about the after, right? So it's like, no, you take the used condoms, you go to the toilet, you flush the condoms, and you see the condoms go down the toilet. You don't just
Correct.
throw them out in the trash.
Correct.
That includes the hankies, man. You take the hankies, they go. You physically see that material going down the toilet. That way, she can't use it because it was mentioned. It's been mentioned numerous times. I think DDJ talks about this.
Yep.
And we're gonna go swing around here to the court situation where this guy had his mother in jail in a hospital, and he had a thing that him and this nurse had a thing, and this nurse gave him a blowjob, and she said, "Well, don't worry about the semen. I'll get rid of it." Right? So he just took her word for it, and she used that to impregnate herself, and hit the guy for child support because apparently this guy had some financial means about him, and you see story and that they try to minimize it. Oh well, paternity fraud.
And she won, by the way. She won the court fight. Yeah.
And it's like, and for instance, if you try, for instance, to get a paternity test in court, like it will be. I've heard Kate. I don't know how many times DDJ has run into it, but I mean, getting a paternity test sometimes to determine who the actual father is of the child, that will be hotly and brutally contested.
Oh, it's even worse. It's even worse than that, right? So a lot of courts, they're now starting to make it illegal for a man to get a paternity test unless they have the woman's permission, right? And then in addition to that, if you do get a paternity test, they're saying that if you don't get it within like the first year or to 3, you waive it. So there are a lot of men out there. So you see the reason is this, right? You're not going to know the kid's not yours normally until puberty, when the child starts taking the traits of the actual biological father. So if you challenge it at that point, it's too late. And that's the issue. So you have to understand, it's cancer.
With my youngest son, I never wanted to contest it. The reason why I got the DNA in the first place was because I freaking knew who my ex was, and I just wanted to make sure, you know what I mean? And plus, my name wasn't on the birth certificate, so I wanted DNA to freaking prove that was my son. And when I turned around and did that, she actually made it out like I was portraying her as a slut. You know what I mean? It was like, and that was farthest from the truth. All I wanted to do was have physical proof that he was my son.
Well, and that's a gaslighting form, right? That's just straight gaslighting, and that's the issue, is that they want you to feel as guilty as you possibly can, so they can make you out to be a demon. And it's like, okay, well, I wasn't insulting you by calling you a slut. I was describing you. So,
I wasn't even making it a part of the issue. It was, I knew who she was, and I had no problem with her at that point. I just wanted to have some form of documentation showing that was my son.
Right.
And
you're entitled to that. That's the thing. People act like, well, you're a horrible man for doing that because you want to protect yourself. Well, the reality is that, that's all bullshit. So, you have a right to defend yourself. Again, it's your wallet, your choice.
Both my sons were born out of marriage, you know what I mean? And my first one was actually a teen marriage, which I'm not proud of it, but it happened, you know what I'm saying? And I made the mistake of not doing stuff like that whenever my oldest boy was born, and that I paid for that. Now, when my second son came along and and the same situation popped up about the birth certificate, that's when I insisted, look, I need a DNA test. And
the show that I was referring to, by the way, is called Ray Donovan. It's a Showtime show.
I heard of him.
One of the episodes, there was a celebrity who got sperm jacked by a woman, and he had to get the sperm back so that she didn't get him raped. Now, I will say this, though. It's like the sperm jacking issue, let's take it a step further. So there's a huge epidemic of married women between mid-20s to late 40s who are sexually assaulting teenage boys. Okay. Now, for a lot of teenage boys with a healthy level of testosterone, masturbation is their favorite hobby, right? Okay. To the point where they might, some of them might even have calluses on their hands from it. But the point is like, because you're a teenage boy, you're like, oh my God, right? The wind blows the wrong direction and you get an erection. So the point is that, a lot of these boys get harassed. There was a guy in New Mexico who was 14 who was raped by his teacher, which is, by the way, is way more common than people. I mean, there's a reason why Van Halen did that song Hot for Teacher, okay? It's because everybody knows it happens. But anyway, this kid was sexually assaulted by his teacher. He was 14 years old. When he turned 18, she decided to keep the kid. He turned 18. He had to pay child support, So this is it's a huge issue that a lot of people and not enough people are talking about, because a lot of these kids, it's like, do you really want your childhood destroyed, or do you want to walk into adulthood in debt? The reality is, the answer is no. You should have an option to choose whether or not you want to parent a child. There's a lot of birth control out there. And the reality is that unless you're Catholic, even though Catholics are now embracing troons and homosexuals, the reality is that most Christians, the Bible doesn't talk about birth control as a negative thing, right? They only talk about abortion. So, men need to make sure that these women are using birth control, whether it's a copper IUD or whatever. They need to know. And the other thing is that hormonal birth control, like birth control pills, for example, or hormonal IUDs, they change what a woman is attracted to. And so if you have a child with a woman, let's say you get married with this woman and you want to have a child together, you need to understand that once she gets pregnant and has that child, she may not be attracted to you anymore, because the hormonal birth control changes what she's attracted to. So you need to understand, in order to be around her before you get married, be around her for an extended period of time when she's not on birth control, and see what she's like. And if that relationship doesn't survive the non-birth control test run, that's not the woman for you. And it's not that she's a piece of garbage. It's just that hormonal birth control changes a woman's biology to the point that it changes what she's attracted to. There are many women out there that are like, I want to be married and I want to have this child, but I just don't love you anymore, right? And they don't even know why. And everybody thinks, oh, that's an excuse. It's not. It's because they were on birth control. And you can go ahead. Sorry,
I just something that crossed my mind here. The birth control may explain why so many more women are choosing the wrong guy. I mean, Teal Swan got into that whole thing. Teal Swan is the only woman, by the way, who's actually given a full documented explanation as to why women keep choosing assholes. And it's like, when they're on birth control, basically the body is being fooled into thinking that it's ovulating. And when women are in that state, they will prefer more masculine males, aka the assholes, which is why syndrome. These guys are
I've heard of it.
Have been doing so much better in the last few decades, because birth control probably may have had a factor into it. Yeah.
Yeah, that and stuff like 50 Shades of Rape. So, books like that, movies like that, those types of things. Those are super important factors. But the other thing is that when a woman gets off of birth control and she's no longer attracted to you, she's going to want to go out with her friends to ladies' night out. And usually it's when she's ovulating. And again, she's looking for the guy to give her the rail. So you have to understand that, there's a lot of things out there that are biologically, they are psychologically, they are politically engineered to destroy men, to destroy families, and to destroy communities and societies. Because the reality is that, again, you can't have a family without a father, and you can't have a strong community without strong families within that community. And once you have a strong community, you can't have a strong nation without a group of strong communities, I should say. And so, this is by design. It's meant to destroy the Western world, so that we're easily controlled by the powers that be. And that's why you have all these people that are the working poor. I know people that are making $300,000 a year and they're living paycheck to paycheck because they're the working poor. When the reality is that they've been sold into this indoctrinated consumerism where they think they need to do certain things. So it's really insidious, and it's definitely full spectrum.
Well, with that being said, I want to bring it to an end soon, but what I do want to bring up is now next week I'd like to have both of you back if you'd like, but this time have Naroki on the interview chair and you in the panel like he is. Would you guys be okay with that?
Yeah, it's going to depend upon whether I actually get dispatched or not.
Okay.
I would very, if we're going to do that, you may have to move. Like, I mean, it'll. I cannot guarantee my availability at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
Um, After Monday.
After
What I
Monday.
would say is, yeah, if I have like 3 days notice, I'm pretty much available. But if you give me 3 days notice, I'm happy to be available, and definitely I can flex to Naroki.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the short answer is yes, but it's going to depend upon because I'm not gonna. I was actually just discussing this last night when I was on my show. I was dealing with a rather toxic female boss at this last camp that I was at, and I told them when I got back in, and I'm not going back. I probably should maybe have this off the air, but basically, I told them I wasn't going to be going back, and now there's this drawn out process that I now have to go through in order to get dispatched again. And that's the earliest that I'm going to be probably going out is sometime next week. But yeah, after Monday, it's gonna be, well, maybe I'll get dispatched, maybe I won't. So yeah, it's going to depend upon when I'm going out.
Well,
So
we'll take it minute by minute if we have to, and I mean, I do have topics and stuff. So if anything happens where you can't make it, I can always come up with a show. You know what I mean?
okay,
So
well, if you want to do it, we should do it Monday, just because I cannot guarantee my availability at 9 o'clock in the morning past Monday
okay.
at this point.
I
Yeah,
would
we
say
can.
that I actually have to be traveling this weekend. I may not actually be back by Monday. So if we do it on Monday, it may be later in the day might be better for me.
Okay. So we can.
Good.
Oh, go
In the
ahead.
evening would be good. The evening would be good. By the way, we may have to edit this section out. Yeah. So yeah, the short answer is yes, but anything after say Monday, it becomes like there'd be a lot more stuff to work out because I might be back out working. So
Okay. Yeah. So now that we've got that straightened out, is there anything that you guys would say for a closing on everything that you've discussed?
okay, yeah, I'll go first because DDJ is the host here.
Okay.
Is the guy being interviewed. Um, yeah, if you start looking around, what this is, and Paul Elam probably summed it up best of all the people that I've heard, is that there's this metaphorical gun that women have basically with any interaction that you have with them. Marriage turns that from a gun to effectively like you're more at this point. I mean, I hate to say this, but marriage is at this point it's more of a form of indentured servitude. And I hate saying that because as I don't want to disparage the guys that have chosen to get married. But I mean, I've like a lot of guys don't like I don't a lot of guys I've met have when I tell them this, they don't even want to hear it. And it's like, and they get really angry with me. And I'm like, well, you know what? Like if something happens down the road, like don't say I didn't tell you, right? It's like, and men are starting to wise up, which is why you're seeing the marriage rates drop through the floor, right? And also, the kids that have grown up have seen what the women, the mothers have done to the fathers in these relationships, and have decided, which is what caused me to decide not to get married and have kids, because I saw what my sister-in-law did to my brother back in the early '80s. Yeah, marriage is the current version of marriage is just corrupt as hell. Don't do it. That's basically it. Don't do it. I mean, I'm not going to disparage the guys that have chosen to do it, but it's like, the benefits don't the benefits of being married are far outweighed by the risks, and it's like, and she could choose to do it for anything. And it's like what DDJ was talking about. I mean, there's actual websites and books that are written that tell you how to do it. And by the way, we didn't even get into the movie Divorce Corp, which I think is an absolute eye opener that I think every single male out there should have a look at. I think it's either Divorce Corp or Divorce Incorporated. There's a documentary.
I think we should discuss that whenever you come back in. So
yeah, because I mean, and that's it from me. Just get yourself, to the guys listening, get yourself informed as to what you're getting into. The manosphere has been demonized, sort of impartially, unsuccessfully, but I mean, yeah, like, start asking questions, because it's like, yeah, marriage is not what you think it is. And I'm going to turn it over to DDJ now. So,
the one thing I would say is that you never know a woman until you've known her through all seasons twice. In other words, at least 2 years. Okay, that's number one. Number two, society hates men. They hate heterosexual, masculine men. It's even worse if you're Christian. And so you have to understand that should be the baseline that you approach every interaction from. Now, that doesn't mean that you necessarily need to call everything out all the time. One of the concepts and one of the main tactics of MGTOW is ghosting. In other words, doing gray man techniques to kind of blend in, right? You don't want to walk around and go, I can't talk to you because you're a slut, right? You don't necessarily want to say something like that, right? Because you out yourself and you create more problems for yourself than you solve. And the other side of it is that not all men are red-pilled, and even some red-pill men are still simps. You see these guys who genuflect at the altar of the $2 pussy, and they're like, "Oh, you've offended my lady," right? And usually it's trad cons and things like that in this day and age. It used to be leftists and atheists, but now it's mostly trad cons, right? So you have to understand that, like, if you find a woman who's positive and whatever, and she's, appropriate, talk to her family, get to know her family. Is mom and dad and her family still together? And is that her biological father, right? Those things are going to tell you how your marriage is going to turn out. Those are warning signs. If her family is still together and they go to church and they're a family, odds are, she's going to be a better choice than the girl raised in the trailer park who's been railed a couple dozen times before she was 18. So you have to understand that the other thing too, OnlyFans, strippers, anything like that, those should be no-goes. That right there, that's fire and forget. That's fast food, and you leave it in the garbage where you found it. So you have to understand that when it comes to that sort of thing, that's the issue. The other thing you need to understand is that the wrong decision with a woman can destroy your life. And that's their goal. So my suggestion is this: do not follow for the indoctrination of consumerism. If you buy something, buy it. Don't lease it. Don't lease a car. Buy a car. Don't go and rent a place. Go buy a place. And the reality is, if you buy a place in a rural area, you're going to need to make less money than somebody in a built-up urban area. Comfort and convenience when it comes to masculinity and heterosexual men has been weaponized as a weapon. I mean, as a tool to be used against men. So, if you can stay away from big tech, if you can use alt tech where you can, those things are extremely important, and all the stuff that I've said today, that's all the tip of the iceberg. Like, each one of the subjects that I've covered today could be its own 2-hour conversation. So you have to understand that this is a deep dive, and this video is a primer of what could be a deeper dive into a lot of these subjects. And once you understand this, then you're like, okay, then you have to be careful. The other thing I would say too is, if you're going to date a woman, never where you work, never where you live, and never where you go to school. This way, when the relationship inevitably implodes or ends, you don't have to deal with them every day, right? So those things are important. Those things are relevant. If you want to find out a little more information about me, I'm not making videos at this point right now because I'm in kind of a transitional phase, but you can find me at Gab on Miss Andrew Today. I still have videos up on YouTube at Miss Andrew Today. You can go to my website, missandrewtoday.com, and look at some of my older articles as well as the MGTOW Bible. And if you want to read the manifesto, it's there as well. Just definitely look at stuff. There's no money involved. I don't do this to get rich. I have a job. I have a life. I have job skills. So you're not going to hear me go, oh, I'll be happy to give you, masculine presenting life coaching or some bullshit like that or some grifter thing. My goal here is to help men, and it's to help the next generation of men. And you have to understand that, like, that's the other thing I'd say in closing. The generation wars amongst men, whether you're boomer or millennial or zoomer or whatever, those are tools meant to divide us. They do not want younger men learning or being mentored with the institutional wisdom and knowledge that older men possess. And the reason that is because they want you to fuck up and make the life-changing mistakes so they can destroy your life and keep you under control. So, and then finally, I know there's been some question about this recently. I've seen online, 4chan and elsewhere. Yes, traps are gay. So with that, I'm pretty much done with my closing statement.
I do appreciate you guys coming in. I will get with you guys on chat. Monday sounds great. We'll get that all going and set up a time for that. And I really enjoyed listening to you guys. You had a lot of good stuff to say. So with that, I will end the stream and say thank you for coming. And I'll send you a copy of everything after this is done. So.
All right,
again.
Thanks.
Right.
Sorry, I got the recording here, but yes, send
Okay.
it anyway. All right, thanks. What was the name
guys.
of that? All right, thank you very much.
All right. You guys have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Now, hello everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today is another good interview that's getting ready to take place. This is with Naroki 5. Before we get that started, I want to introduce everyone. Here we have DDJ. He's going to be on the panel with me asking questions. He's returning now to ask questions to Naroki 5, who was on his interview on the panel asking questions to DDJ. So with that being said, I'd like to welcome you guys here, and if you want to say hi, say hi.
Hello.
Thank you for having me back.
No problem. It was great having you the first time. So with that being said, I am going to also let everybody know that this is about custody laws and stuff like that. And this isn't, because you guys know what it's about, Naroki and DDJ, but like people, when they watch it and when they listen, I want them to understand that this is about custodial rights and stuff like that. So there's a lot of things that are going to be sensitive but discussed, and it's going to consist of
You're breaking up, man.
It's okay. Is that better?
Say something.
Yeah. Can you hear me better?
Okay, yeah, you're
All
better.
right.
Yeah, now, yeah.
Now, it's going to consist of some pretty intense topics, considering refusal to allow parents to visit their kids and stuff like that. So, just so you know, it's got a lot of stuff that's in there that's going to be discussed. So just be aware of that before we get started.
Before we get started, Roger, do you have a noise gate on your microphone at all?
No, the issue seems to only be with Skype. I use like 3 or 4 other.
It says, I'm sorry, the last part you broke up. Say that again.
I said the only issue I've ever had with this kind of stuff is on Skype. I use other forms
Got it.
of
Okay.
this stuff. So
So you think it's a Skype issue?
yeah, it really is. I use Jitsi even, and I don't even have this issue. So
Okay.
so with that being said, let me ask Naroki 5 to give us a little background about himself. Tell us a little bit about you, and then we can get into asking you questions. I'll give it to you, Naroki.
All right, yeah, I can barely. I only caught part of that, but I'll give you my background story. My entry into the Manosphere was more of a slow burn as opposed to what happened with DDJ. It's not one thing that got me into the Manosphere. Although I have actually, like, literally on Saturday, a friend of mine from the 12 Steps, he actually showed up at my home group on Saturday, and he apparently forgot everything I told him about child custody and toxic exes, and he immediately slipped back into trying to handle it all himself and taking his chances with the actual system itself. And he's in an even worse spot than he was when I knew him back in 2020. And this, if there's going to be a lesson that I'm going to, because like, I mean, like, my experience with the Manosphere is not specific with child custody, marriage, and divorce. I have there's other aspects of the Manosphere that I think also need to be discussed. Although child custody and fathers' rights and corrupt family and marriage courts and the way the child custody situation is stacked is obviously like the numero uno issue in the Manosphere, particularly if you're a men's rights activist. There are other aspects of the Manosphere that are bringing men into the Manosphere, as well as just corrupt courts and corrupt government structures.
Okay.
And yeah, I got my actual story from where I actually first got introduced to the Manosphere to where I actually became, like, say, fully active MGTOW in the Manosphere is not one thing. It's a series of things.
Okay. So you mind discussing them?
No, I don't mind at all. In fact, I'm going to be pretty much almost telling you the same thing that I told DDJ. DDJ, by the way, was actually my first actual ever interview with anybody when I started doing podcasting myself. In fact, DDJ's interview, I remember this because I was still on YouTube at the time. DDJ's interview got me up over 100 subs. That was a long time ago. I still will go back and listen to it.
More than 5 years, yeah. It was a good interview.
Yeah, it was. So, okay, well, my story. To start out with, every woman that I knew growing up was either had narcissistic personality disorder or had really severe drug and alcohol issues. Like, all of them. And all of the issues that tied up into that, really, that was not a good foundation. First actual real incident that I recall that I thought that I noticed something was wrong is that one of my mom's boyfriends back in the 70s, we would go out to this one guy's place and we would drop off food and supplies to this guy, and it was like, and then she was talking about him one time, and it was like, it's like, oh, well, he's living out in that shack because his wife divorced him, and it's like she's basically taking everything. And I was like, well, why the hell would she want to do that? And it's like, well, can't he just ask for it back? He says, yeah, and there's nothing. Yeah, the courts have made up their mind, right? That felt wrong, and it still feels wrong. I have no idea what happened to that guy. Around the same time, my brother, who married his high school sweetheart, uh, got a divorce from his first wife. And I mean, I didn't think, and she got custody of the kids and everything because, like, my brother also had substance abuse issues. Now he's resolved those substance abuse issues, but he resolved them just in time to find out that his now ex was attempting to put the now, and these were not infants, by the way. My two nephews were. I'm guessing they were probably like 8 and 10 at the time. Like, they were not infants. She attempted to put these two boys up for adoption and not tell my brother. My brother found out about this because one of my now ex sister-in-law's relatives grew a conscience and actually told him. He got the kid. He took the kids. He took them back with him to where he was living, and this promptly started a legal battle. And even though the mother, my ex sister-in-law, had attempted to put these kids up for adoption, the judge gave full custody and child support to the mother anyway. This happened right in the middle of a family reunion. I wasn't actual, so we had to go in the middle of a family reunion on a Sunday. He had to drive over and turn the kids over to his ex, and then come back. Now, I wasn't there for the actual exchange, but I got to see the after effect. And my brother is he's a tough guy's tough guy, and it's the only time in my entire life where I've seen him where he looked utterly broken. Like, he was sitting, because we were having the second part of the reunion at my aunt's place. I remember looking in the back, and he was like, I could tell he'd been crying, right? And I remember walking away from that thinking, holy sh! And like, I am never having kids, and I haven't had kids. There were some other events along the way, like when I first started having my drug issues, which I resolved in the mid-'80s. I started going to 12-step meetings, and there was a group of women at these meetings who hated me just because I was a guy. And it was like, well, why do you dislike me? It's like, I haven't done anything to you, right? Like, you have no reason. I mean, I'm in these rooms with you as an equal. Like, what is your problem? And of course, no big surprise, most of these women, they either grew out of it and got better, or they relapsed and disappeared. What really kind of kicked it, so I mean, not a good foundation. And then we get up to where I had to start dealing with false accusations of stalking. And the first one happened, and I talked about this on DDJ. I was working at the Chateau Lake Louise, and there's this one woman who worked there, and it was like, she was really polite and helpful and nice to me, and I was nice, polite, and helpful with her. And I mean, it was like out of sight, out of mind, right? Every time I saw her, I'd walk over, say hi, how you doing, whatever, right? Have a quick conversation, and then leave, right? Out of sight, out of mind. About 2 weeks into 2 weeks into working there, the guy that I had become best friends with came up to me and said, you need to stop talking to this one woman. I was like, who? And it was like, and he told me who it was, and I was like, no, like, I'm in no way interested in her. It's like, I see her, I walk over, I say hello, I have a quick conversation, then I go on with the rest of my day. Right? It's not about her, but she had made it about her. I had, what am I thinking? Probably between the time when I did the Sterling Men's Weekend and the time that occurred, I had to deal with probably 3 or 4 things like that. And I mean, I'm in the 12-step program, so I mean, I was smart enough to figure out that the consistent, because there's a couple of steps in the 12-step program that require you to do an inventory, right? And it's like, And when I did an inventory, that could, like, I came to the obvious conclusion, like the consistent factor in all of these situations is me. So there's something about me that was wrong, but I would go through and I just couldn't see it, right? Like, what was I doing wrong? And even after I did the men's weekend, I was still dealing with this all the way up until probably like 2010, where every once in a while some woman would just like randomly accuse, like, that I would be interacting with would just randomly accuse me of stalking her. And there was like, sometimes there was interest in there, but most of the time there wasn't. And I would be looking back afterwards and I could see where they were setting me up. And I couldn't figure out.
Do you mind if I dovetail that a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, because there's a couple things that you brought up that I think that deserve a little bit of development. And the first thing is, and obviously you've been through 12 steps, so you could probably talk a little bit more about this at some point as well, is that, typically when it comes to men, when they have drug and alcohol problems, typically it's because of some event that they've gone through where they didn't feel like they had the social support to deal with it, right?
Yeah.
And that's not 100% of the case. I'm speaking in generality. So, that's the program. I just want to let people understand kind of where that comes from. So a lot of times if a man becomes homeless, it's because either job loss, there's like three main reasons. One is job loss, one is relationship loss, and the third one is drug addiction. And so, and I say drug addiction, I include alcohol in there as well. But as far as a lot of the drug addiction and alcohol addiction, usually those things occur because the man is attempting to cope with a situation that he's not equipped for, emotional or psychological situation, and so he uses the drugs and alcohol to self-medicate. Occasionally, obviously, it's there's situations like methamphetamine is a different animal, because methamphetamine is harder to overcome because it attacks the dopamine receptors.
It is a beast, man. It's a beast.
Heroin is the same sort of thing. So those are outliers. Anything that attacks dopamine receptors or anything like that. But as far as like LSD, marijuana, alcohol, those kind of things, those addictions are typically used to self-medicate to deal with emotional and psychological issues. As far as false allegations are concerned, typically the women that deal with false allegations, they use false allegations. In some cases, they use false allegations to cover up for infidelity. Right? So they got caught cheating or they got caught being promiscuous. And in order to say, oh, I'm not promiscuous, they make a false allegation of sexual assault or harassment or stalking or whatever, right? Insert here, right? And they do that specifically to gain social credibility. And so in your situation, what it sounds like is you had these women that were insecure, and they figured that they would go ahead and create social credit at your expense. And typically they do that. Like if there's a man around that's a thinker, if there's a man around, so like I've talked about this, and I talked about this in the last stream, where men are the top of the IQ chart, but we're also the booger-eating morons and the knuckle draggers at the bottom too, right? So a lot of people who achieve societal success and in a professional success, they don't necessarily do it out of merit. They do it because maybe they're midwits, but they know how to be proper yes men, right? They know how to take an order, they know how to look busy, and you see this all the time, especially with incompetent managers and things like that. We see it obviously in our political systems as well. A lot of incompetent politicians out there. So as far as all that's concerned, if you're a thinker, and a lot of guys who are either in the manosphere, specifically in MGTOW, a lot of guys who adopt the MGTOW lifestyle, they're thinkers. Thinkers threaten everyone around them because we sit outside the social order. So like, if you've been involved in the manosphere, for example, you hear about the alpha beta paradigm. I've actually done a video where I kind of debunk that a little bit, but we'll use it for sake of, because it's so mainstream now, we'll use it for sake of this conversation. So typically you have your manosphere alpha beta paradigm, your alpha fucks, your beta bucks. But MGTOW sit outside of that. Generally speaking, MGTOW are what's referred to as sigma. And what that means is they sit outside the alpha beta omega order, and they kind of do their own thing. and in their own way as sigmas, they become kind of a unique lone wolf style alpha in their own right, and that is very threatening to midwit men, insecure men, and specifically insecure women, because women have been indoctrinated to go after the bad boy, to be indoctrinated to go after the poor decision maker. And so when a legitimately strong man, a decent man, an ethical man shows up, they don't know how to process that. They're like, well, shit, that guy's a threat to me, because, you know, he exists, and his existence disproves my assumptions about things, and more importantly, it interferes with my dysfunctional comfort zone, right? And what I mean by dysfunctional comfort zone is you always hear about those people that they get involved with people that they know they're unhealthy with, they know they're not relationship material, and, you know, they try to make a relationship, and they end up self-destructing either themselves, the relationship, things around them, because they're in this unhealthy relationship, and then they leave that relationship and they get into another unhealthy relationship, and that's the dysfunctional comfort zone that I talk about. So when a guy who shows up, I can't tell you how many times, and Naroki will know this as well, I can't tell you how many times women will actually go after MGTOW for a relationship because they know that we're stronger men than a lot of other men out there. And I've spoken to a lot of content creators behind the scenes, and there's, you know, you hear about the incel, mom's basement, you know, that kind of, those allegations. Obviously, that's just kind of shaming language that we just choose to ignore. But there's a lot of times where these women will chase MGTOW guys, or they will be attracted to MGTOW guys, and they don't know how to process that. So that paints a target on our back. And one of those targets, as Naroki has aptly described, is the false allegations and the targeting by certain women at job sites and in professional settings. And if you're a man listening to this, don't be surprised about that. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of add a little bit of context to that and a little bit of background knowledge for people, because what Naroki's talking about is very common amongst MGTOW men.
Okay, yeah, I will expand on that. Yeah, that's weird, because I mean, I've discussed this with some other MGTOW over the years, and before I get back into my story, I have had on occasions, even though I'm not specifically looking for a relationship, I've had, if I'm not staying on top of it, if I just go on autopilot, and this has happened to me, and this has happened to some other MGTOW guys, that, you know, suddenly, you know, there's like 3 or 4 women vying for my attention, and it was like, I mean, I had to, and John the other, I don't know who, EDJ probably knows what I'm talking about. He's got an actual channel. Yeah. He talked about this one time on a podcast, and it was like he had to actually go and like go. This is like, because John the other, and you've seen seen him on video. He's not an attractive fucking guy.
Well, and let's expound on that a little bit, because let me tell you something. There's women who talk to me, and I'm not necessarily young, and I'm not the most physically fit guy, but there's women I talk to, and there's women I've dated who have no business talking to me or dating me, right? And there are guys who are empirically younger and more attractive that they should be talking to, and they don't want anything to do with those guys. And that's not unique to me. I'm just a nobody behind a keyboard. But Naroki hit the nail right on the head. This happens a lot to MGTOW guys. These women will throw themselves at them, and it's like, you're not a supermodel, you're not rich, you know, you're not necessarily Mr. Social, but, you know, whatever.
Yeah, it's like, and John the other was saying this about one of the jobs he was at, and he had to actually make an effort to make himself even more anonymous. But getting back to the original point of this point, where I was at, and it's like, I would routinely run into this. What ended up happening is I got a job around 2012, 2013, and a couple of things happened right around that time. First of all, there was an incident. There was a group. This is pre-Gamergate. This tells you how long ago this happened. There was a inside the atheist community. There was this group called Atheism Plus, and I got TJ Kirk, otherwise known as the Amazing Atheist, kind of like sounded the alarm about this group, and it was like he was like talking about it, and it was like. It's like, and they want to combine social activism with atheism. And at the time, I was like thinking, well, because I mean, at that point in time, like I was like somebody who would have voted Democrat. In Canada, I would have voted with the NDP. I mean, I didn't see the issue, the problem. I did within about 3 or 4 months see what the problem was. Uh, Essentially, what happened with the Atheism Plus crowd is that, I mean, essentially what they were doing, and this is a very similar pattern because it's happened in every group that I've seen it. But in particular, with atheism, what happened is it's like, okay, if it comes from a religious figure or if it comes from a politician or it comes from a celebrity, out come the scalpels and the sledgehammers, and they just logic bomb the ever-living crap out of the person. But if it came from a feminist or a social justice warrior, I was expected to just take the knee and just agree with whatever they were saying without question.
Sounds like Reddit.
Yep, and the whole issue was just then there was a substantial number of people in the atheist community, T.J. Kirk, Sargon of Akkad, a lot of more than a few, who were like going, no, you are critical of everybody. Armored Gregory is another one, the Armored Skeptic. You're critical of everybody, even the people you agree with politically. And at that point in time, I did. And, I was under the assumption that if you just had, because I was pretty fairly naive at that point, that if you just had a rational discussion with these people, that, try not to laugh as I say this, by the way, if you have a rational discussion with these people, they would understand. But it was like, no, they wouldn't listen. Right? They refused. They were just absolutely. It was their way or the highway. Period. And that started.
And to kind of add a little bit on that, just so for people who know, like a lot of us who were either, whether it's anybody who involved in online discourse over, say, the last 5 or 10 years, maybe even 15 years, right? A lot of us we all started out with the good faith argument of, well, maybe if we just explain the facts to them, they'll understand, they'll get it, and they'll see that, this is kind of the direction, especially when you've got irrefutable facts and truth on your side. Well, your problem is that when you level that sort of mentality to a disagreement, you falsely enter the assumption, and we've all done it, I've done it as well, right, where you assume that the person your disagreement exists with, or the person who's saying something that really just is so stupid it doesn't pass the straight face test, you assume that they're acting in good faith, right? That maybe they're just ignorant or retarded or something, and if you just explain it to them, this is okay. But the reality is that, and this is what kind of pushed the manosphere, back in the day, was that these people are fanatics. They have no interest in understanding your perspective, and if you commit the cardinal sin of disagreeing with them, well then, yeah, you're cancer and you deserve to be destroyed in a full spectrum sort of way. So I totally understand where Naroki's coming from, because like I said, yeah, it's naive now, but Naroki and I have been around a long time. So, but everybody new to the internet, we all go through it, right? None of us is exempt from it. So go on, Naroki.
Yeah.
Hold on, Naroki. We have Karma Love here. I want to welcome her and officially welcome her to the thing. She came in just a little while ago, so.
All right. Welcome, Karma. So, yeah, and this was pre-Gamergate. What I had to do is that I had to, because I had already done the Men's Sterling Weekend about 15 years earlier, is that I had to keep going to the few men's groups that I had found online to get the information that I needed to combat these, because they would argue, and DDJ knows this. They will argue. They will double down to the point of absolute stupidity, and they will just stay there.
And that was an argument we always brought on the MGTOW. Like MGTOW 101 type knowledge is always feminists and bigots always double down, and they never want us to consider anything else, and they'll just continue to double down, like you said, until they get to, past full retard to full potato.
Yep, and I found one site, the catalog of male shaming tactics, that was absolutely essential for me when I was first dealing with this. Then Gamergate came along. That was the first time that they had actually.
Hold on right there, Naoki. That's actually a good thing to kind of discuss. When you found that. Could you kind of describe what it was about and what it pertained with?
In regards to what, MGTOW, or in regards to Atheism Plus?
No, well, you were just talking about men shaming.
Oh, catalog of male shaming tactics. Yeah, it's a blog post up at WordPress. And this guy literally, I can't remember who it was that wrote it down, but he literally broke it down into sections and gave each one a code. And, each one of the codes was, you can't get laid, which I don't know what code that was, but it's basically incel. You're afraid, you hate women, you're bitter, there was about 8 or 9 of them.
Who hurt you?
Who hurt you? Which, by the way, it took me a while. That one took a while to sink in. It's like that's usually an attempt with the people that hasn't come up very much with me lately. But that's usually an attempt when I'm talking with somebody. It tends to get used by women a lot. That one. That's an attempt to reframe it into an emotional base as opposed to keeping it logical. That's what I've noticed when that one gets used.
Well, and interestingly enough, just to dovetail what Naoki says, it's not only emotional; it's a logical fallacy in that it's an appeal to emotion, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like when women will publicly say, oh, well, you just can't get laid. Well, they usually say it publicly because they need an audience, right? The women that actually deploy these tactics, they need an audience, and so it's kind of like an ad populum fallacy. They're not really talking to you. They're talking at you. They're talking to the crowd in an effort to get the crowd to turn on you. So you have to understand that there's tactics that are involved with some of this shaming language, and they're used in different contexts and in different environments for maximum effect. But they're all, if you really want to bunch them up together, they're all gaslighting, projection, and shaming, kind of one of those 3 categories, because they really, number one, if Naoki was to say something, Naoki took a position in an argument or in a subject of controversy, Naoki takes a position and says, this is my position. They won't respond to that position that he's taken. They won't disagree with it, or they'll disagree with it, but they won't give any kind of reasoning. They'll just say, oh, well, I disagree because you're an incel, or I disagree because you can't get laid, or I disagree because who hurt you, type of thing. They won't actually respond to anything Naoki said. They don't even give a shit about what he said, other than whatever he said threatened them emotionally and psychologically. So you have to understand, that's how these tactics are used, and typically they're typified with feminists, with misandrists, and with people who predatory women who specifically go after men to harm them. But yeah, so anyway, let me back off of this so Naoki can finish this thing, because you got to shut me up sometimes.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So that's so I entered into that arena, and I had to keep going over to the few men's sites that I actually belong to. Along the way, I started discovering people. Karen Strawn, who actually lives in the same city I do, and I actually knew her sister. She was one of the first people I discovered. John the Other was a guy I discovered. By the way, this is pre-Sandman. Sandman hadn't even started making videos yet. He just actually recently, about 3 weeks ago, had his 10th anniversary. Just a little side note there. This is pre-Sandman. So I was having to go back, and I was having to arm up, and it was it started getting it started getting nasty. But along the way, I started following some threads. Among the threads I discovered, there was a guy, R.K. Hendrick, who I think DDJ knows about, who wrote a book, How to Get Laid Without Getting Screwed, right?
Yeah.
And he wrote a book on how to protect yourself from a legal perspective when dealing with women. That book, I have pulled that book out with so many guys, and specifically the first couple of chapters on how to cover your ass legally. But among the other books that I discovered was one written by Dr. Helen Smith called Men on Strike, and I read the bio for it, and it was like, oh, this is interesting. So I ordered both books at the same time. Went through R.K. Hendrick's book, and I went through When Men on Strike, which, by the way, if you're a MGTOW, I think that is a book every single... that and The Predatory Female are two books I think that every guy who's MGTOW needs to read. Although I haven't actually gotten around to. I've seen excerpts from The Predatory Female, but I've never actually read it. But it's been highly recommended. But Men on Strike,
Manipulated Man is another good one as well.
Yeah. So I read it, and it was like, and I was like reading what Helen Smith wrote down there, and I was like, and it was like, whoa. So all of this stuff that I was here, that I was feeling, that I was thinking, feeling about marriage, about relationships, about my interactions with women, and all that stuff, and my decision to kind of move away from that. And it was like, and I had kind of figured all the stuff out on my own. And it was like, so I'm not the only one who's like that. And I said that on DDJ's interview with him, and it was like, and then I started immediately going online, because the term Helen Smith used was called going galt, because Helen Smith wrote this book in 2012, and I don't even think if there were 3,000 MGTOW on the entire planet at that time, that would be a surprise.
I was going to say they'd be lucky if you'd have 500, because I think MGTOW at that point was actually a term, but I don't think anybody really talked about it. But yeah, 3,000 is a real high number.
Yeah, so I started looking around. I did the YouTube search and whatever, and I did it on Facebook, and what ended up happening is that somebody actually pointed out to me, no, it's not going galt. It's this term called MGTOW, which I had occasionally stumbled into on chats, but nobody had given specific details. So I started looking on it. It was like my mind got opened. It was like, so yeah, literally, no, I'm not the only one. No, all of my experiences and all this stuff that I had suspected, it wasn't me just being delusional. It wasn't me being an idiot. It wasn't me being out to lunch. It wasn't just me. And that started me down the path. But I didn't fully embrace MGTOW until 2016. And yeah, I'm also going to throw this in at this point, because I think this is a really important thing to point out, because I've talked with a lot of other MGTOW that have had this happen to them. Every single woman that I got involved with either had some serious issues, was seeing another boy, was seeing someone else, or dropped me to go off, and they would drop me. So basically, they dropped me off to go after the asshole, and then would end up breaking up with him 4 to 6 months later, crying her eyes out. And I'm like, I still am like this. If they do that now, I have zero sympathy for them. Right? It's like, yeah, no, you're bad. You made it. You lie in it. You made the choice. You chose, and it was that's basically what happened. The last one happened. I was going through a really difficult phase in my life, and this one woman she did really, because I actually did some shit tests on her to make sure that I wasn't this. I knew enough to make sure that she really liked me, and she did. And I kind of lost contact with her for about 2 months, and when I did try to get back in contact with her again, her basic response was, "Fuck you." Bye. No explanation, no nothing. And I found out probably about 2, 3 weeks later why. And yeah, basically, she had basically told me to fuck off and die, so she could go off. And yeah, I'm gonna say it, so she could bang the tatted up dude bro who, and I'm not lying about this, broke up with her at the end of the summer. And my understanding is that it didn't really, well, it wasn't a nasty breakup, but basically he just lost interest and it just ended. Oh, and by the way, while he was banging her, he was also seeing her best friend behind her back.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing is that, be careful what you wish for. And, in a lot of cases too, when it comes to women like that, they will, they'll break up with you, go do what they're going to do, go be with the dude bro or whatever, be the tatted up guy they shouldn't be with. And then they know that relationship's not going to work. And then they want to recycle you and bring you back into the orbit in hopes that you're basically like their lifeline, when they stray out too far into the deep end of the pool.
Yeah, I made it very clear to her that I was not, like, she wasn't going to be able to break up with this guy and then come running back to me. I made that really goddamn clear to her.
Now,
but yeah, that's what she was saying, right?
Naroki, I know, like, whenever you were talking, you about being in recovery, you said that you had to do an inventory on yourself, and it was about seeing, like, I've been in recovery too, and I know you have to find your own, where you played
and fearless moral inventory.
Where you had to play your part in it, and
yeah.
Just when you were getting to that, that's when you started talking about everything else. Now,
well,
when you got to that part, what was it that last part that you were talking about? What was it that you found out about yourself?
Well, I went through it, and the 2 times that I did it, I looked at it, and it was like I couldn't see it, right? I did everything that I thought was the correct thing to do, and this is the last part, and then we'll start getting into some of the topics here. What ended up happening right around the same time that Miss 2016, that's my name for her, by the way, because I don't want to use her real name, did this. I was a heavy listener to Tom Likas, and Tom Likas had not Helen Smith, but Tara Palmachier on discussing false accusations, and Tara Palmachier, during the interview with Tom Likas, she pointed out that there is a particular personality type that tend to fall victim to false accusations. And she pointed out that these women, first of all, she pointed out there are serial false accusers. And the women that engage in serial false accusing, the majority of the men that fall victim to this all have this personality type. And she listed off all of these traits. Yeah, this is gonna make a few people cringe who listen to this, because it's sort of like especially a lot of blue pill guys. A lot of these behaviors are things that you think that you should be doing, and they are, but you got to be really careful with whom you do. Considerate, thoughtful, polite, soft-spoken, not necessarily assertive, right? Basically, these women who engage in serial false accusations will intentionally pick guys that they perceive as being easy targets that are not going to create too much trouble for them. And on the occasions, and I had one where this is like 1996, where I literally, she sent somebody into my workplace to give me trouble about her, even though I wasn't doing anything, and I had to go, and I looked at him, and we discussed it, and he was reasonable and rational about it, and I'm like, I had to tell her. It's like, you tell her, right? But first of all, sending you in here to get in my face about this, that's a form of harassment in of itself, right? So yeah, thank you for being reasonable with me. Here's the deal, right? You tell her that if I have to deal with this in any form or fashion again after this, the next person she's going to be talking to about me is going to be a police officer. And
Mm-hmm.
not 3 days later, and what I was living in a resort town. I ran into her, and she like literally started up with the melodrama all over again. And I left. I like literally because as it turned out, the RCMP would have lunch in the restaurant of the hotel I was working at. So I actually approached this one. There was one female constable, and I filed a complaint against her. And she went over and she dealt with the issue, and that was it. It was game over. And I mean, never. So I was operating under the assumption that if you were all of these things, that the woman would like you and would see that you're a decent, kind human being, as opposed to the assholes that she was usually dealing with, and would she would pick you. And it turns out that those very with serial false accusers, those are the very things that they will use against you.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, yeah, that really caused me to change my approach to how I deal with women after that. And it's been like I haven't had an issue since. Like, I mean, after 2016, I have not had to deal with any type of issue at all. Mostly because, I mean, it's like I had to change the rules of how I deal with women. And that was, and after that, like, I was like within about a year out of, I think it was, yeah, I was, yeah, within about a year doing that. That's when I actually started the Red Pill Nation. And that's when I was already doing a blog at that point. But I mean, that's when I actually started doing my podcasting career. And, you know, my podcast, the Red Pill Nation Hangout, isn't just about the manosphere. I do other topics there as well. But I mean, I am MGTOW to the core. I know too much about the dynamics of marriage. I know, and this is the best quote I've heard. I know, and this is something that I don't see. I see very few people willing, specifically men, to face up to. Is that literally, and every single interaction that you have with a female, with a woman, de facto hands her a metaphorical gun that she can turn and use on you at a moment's notice. Yes, most women won't do that. But the fact of the matter is that every woman can. So it's like when I'm dealing with women now, I handle women the same way, say, a miner would handle nitroglycerin. And I mean, you want to call me paranoid, you want to call me a misogynist, you want to call me afraid, you want to give me, you can use any label that you want to. It's like, you want to get pissed at me for saying that? It's like, sorry, you know what? Don't get pissed at me, right? How about maybe you get pissed at the women that are doing this? Because it's not just me, and the numbers are growing.
Well, and let's put it another way, right? If you're baking anything, you know, you have a pizza in the oven, cookies, cake, bread, anything you have in the oven, right? Are you going to open the oven and you're going to reach into it with your bare hands and pull everything out? No, you're going to burn yourself each and every time you do it. But nobody says, well, you know, you're just being paranoid that you think the oven's going to burn you. Even though it's at 475 or 375 or 350 or 425, whatever it is, right? You know, nobody has shaming language like that, even though it's common sense that if you put your hand in the oven without an oven mitt or something to protect your hand, you're going to get burned. Well, that's the reality with many narcissistic modern women. And it's not even like the millennials necessarily. I've seen it with older Gen X women. I've seen it with younger Zoomer women. Like, there are women in every one of these generations that absolutely need to be avoided. And even when I was a young child, you know, guys would tell each other, hey, you can't turn a whore into a housewife. That's as true today as it was when I heard it as a child. So Again, I'm not even saying hashtag not all or anything like that, but Naroki's absolutely correct. There are a lot of women out there who treat their men very well, but they still have a loaded gun. You need to understand that it's just like firearms, right? Anytime you handle a firearm, you need to treat it as loaded. Whether it's loaded or not is irrelevant. The point is you treat it as loaded because you want to run zero tolerance, because if you don't, that one time you put your guard down, that gun's going to be loaded and somebody's going to get killed. It's the same thing in modern relationships, even though that's a bit more of an extreme analogy.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll just bring up a recent example. There's a guy who I told you earlier about that one guy from the program who just recently. Yeah, he's been reduced down to the level of a plow horse. Mm-hmm. His old kid is 5 years old. He's doing 60 to 80 hours a week, and the reason why, and he can't quit those jobs now because when his ex, because he ended up having a medical situation very similar to a person who mentioned it's a similar situation to something that you had, DDJ, that you were just talking about before the show started, and he needed to do the extra work to help pay for some of his medical expenses. His ex found out about a second job, and she took him to court, and she got extra child support, which of course she's not actually accountable to have to spend on the kid. So now, and I had to say it to him flat out. It's like, yeah, dude, first of all, you should have, because I gave him some instruction about his ex back 3 years ago, and I told him, it's like, yeah, dude, you should have contacted me like right away when this happened. Because it's like now, and this is the same sort of situation as with somebody in a 12-step program that relapses. Yeah, when they come back in, they have a bigger hole to dig themselves out of because their addiction got them into a deeper hole. This is the same thing. Now it's like he's effectively an indentured servant, and to get him out of that situation is going to take time, money, energy, and it's like, and he has to actually want to do it. And I'll bring up another example of another guy who I was talking to online, and he's got the same issue that Jean. I mean, DDJ knows this guy who I'm talking about. I won't go bad into his backstory unless you ask. Jean, he's got sexual taste the same as what Jean Gomeshi had, and the women.
I like to French kiss rattlesnakes.
Yeah. And the women that are into that are really emotionally and mentally. A lot of them are. I'm not saying all of them are.
They make normal women look not crazy.
Yeah. The women who are into that are not particularly stable. And I have told him repeatedly, because every once in a while he'll message me about some crazy woman, and I look at him.
Not particularly stable. That's really tactful of Naroki.
Yeah. Mentally unstable. And it's like, and I keep telling him, it's like, yeah, dude, right? Like, you're gonna hit the wrong one at some point. And it's like, oh, well, that's 1 in 100,000. And like at one point he sends me a nude of one of these women. It's like I had to tell him, it's like, yeah, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about with DDJ here at one point. It's like, like, why did you do that, dude? Like, you just broke the law. You know that, right? You just broke the law, right? If the cops come and they look at your computer and they say that, and that's the reason why I had to send this message back to him. It's like, the cops will start asking me questions about this. So, I mean, I have to tell you this on Messenger, right? Like, if the cops come asking me questions about this, I'm going to have to, I will not be able to cover for you, right? Like, don't do it again. And he was, looking at me going, well, you're just being paranoid. And what happens 2 days ago? He sends me another message. He has a new woman in his life, and this new woman is basically using legal force. Like, she's basically saying, it's like, you're going to be my boyfriend, or I'm going to go to the police and tell them that you raped me. you know. And I'm like, again, I didn't want to be cruel with this guy, but I mean, I had to point out to him, it's like, I'm sorry I'm sorry this happened to you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very sorry this happened to you, but it's like, yeah, I told you, right, that this is going to happen. Oh, and by the way, put as much distance as you can between you and this woman as you can. If you can get document her actually saying this, that would also help. And oh, by the way, even if you comply, like, it's not going to stop there, right? Because she was like, you slept with her once or twice, and she's already resorting to this. Like, what's going to happen down the road?
Well, she's extorting him,
Yeah, it's extortion.
Yeah, it's extortion, and that's a crime. But your problem is that the legal system at all levels, criminal and civil, is so gynocentric that even if he brought it up, the second she starts bringing up false allegations, you're talking, $50,000-$100,000 of legal fees that most people can't afford, and she'll destroy his life because the process is the punishment, even if he's innocent.
Yeah, that's what we talked about on the last show. So yeah, I really think, to the men that are listening to this, if you, I will, if you want to slap whatever label you want to justify whatever you want to justify when it comes to dealing with the opposite sex on this, go ahead. Like, you're free to fact check anything that I'm going to say on this show to find out whether I'm correct or not. It is not. And I gotta be blunt here, it is not my problem if you cannot handle the truth. If you want to be you want to pull that state of blissful ignorance that Bezmenov was talking about, be my guest. You know what? Don't get pissed at the mess. And to quote, I know, I don't know what DDJ's opinion on Just Pearly Things is, but Just Pearly Things uses this quite a bit. By the way, I'm not a super fan of Pearly Things, but I've heard her say this a few times. Don't shoot the messenger.
Well, here's the thing. I've been saying this for a long time, since 2017. Things aren't going to change until women demand change, because men don't have any kind of political power as a gender. We just don't, not anymore. And we haven't had power since probably the 80s. So, while I'm not a big fan of Pearly Things, the fact that there are women out there like her who are stepping up and saying this is what's going on. Don't get me wrong. Pearly Things is, she's a below average attractive woman who is basically a very skilled attention whore. My other belief is that whatever she's saying with the full blessing of the United Kingdom government, because I've heard of guys say a lot of what she says and they get arrested. So,
well, yeah,
under UK's laws, but the fact that she's saying it, you have to understand, I'm of two minds. I'm not a real big fan of her because all she does is regurgitate other people's content without giving them credit. But on the same token, women have to step up if they want to fix what's going on. They want to fix the marriage rate. They want to fix the single mother rate. They want to fix all these boys who grow up to be broken boys who grow up to be broken men, and they want to strengthen society. They have to go out publicly and start talking about this in real credible ways. Pearly Things does that, and I respect her for that. But on the other side, I fully agree with Naroki outside of that one issue. And so I feel like if I didn't say that and make sure that, people might think I might be a hypocrite. So there's that.
Well, yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. That Pearly Things says the things that the manosphere says, but she says it in a way that will cause people to listen because, well, woman for one. And yeah, she does adopt stuff from other people's. She takes concepts and ideas from other guys in the manosphere, and she adopts it, and she just basically copy paste repeat what they say. But credit where credit's due, and this is one of the things that Turd Flinging Monkey pointed out years ago when he was doing the Enemies of Man series, right? Male sexual need will cause a male to listen much more attentively to a woman, especially if you're a younger guy, than it was coming out of a guy's mouth, right? And I mean, I've seen that happen. Like Lauren Southern was another one, right? She turned out to be a complete hypocrite and shill, by the way.
But people still follow her, even knowing better. That's the problem. I mean, the cuck is real.
Yeah. Keep in mind, Lauren Southern did something around the residential schools in Canada, which she does still do some good work, but yeah, what she did to her ex in Australia, when I was listening to that, I was like, and I'm like, because I wasn't at the event when she was here in Edmonton covering the lab, basically 2015, because that was the day I was taking my 30-year cake, so I couldn't do anything. I couldn't attend anything that day. But she was at, and she had spoken with prominent members of MRAs. She talked to that guy in the cheerleader costume. By the way, I'm the only guy in the world that's actually interviewed that guy. It's called Interview with Walking Away Man. It's not up at YouTube anymore, but BitChute, Odyssey, and Rumble, it's there. I'm the only guy that's ever interviewed that guy. Yeah, he is actually a MGTOW. He's not a plant. A lot of people thought he was, but he's not. And when I was listening to what Lauren Southern, and I don't want to get off too much into a slam woman thing, because this is a dynamic and the guys have to take responsibility on their end. But Lauren Southern knew about all of the stuff, all of the lies, all of the deception, all of the misleading, the gaslighting, all of that stuff. She knew about all that stuff because there were guys in them. It's like, I mean, I wasn't there, but the guys from Men's Rights Edmonton were there talking to her after the event, right? So she knows, and she was deeply involved in the manosphere at one point, so she knows all this stuff. And then she turns around, she has a kid with a guy down in Australia, and she like literally turns around and goes and does all of the things that she knew that she knows because she was told about this stuff to that guy in Australia. And this was revealed on Rollo Tomasi. Again, a guy, there's some mixed opinions about Rollo Tomasi. I'm not gonna get too much into him, but I mean, yeah, it's like, so yeah. I'm glad, just like how feminists have male have male feminists. There's gonna be femras.
Naroki, the one thing though that I have to ask you though, like with this organization that you're in, are there situations that occur with people that are within the group, who are non-custodial parents that they have to contend with like threats from their spouses concerning, custodial
all the time.
Visitation and like threats of the police being called and stuff like that? I mean,
yeah. Yes, all the time. In fact, at one point, that was probably the single largest faction in MGTOW. Mm-hmm. It happens all the time. Some people are actually dumb enough to get married 2 and 3 times before it sinks in. But yeah, I see that all the time.
And to dovetail Naroki's answer, I actually did. So I work with an attorney out of Alabama, who her name is Melissa Isaac, and I work with her sometimes. And we've done some streams together online. Her and Eric Carroll, myself, and who was the guy who did the Boy Crisis? Dr. I forget his name.
Tom Golden?
The myth
Warren
of
Farrell.
Power.
Warren Farrell.
So Warren Farrell is like he's like a male feminist, but this is a guy who he's really walked the walk, and I don't necessarily agree with everything he says, but honestly, nobody has to agree with everything anybody says. But Warren Farrell and I, while we were on that stream, we had a conversation, and one of the things I talked about is the fact that a lot of women will have their exes killed. So if you piss off this woman enough, she'll find somebody to murder you.
Oh.
And it was interesting because I brought up a couple examples of it, and Warren goes, yeah, fathers get assassinated all the time by their ex-wives, and most of the time, the police never investigate.
Well, wasn't there a situation in Washington where this one woman and the axe showed up at this guy's house, and the guy died, was killed?
Yeah, that was in my book. So basically, what it was is that the guy and the husband and the wife were divorced. The mother was the primary residential custodian, and she was trying to falsely accuse the father of domestic violence and that sort of thing, right? And so she had contacted the local domestic violence nonprofit or NGO organization to seek support. And so the advocate, the domestic violence advocate, said, "Oh, I'll go to the custody transfer with you," because when you have to do custody transfers to the non-custodial so they can have visitation. Well, the father was kind of hip to this, and the fathers decided, well, I want to be, I'm concerned that this woman's going to say something, and in a he said she said situation, about 90% of the time the court will side with the woman regardless if she's credible or not, right? So if the guy says one thing, the woman says something else, they'll just believe the woman. This guy knew that, so he brought his sister with him for the custody transfer. So they did the custody transfer. There were words that were spoken. He puts the kids in the car with his sister, right? They drive back to his home. Well, the mom who just transferred the kids over and the domestic violence advocate was driving the car the mother was in, and they chased him. So they chase him home, they follow him home, and they pull in. He sees that they're following him, and he's like, what is going on here? So he tells his sister, take the kids inside, I'll deal with this. He gets out of the car, and as he gets out of the car, the sister grabs the children, they run inside the house. There were neighbors across the street who kind of heard them pull up, because the woman who pulled up behind him screeched to a stop and basically made a big showing, jumped out of the car, ran up to him, didn't say a word to him as he's trying to figure out what's going on, shoots him in the chest. And then when he falls to the ground, she puts a bullet in his head in front of his children. And this whole time, this guy, he's never abused his children. He's never abused his wife. The wife has a history of making false allegations. This domestic violence advocate murders him in cold blood. They were going to file criminal charges against her. They filed first-degree murder, but then when they found out she was a DV advocate, they dropped it to second degree. Then after that, they gave her the minimum jail time they could give her. And even after all that, this DV advocate's cuck husband was still trying to get her exonerated, because he was just, the cuck is strong, the simp is strong. And the ex-wife never got charged as an accessory. Never got charged, never got investigated. They just said, oh, somebody else did it, and there it is. And the reality is that they probably likely planned it together. And then they found out, when they went through the background of this DV advocate, they found out she had a history of anger management problems. The other DV advocates in her office were terrified of her because she would constantly threaten people and get in their face. She was just this angry hag who just had murder on her mind the whole time. And this guy wasn't even the first dude she shot. The first guy she shot was a couple years prior, where she was going out to the club, because yes, of course, she's a bar whore. She goes out to the club, she walks outside, some dude asks her for a cigarette, and she pulls out a revolver and shot him 5 times. Fortunately, she was a shitty shot at the time, and this guy actually tried to dodge and weave to get out of the way, so he only got hit a couple times, and none of it was damaging. And by the way, the police never prosecuted her then either, because she tried to claim in her defense that she was warding off a sexual assailant. So you have to understand, this stuff happens. Men die. And I can't tell you how many times I've worked on a family court case where the father's about to get custody, and then all of a sudden he dies. So, the whole threat of extortion and all that thing, and the child support thing that Naroki talks about, it's all real, but it is way worse than what most people talk about.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say there's I haven't actually seen it, but I've been told about it. There is a book out there, How to Ruin the Man's Life. There's an actual book out there on how to do it. which of course you'll never hear women talk about or feminists talk about or openly acknowledge, or any social justice warrior or anything like that. No, no, they will never admit to that. There's blogs out there. Dean Esme mentioned he. This is before Dean Esme kind of had his little mental break. But Dean Esme mentioned this as well. Dean Esme used to be a part of A Voice for Men, and I'm not going to go into details, but yeah, Dean Esme had a little bit of a mental break. Don't know whether he's better now, but I mean he didn't go completely off the deep end like Nick Redding from Men's Rights Edmonton, but he had a mental break. That's what dealing with individuals like this will do if you're not particularly on our side, if you're not well adjusted and you don't have enough wisdom and enough humility to actually self-reflect on your own actions. Being in this environment and dealing with the really toxic people that you have to deal with can really sometimes, you have to be able to pay attention to your own mental and emotional state of mind, which is what happened with me in 2016, right? I was under a lot of stress and I wasn't giving it the amount of attention that I normally did, and because I did, I ended up falling for that woman a lot harder than I normally would have. And that's something that I always pay attention to now. And that was my part of when I did my inventory on it. That was my part of it. False accusations is something, and R.K. Hendrick talked about it in his book. It's like he's mentioned it a lot of time when I've seen his posts. It's like it used to be that you didn't falsely accuse the husband of raping the kids unless it was actually happening, but it happens. It's like almost par for the course now that somebody alleges sexual assault. I don't know. I don't work in the courts like DDJ is, so I don't know how common that is. But that is a very. I've heard of it happening enough times. I even read a case at one point, and I don't know why. It's like, by the way, guys, this is a sticking point, and this is something. I'm going to bring up Rollo Tomassi, but the second rule of one of the iron rules of Rollo Tomassi is don't go back to your ex. Don't dig through your own. Go through your own garbage. Everybody sees you doing it, and it's never as good as you think it's going to be the second time. Oop, we made Karma leave.
It's fine. She just usually comes in and listens and then leaves, so it's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So, and it's like, so this guy, and I guess he was still sexually attracted to his ex, but he had sex with her the next day. Good luck with your date, Karma. The police knock on his door, and it was like, well, your semen was found around your child's anus. So what she had done is that she had saved the semen and had used it to fake a false accusation. That's on that is on the child custody side. On the side that I come from, because like I said, I was smart. To me, marriage and a long-term relationship, I didn't see the benefit of it, so I avoided it. But I mean, I had to deal with a lot of false accusations, and again, like from the non-custodial side, if you are a guy who is thoughtful, considerate, kind, polite, soft-spoken, you don't necessarily go around, and I don't, although even the big tough alpha males know better than to cross me now in the crowds that I run with, right? But if you're perceived as maybe being if you have these traits, right? There is a type of female, there's a type of woman out there, a serial false accuser, and they specifically look for guys like this. And I feel I sympathize with guys like this, because I mean, with a lot of them, and this is if I'm talking about one of you, if you're one of these guys that is listening to this, my iron rule when it comes to dealing with women, and I mean, I still end up getting a lot of female attention anyway, is that I don't do first of all, work, 12-step meetings, in a lot of other social situations. I will specifically with work. I mean, like, that's a no-go zone. Like, I don't get involved with anybody you work with. If you're at school, don't get involved with anybody, specifically somebody that's right in your class, like in the same year. Like, don't do that. You know, like there's a lot of places where it's a no-go zone. But I mean, when I go out into the world, most of the time, like I am, like, it's like, I mean, I made an exception tonight because I mean I actually had to go to this mall anyway to take care of something. But I mean, there's somebody that I kind of clicked with, and I have to go into that store anyway, so I kind of went out on my way tonight. But it's extremely rare that I will go out of my way to talk to or meet up with a woman. It's a it's just a dangerous social environment. And here's the ironic part, and we talked about this right at the very start of the show. Even though I'm not specifically out looking for them, if I am not careful, if I'm not constantly paying attention to my presence, like I could very easily end up having. Basically, I could very easily end up having a stable, and I'm not even working on it. Like, I'm not even consciously working on it. I mean, I have had this happen at one point, and I had to just kind of like go, okay, right? It's consuming too much of my time. I have to kind of like step back and make sure that making myself less present. And there's things that you can do to kind of reduce your prominence. But I mean, you know, and DDJ has talked about this. Confidence is not necessarily something. I mean, I'm going to bring up Tate. Like, there's the face that Tate puts on when he goes on his streams, and then there's the face that Tate has when he's not off the stream. And I've seen videos of him on both occasions, right? Like, I do not go around. Like, I do not go around like acting dominant, but it's like, yeah, you know, for some strange reason, right? I always get noticed, and I'm in my mid-50s, and you know, like I say, if I'm not careful, it can happen. Part of that, though, is the realization that, you know, and I've talked with other guys who are MGTOW about this. It's, you know, like, even when I'm doing something as simple as, say, going into a coffee shop, right? Like, I'm going into, like, say if I just go into a coffee shop to just chill out and listen to music, right? Like, that is the intention when I'm going in. So I'm actually going in there with that intention, right? And just the vibe that gives off versus when you're just going in there just for the sake of going in there, it's a different vibe. I've actually asked around. It's like, yeah, there's a different vibe when you're going into a public place with an intention versus whether you're just going in there just to go in there, or whether you're going in there to meet women or whatever. It's a different vibe, and people will pick up on that, even if it's just to basically just go in there to have a cup of coffee and just put some tunes on and just chill out, right? You always, when I'm in those situations again, right? And this comes back from when I was back from my PUA days. I don't do an approach on a woman unless I get indicators of interest above and beyond 100%. You know, because I can't take that chance. I had one particular incident that occurred a few years ago. Actually, this was 2017 on the bus, and there was this one woman, and she kept looking at me, and it looked like she was interested, right? So I actually started talking to her, and the moment I started talking to her, it was like some switch just flipped on her. All of a sudden, she just starts flipping. I was like, "Don't talk to me, leave me alone." I was like, "Well, why were you looking at me then?" "No, I wasn't." It's like, "Yes, you were." Multiple times. Right? And we got to the bus stop at the university, and she got off the bus. And the moment she got off the bus, she went over and started looking at me, and she's on her cell phone, and she's like, and I could tell the way she was looking at me, like she was describing me. And it was like, oh crap, I know what's going on here, right? So the bus took off, and the next stop after that, the way that bus stop is set up is that there's a bus stop about half a block before the actual LRT station. And it was like, and I took a look at what I was wearing. Unfortunately, I happened to have my work jacket on. No, I happened to not want work jacket on, but I had my work jacket in my backpack. So what I did is I got off, took off my winter jacket, put on my work jacket, put on my toque, and then because the bus, when it gets to that station, it has to stay there for about 10 minutes. Then I walked over back to the train station. And when I got to the train station, I literally like walked past a police officer who had gone on to that bus, probably looking for me, and he walked right past me. Right, so it's even if you do get IOIs, like a really like super positive situation, you still gotta be, there's just places that you just don't do it. And if you like, I mean, another thing I do around women is that if I get anything resembling a mixed message, it's like boom, like I pull the chute and I jump from the plane. Again, right, you might want to accuse me of being paranoid, and if because I've done that, I have actually, I haven't had any real serious issues since then, right? It's also, a lot of it with me too is also making sure that I'm aware of my state of mind. Like if I'm going through a very difficult period of time in my life, like if I'm under a lot of stress, and this particular year, for instance, I've had some fairly stressful moments. It's like when I understand that if I'm going through a difficult period, like part of the coping, this is what DDJ was talking about, people using to deal with stressful situations, right? Well, you don't necessarily have to use drugs. Some people use gambling, some people use sex, whatever. So I mean, when I'm going through a stressful period in time, the first thing that goes is that like I remove the female influence, any type of serious female influence from my life, like altogether, right? Because I don't want to be adding to my difficulties. And I mean, again, because I gotta keep saying this, it's like, yeah, you know what, I mean, I understand to a lot of guys out there who are blue-pilled, who don't want to accept the reality of the situation that me and TDJ have been talking about tonight, right? But you know what, I've seen it's happened to me enough times, and I've seen it happen to enough other guys, and I've talked to enough guys, I've met enough guys online that like I don't want to do one of the quotes from the Manosphere. You can either know women or you can love them. It's like I just, you don't want to paint all women with a really nasty negative brush, but because of what's happened and because there's so much feminist indoctrination specifically with Western women, you really have, I personally, anybody else wants to do it differently, that's your choice. You can find out the hard way. But I have to personally treat every woman that I deal with like a potential loaded gun. And that also, by the way, includes my family members. They're still, well, my mom is dead now. But I don't, for instance, I don't tell my two sisters anything about what's going on in my life unless I'm prepared for everybody else in the family to find out, right? And I mean, like, yeah, it sucks. It's maybe not fair because I know a lot of women don't do that, but I mean, And I mean, I'm sure DDJ has an opinion on this guy as well. Undead Chronic has pointed out something, and this is a very blunt truth about women in the West in particular. They have never had it so good. They are in almost an ideal environment, right? When they
well, that's
have
been that's been the case for 30 years. I mean, it's just that's true. It's unrestricted hypergamy.
Yeah, it's an idealized environment. They have no reason to make any changes. They have no reason to be calling out the sisterhood has no reason to be calling out any of the other sisters in it, because they're all benefiting from it. Even if they're not necessarily taking advantage of men, right? They're all benefiting from it. And Undead Chronic said this in the most blunt way possible. It's sort of like, and this is something that a lot of guys this is a question that a lot of guys need to be asking themselves. Like, do you want to be involved with a woman in that type of an environment where she can just simply turn on you on a dime and throw your life into absolute chaos? And I mean, yeah, there is the male sexual need, and I see a lot of guys apparently who don't seem to quite understand that didn't go from like 13 to 56 overnight. Like, I went through my 20s and 30s too, right? Like, I understand the testosterone. I understand the perpetual horniness that a teenager had to go through, and DDJ went through it too, right? Like, I understand where they are, right? At the same time, though, I have met men in their late teens, in their early 20s, that have been able to master their sex energy and have been able to transfer that over into something else and make something of themselves and be perfectly okay doing it. So to say that if you're one of those younger guys going, oh, well, he's 55, he doesn't understand. Yeah, I do understand. And, I'm going to have to be really blunt here. I have met guys, late teens, early 20s, that have been able to do this. If they can do it, you can do it. And here's the beautiful thing about this, is that, there's even if you're not really physically attractive, right? Like, even if you're one of those guys who's like 5'5" and butt ugly, and that's something that somebody is not physically attractive to women, right? Like, this is a state of mind that even guys like that can achieve and really be happy and satisfied. And you don't even necessarily have to have a woman in your life to do it. And it's like, I'm not saying you don't need a woman, right? But it's sort of like, the current social environment it's so rigged against men right now that it's not really worth the difficulty. And here's the thing, the whole greater picture about the manosphere, right? And I'm gonna have to go back to Andrew Tate on this. So, by the way, just so that I can set the record straight here, I am not a Tate fanboy by any stretch of the imagination. But when they bring in the mainstream media, when they bring up the manosphere, like, they will talk about Tate, or they will talk about Fresh and Fit, or they will talk about Sandman. But they will never, and I have noticed this continuously, they will never, except in a mocking way, of course, they will never talk about the other stuff, which is where I want to probably end off the show tonight, about breaking down some of the stereotypes that exist, right? They never talk about, supporting guys who are dealing with nasty marriages, nasty divorces, child custody, false accusations, guys who are in relationships where it's like the guy can't really divorce her because he gets shafted in divorce and he can't really stay with her either. They don't talk about the support network that's being built up around that, right? They will not discuss the issues. They'll keep talking about Tate till their jaw drops off. Mm-hmm. Right? They'll talk about DDJ, or they'll talk about me, or they'll talk about what I said. But the moment you start getting into actual issues, right? Oh no, they go mute, right? And because and it's like, so are women collectively in the West going to change? No. I hate to say this, but I mean, I hate sounding like a Debbie Downer here, but under these current circumstances, no. And it's like what Bezmenov said, they're not going to change. Even a lot of these women are not going to change, even when they're told what's coming, until it actually hits them square in the face. So, currently the manosphere, and I'm talking about the manosphere in whole, we've crossed that 1 to 1.5%. It's at the point now where I'm running into people who are familiar with manosphere topics offline. Now, within the next 12 to 24 months, MGTOW all by itself will be at that level. And the rest of them, we're also talking about PUA, Red Pill, MRA, that type of thing. There's multiple groups inside the manosphere. As this continues to get bigger, this information is going to start to spread. And I mean, there's a lot, like, I'm finding out that most women know about the manosphere now, right? Which is why it's starting to come under a vitriolic attack, because it's like, the men are figuring it out now.
Red Pill is mainstream.
Yeah, Red Pill is mainstream. Men are starting to figure it out, right? Because there's enough of us, and they're desperately trying. That's. And again, I want to bring up Tate here. The difference between say what Tate does and what Fresh and Fit or Terrence Pop or Hammerhand, like, the thing that really got people pissed off about Tate is that Tate would freely give his opinion on issues outside of the manosphere, whereas say a guy like Rollo Tomasi would just simply key in. Rollo Tomasi, actually, he's even said it on his show, right? He does everything humanly possible to avoid discussing issues outside, like political issues outside of the manosphere, because it's bad for his brand. Tate wasn't like that. Tate would give his opinion on pretty much everything, and he was such a widely Googled guy, and he was such a widely known individual that of course they were going to go after him. But again, right, when it specifically comes to Tate, they will talk about Tate. They won't get into or what he said, and they'll take his comments and they'll take them out of context. And I'm not going to get into everything about Tate, because that would be an entire show in of itself. But I mean, they will talk about Tate. They won't talk about the things that he says or the issues that he raises.
We have come to like an hour and a half and everything, and DDJ said he has like maybe about an hour or two that he can put in with us. So with that being said, is there any way that we could get in touch with you guys and be able to contact you outside of this interview?
Well, I mean, you can get a hold of me on Skype. You can also, like I say, I do actually have a web page. It's called the Red Pill Nation at WordPress. Not very many people know, and I don't post up there very much. But that's a good way. Best way to get a hold of me, away from Skype, is probably to contact me via Rumble, Odyssey, or BitChute. I am on YouTube as Gold Dragon, but I don't promote that channel anymore because YouTube has just gotten too censorious.
Yeah. And I do use WordPress, so if you've got a link for that, put it in my Live with Roger Hanson.
Oh yeah, I'll post up all the social links that I've got.
I'll hook
don't
up
give
with
my
you now
name.
on that.
The only social media that I use right now is Gab, and when I start posting videos, I'm probably going to just post them on Gab. BitChute seems to censor my videos where they just won't load. So fortunately, I've got all my catalogs saved offline, but I'll probably end up reposting those all on Gab. I'm not doing it yet because I'm basically taking care of a couple other things first. But that said, I'm just like Naroki. I'm on YouTube. I've got some stuff on BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey, but I think Odyssey just got sued, so don't be surprised if Odyssey goes away.
Yeah, library got shut down, and now they're worried about Odyssey having a rippling effect from it. So,
Odyssey is going to eventually get to the same level that Rumble is at. They same thing with BitChute. Oh, by the way, they have DDJ. They have fixed the uploader at BitChute.
That's good.
Yeah, they have fixed the uploader at BitChute. I will post up all of those links. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to give out like I say, my group on Facebook is my main Facebook group is called the Red Pill Nation.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I am there under my real name, so I
go in there and switch your name around if that's a problem, because they've just made changes where you can't do that. So if you don't want your real name, go into Facebook, switch it out.
I'm banned on Facebook, or else I would use it.
I stopped using it.
I'm also banned on Twitter as well.
Yeah, I stopped.
Oh, actually, you may want to look at Twitter again. I think you might be able to get back on Twitter.
I know I can't.
Oh.
I can't. That's one of the reasons I think Elon Musk is a con man, because he's like, oh yeah, but he can get back on Twitter. No, you can't. It's all bullshit. So I know, because I contacted them when he did his bullshit amnesty thing, and they're like, no, you can't do it, because apparently my posts are too much of a threat. So whatever.
Well, again, right, the whole situation. Do we have another half hour here, or are we?
I've got about 20 minutes max.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess we can go. We're not. We still got 20.
Before you guys take off, I do want to let you know you are more than welcome, both of you, to come back on my show. Okay, so if you guys want to set up another thing like this where we get together and do it, I mean, let me know, and we'll get something started. Because I agree with you, Naroki, about a lot of these other shows not talking about the important issues, and that's kind of why I wanted to do this. Okay, because I could sit and bash women all night. You know what I mean? Anybody can do that, but what about the more serious issues?
The issue is that like a blind person, right, can identify a problem, but the harder part is how do you come up with viable solutions?
Exactly.
And in a lot of cases, MGTOW does that, and the reality is that actual MGTOW don't hate women. You know, they don't hate women. They just understand women. They understand the threat that some of these, and again, it's a societal issue. It's not all biological. It's not like, oh, women are like this no matter what, right? So you have to understand, like, it's like, and again, this like Naroki said about this other thing. This is a subject that you could do a whole show on, or possibly a series on, and really deep dive into it. It's just that a lot of people don't want to have these conversations right now because it's threatening to their, like Naroki says, it's threatening to their brand. And that's just because they're not interested in really helping men. They're more interested in having a brand and their own personal popularity. And so there's a lot of us, and I believe Naroki included, where even though his brand is important, the thing about Naroki is that his goal is to help men first, and everything else is secondary.
Exactly.
And that's one of the reasons I have a lot of respect for him.
Okay, all right. Here's an example of a brand. Bulldog Mindset on YouTube went a few years ago went on absolutely vitriolic attacks against MGTOW. You want to know what I saw yesterday? Bulldog Mindset is on MGTOW TV.
Yeah, because what's happening is that it's the same thing with Rollo Tomasi, right? Rollo Tomasi attacked MGTOW, and a lot of these other bigger content creators, they attacked MGTOW only because they didn't want anybody to assume that basically they were just regurgitating MGTOW content, which is what Rolo does, right? And a lot of these other content creators, they do. Donovan Sharp is the same thing. You get a lot of these, fresh and fit. You get a lot of these people. They go online. They're like, "Oh, MGTOW's horrible. They're incels or this or that. They're just trash people," right? Then what they do is they start posting MGTOW content, but they make it look like, "Oh, this is my content. This is my original knowledge." And it's like, no, it's not. You're just regurgitating what MGTOW said 15, 20 years ago, or what like TFM and people like him said in 2015, right? So I think that a lot of these people, they do it specifically so they're able to regurgitate the content and then not have to actually give credit where credit's due, or to do that because they're threatened. Because again, they went on Steam, they bought the video game How to Be a YouTuber, and they took themselves too seriously. That's honestly, I think that's really what's going on.
Okay, so yeah, in regards to the misogyny and hating women, okay, are there guys in MGTOW that are like that? Yeah. Here's the thing about it, and I mean, I'm gonna have to be blunt here again. There is the majority of this is not one of the universals with MGTOW, but the most guys who got MGTOW will go through a form of red pill rage, where you have to deal with the anger and the need to vent, right? If you're one of those people who, and I encounter them on the MGTOW sites at Facebook all the time, "Oh, why is everybody here bitching about women?" It's sort of like, well, you know what? Photographers talk about cameras. Mechanics talk about cars. People in AA and NA will relate their experiences with drugs and alcohol. So why is it such a stretch that you see so many guys in MGTOW talking about women, when that's one of the whole thing with MGTOW is dealing with relationships with women and coming up with a strategy to make their lives effectively, to, if they want to, you can be happy and basically be the happy bachelor. But yeah, let me just, because we still got about 15, 20 minutes. I just want to go through a few stereotypes here. I just want to address them really quickly. First of all, MGTOW is not incel. Incel is short for involuntarily celibate. They are involuntarily celibate because they cannot get sexual or validation from women. MGTOW is anti-gynocentric, which is the rejection of female approval. So it's like you literally cannot be both at the same time. In order to, because to get sexual gratification or to get sex requires female approval. So it's like, yeah, you literally cannot be both at the same time. So that whole charge about can't get laid or can't, first of all, I'm the one that can't get laid. It's like, if MGTOW are MGTOW because they can't get laid, then explain all the single fathers in MGTOW, right? Because I think you kind of have to have sex in order to have a kid, right? So that one gets defeated. MGTOW are quitters. I actually had to go really hard. In fact, I almost went on his show. Unfortunately, I was working that day. The Come On Man podcast, where it was like, nobody likes a quitter. It's like, no, what I've done is I have quit making women the center of my life. That does not mean that I have not given up. I'm not. Well,
that's just ignorant shaming language because the guy's threatened by MGTOW, and that's okay. Yeah, he has to live with his insecurity.
Well, I went after him for it. It's sort of like, well, he posted this up, and it was sort of like, oh, well, dude, you know what? You want to be a bully? You know what? Then you're. It's like, this is me quitting. This is what happens when you try to go at that. And this is just me personally. If I see one of these guys walk into the MGTOW sphere and start throwing the insults around, it's like, there's people in the MGTOW community that will go, oh, well, just let them. And it's like, it's unfortunate for me personally, that does not wash, because for me, it's like, yeah, okay, like I could be hardcore libertarian about it and say I got mine, fuck everybody else. But it's like, there's thousands, and by the way, there are thousands. The number of guys who've gone MGTOW in North America is going to surpass 1 million at some point next year.
Oh no, it already has. The only difference is that the silent MGTOW, the guys who don't actually know the MGTOW term, they're probably 5 million, and the guys that are identify as MGTOW, is probably, I'd say, a couple 100,000 minimum.
Well, it's gonna surpass the ones who are officially MGTOW. I suspect it's gonna surpass 1 million at some point next year. Though all those guys are coming up behind me. Some of those guys are new. Some of those guys are still dealing with anger, frustration, pain, regret. They're still processing that. They're still in the red pill rage. And you get one of these idiots that comes in and starts throwing around insults. At least for me personally, if I see somebody doing that, like, I have done it. In fact, I had to do it with somebody here about a month ago. I will personally go out of my way and I haven't had to get in the guy's face because it's only happened online, but I will make sure that he knows that if he stays in this sphere that he's going to have a fight on his hands, right? And I don't do it because it doesn't affect me personally, but the way I view it, and this is the same way that I have family members that run a recovery house and they got people in their treatment facility that are new. It's like there's literally people's lives on the line, and this guy's coming in and being a bully, and somebody out there might get the wrong message and go out and kill themselves, right? And it's sort of like, there's people's lives on the line. I make sure when I see these guys coming in that they know that they're going to get hit back. And then I will usually make an effort to make sure they get removed from the site if I can do it. And most of the time I am able to do it. But MGTOWs are not quitters. They do not, it's not a female boycott. It's not masculine separation, although there's a lot of guys in MGTOW that will go full monk mode. They're not losers living in their parents' basement. I haven't lived in my parents' basement for a very, very, very long time. And they're not guys who just basically go home and play video games all day rather than go out and do something. I have a very active life outside of the internet. And I've been making more of depending upon the situation, I have a full and active life outside of the internet, which I strive to maintain. I don't spend all my time, like for instance, Miss 2016. Although DDJ heard Miss 2016, by the way, is actually getting married. I found out about that in August. That threw me for a loop for about 12 hours. But I don't spend my time feeling sorry for myself because this woman, that woman, or some other woman did something to me. I don't spend my time feeling sorry for myself because of female nature. This is something that Turd Flinging Monkey said years ago. This like the behavior that you're seeing now with modern Western women always existed. It's just that in this current environment, all the worst aspects of women are allowed to basically go unchecked. Mm-hmm. Right? So these behaviors always existed, and it's again, right? I'm not going to enter into a legal contract with a woman where basically, I'm effectively rendered a slave to the state. And if I'm going to talk about because I've had the luxury of speaking to guys that are MGTOW from Argentina, from Australia, from South Africa, from India, from Israel, from Russia, the consistent factor, regardless of the culture, regardless of the religion, regardless of the society, the consistent factor that seems to be tying all, actually that doesn't seem, is that what it's boiling down to is that, you know, the people who are running the elites, like the people at the top, far too often view the citizens of their own country as disposable pawns and tools that they can just use at their leisure and just throw away. And, you know, and guys are getting smart to, I mean, for instance, there's something in China called lying flat man, which is basically a Chinese version of MGTOW. And there's also been, of course, let's not even get into Japan and South Korea with Hikikimori, which in terms of numbers probably still has more. There's still more probably like Hikikimori in Japan and South Korea than there are MGTOWs on the entire planet at this point. So yeah, it's gone, but MGTOW in particular has gone in less than 10 years. It's gone from something that had maybe, like when I first joined, had maybe at most 5,000 people in it. It's gone from something that was strictly a Western, like basically a North American phenomenon, and it's gone worldwide, and it's on every country. You wouldn't be able to shut down MGTOW now. It's in, like, literally, I mean, I typed in, pick a country, type the word MGTOW after it, you'll find something online about it. So it's gone from just a few thousand people to millions, and I do mean millions, in less than 10 years. That's how bad the situation is for most men worldwide at this point, and it's going to continue to get bigger, so it's going to come under more vitriolic attack. And I'm just going to end off with some of the other stereotypes that like one of the other ones is that, if a woman decides that she doesn't need a man, it's like, oh yeah, you go girl. But if a guy decides to not do it, then he's a coward and a quitter. And it's like, no. It's like, no. It's a guy's figured out the situation and has decided that. And they talk about this in the Red Pill sphere. If you make lots of money and you get buff and you get looks, you'll get girls. And then they don't tell. It's something that I noticed that the PUA Red Pill community doesn't talk about. It's sort of like, yeah, you also end up making yourself a larger target. Other things that have occurred, for instance, around, well, there was recently a big, huge kerfuffle because Leonardo DiCaprio was dating a woman who was 19 years old, and there was women screaming at the top of their lungs about that. However, when I started reminding them about Cher and Madonna and Jada Pinkett Smith, well, one of them responded. And she said that that wasn't correct either. But, when I brought those women up, they went dead silent. And I heard this from Coach Greg Adams, but I mean, I've heard it elsewhere too, right? The concept of midlife crisis, which somehow magically only applies to men, and Coach Greg Adams did the best video I've seen on it. That's not midlife crisis. That is women. Because when these guys get to a certain age where they've got, and this is me as well, they got money, they got resources, right? They've got the ability now to pretty much date whatever women they want. These are older women attempting to shame men because they have a preference. That's one. When the she-bear, when she's not happy, ain't nobody happy. There's another myth that needs to be dispelled. Excuse me, I'm sorry, miss, you're having a bad day. Your kids, your husband, the people in your household are not your whipping posts, right? Find another way to deal with it. It's not, you don't have the right, the guy doesn't have the right to come home after you're having a shitty day and start beating up his wife and kids. The woman, when she has a shitty day, shouldn't have the right to come home and start yelling and screaming and taking out her pain and frustration on everybody in the else in the household. That's another one that has to go. There's a few others, but those are the only ones that I can immediately think of. There's a whole bunch more, and we're running a little low on time, so we probably
Now,
don't have enough time to get into the stereotypes. But
before you guys do leave, I noticed both of you mentioned you got books. So let's put a plug on your books and tell everybody what books you have available for everybody to read.
I have a blog. I don't have books.
Well, that's fine.
I got the Red Pill Nation at WordPress is my blog. I say this at the start of every show. A version of Naroki at Odyssey, BitChute, Rumble, MGTOW TV, which is strangely enough, my largest following is on MGTOW TV right now. Brighteon, although I don't post up at Brighteon very much. I am also available via the Red Pill Nation at Facebook, but I also have accounts at MeWe, Gab, Minds, and I'm also at Getter. I used to be on Parler, but Parler's pretty much dead at this point. I also have a Patreon as Naroki5, which I'm probably going to have to shut. I keep meaning to shut it down, but I haven't, because Patreon's also one of those establishment sites. But I also have a Subscribe Star as the Red Pill Nation, and Patreon is Naroki5. That is pretty much it. I keep giving thought to maybe posting my stuff up at iTunes, and the hell is that? At iTunes, and the one with the green symbol. I can't remember what the name of it is.
Spotify,
iTunes, Spotify, SoundCloud, that type of thing. I keep thinking about posting up my audio content there, but it keeps skipping my mind. So maybe it's not time yet. It will eventually get posted on there. But yeah, I'm in a lot of different places. Like I say, I'm going to keep doing this till I die or find something better to do. And so far, I haven't found anything better to do. And I'm going to turn it over to DDJ.
DJ, you got books?
I do. I have a book on Amazon. It's also on the Apple Store, Barnes & Noble. It's called The Feminist Lie. It was never about equality. It's actually been on multiple bestseller lists on Amazon, and it's got a 4.5 or 4.6 out of 5 stars. So it's an easy read. I wrote it for people that don't read very often. I wrote it for people who really need to, delve into, like, it's a very basic primer on how to deal with feminism and how to approach it and some of its basic core indefensible hypocrisies.
All right. That sounds great. Like I said, you guys, I enjoyed both of you being on here for both interviews. And with that being said, I'd like to welcome you guys back anytime you want to come back. And we'll end it here. Sound good?
Yep. Thank you very much.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
Yep. Yep. Thank you very much. Yep. See you guys next time. Thanks for having me. I'm going to hang up now. Have a good night.
You too.
Good night.
Bye. Now, hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. Today is gaming. I'm doing an interview, my second interview with Rapid Glitch. Now, he says that he thinks he can do better than what his first interview is. I told him I don't think there's a way that you can improve on perfection, but he swears up and down he's going to prove me wrong. So with that, I'd also like to say that we do have on the panel Disney Magic Zach. Did Detective Fulham come in?
I don't think, I haven't seen him.
He probably fell asleep. He likes to play Resident Evil all night long. He might come in, so keep an eye out for him. But we have Detective Fallen that should be coming in. I believe Karma's here, isn't she?
Yes, she is.
Okay. So if you guys want to say hi to Rapid, say hi to him.
Hi, Rapid.
Hi. Hi, guys.
Now, with that being said, I would like to kind of get a background from you on a little bit about yourself. Kind of tell us a little bit more about yourself and what you're doing right now.
Oh, that's always the hardest question to answer.
What we're here for.
So yeah, I'm Rapid Glitch from Nostalgia Gaming Retro, and I play classic and retro games from my childhood. Games that have meant a lot to me growing up, and I've wanted to, share that with everyone else, and everyone else will have their own kind of nostalgic feelings towards other games. So it's a nice way to kind of bring that forward and bring memories in to our viewers, hopefully as well. So yeah.
So is that it?
For the time being, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, before we get started, I'd like to ask you what made you decide to start your YouTube channels?
It was it was a decision process, really, because we were a team of 5 back in 2019. We came up with this idea of getting into the YouTube thing, and then COVID hit, and then the team of 5 became a team of 3, and our idea initially was to do streaming and modern gaming, but as time progressed, we wanted to kind of get into the retro stuff, the games that we played growing up and stuff like that, and it just became our thing after a while. So we just kind of left modern gaming and stuff to the side, and we initially called the channel Nostalgia Gaming Incorporated because it was supposed to be like a hub for myself and my friends to come in and do their own thing. But now we are called Nostalgia Gaming Retro for that reason.
There you go.
That we just play retro games. There you go. Yeah.
That's pretty good. Now, let me see here. Now, before we end up getting into all the other stuff, I want to ask you, what platforms do you stream on? Just so everybody knows what platforms you're on.
It's just, at the time, just YouTube. I have tried Twitch, but yeah, I feel that YouTube's the main one to go for at the moment. It's the main focus.
Yeah, I remember you were doing a little bit on there. Would you care to kind of discuss why you decided not to stick with Twitch?
Actually, I was still going to do Twitch, but my copy of Legend of Zelda, not Twilight Princess, Tears of the Kingdom, which I was streaming at the time, has gone missing. So I wasn't able to continue that game, and it just kind of put me off. Plus, editing and stuff, you have to find the time to maybe stream games and whatnot, and I just seem to have less and less of it outside of everything else. So that's mainly why. Yeah, unfortunately.
I'd also like to point out to you that Darker Things did just come into the room. If you'd like to say hi to Rapid Darker, you can. If he's wanting.
Hey, Darker.
He unmuted. You didn't say anything, Darker Things. It's not working.
Oh, he's in the chat anyway. You can see him in the chat, so that's good.
That's good. Now I could go ahead and put it on chat later on, probably, but that screen sharing's annoying because whenever I pull up stuff, it goes black.
Yeah.
So, do before we get into all the other questions, I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna go through the preliminary stuff and ask you when you make your videos, what content do you use? Do you use like stuff from VR chat, video games, stuff like that? Or are you just into basic like emulators and stuff like that?
So yeah, my main focus, my main use, I guess, is emulators. But I do have a number of consoles, a Nintendo Wii, Xbox, that sort of thing. But in editing, I like to kind of throw in little, try to think of the word, little things from maybe media that folk are familiar with, like a movie reference or something, and I'll put a scene in between some of the things. So I like to kind of change it up a little bit. It's not just always about the game as such.
Yeah. Now, you do use some emulators, I know, because we've been doing stuff with Zelda and everything. On the randomizers, would you be willing to talk a little bit about the randomizers?
Sure, yeah. So the emulator that's used with, in this case, Zelda Randomizer, is an emulator called ModLoader 64, and it's by a very talented team of programmers who have managed to do the one thing that I've dreamed about since I was a child, and that was playing Zelda online with friends. I do believe that they have the means to do other games like Super Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie, and what's the other name? Is it Mischief Makers? It's a game I've never played, but hopefully one day we'll be able to explore those. For now, it's been mainly randomizers for Zelda, but for season 4, which is coming up next year, there is a plan to bring Super Mario Online, 64 Online, with potentially Matt and Dr. G. I myself probably won't be involved in it, but that should be something fun, I'd imagine, to see.
Now, Darker Things has a question, and I also want to open it up to the rest of them at this point, because that's some pretty good content right there that we need to have a discussion about, okay?
Okay.
So, before I open it up, I'll read what Darker Things says in the chat. And he says, I've heard that Nintendo plans on trying to crack down on anyone using an emulator to play their games. Is that just a rumor without merit? If not, do you think your channel is at risk of trouble from Nintendo?
That is a very good question. Yeah, I mean that has been a thing with Nintendo for a very long time. I see it a lot on social media, on the news and whatnot. And I mean, I think as much as they try to take emulation away, like they might shut one website down, 10 more will open up. And it's not, like, I get why it's not legal. Like, they want to have all the profits from it. That's why they'll bring their games out constantly, like on eShop or on Nintendo Switch Online. But I don't think, I mean, I wouldn't think that my channel necessarily would be affected, because I'm not involved in the making of any of these emulators. I just play from them, which a lot of other channels do. But if it does become a thing, yeah, I guess, I might have to take a few things off the channel. But, we'll keep that on the down low for now. Nobody tell Nintendo, right?
So with that, I'll open it up to the rest of you guys. You guys have any questions so far?
I mean, just going to the Nintendo thing, it's mad, isn't it? Because, like, there's so many people out there with emulators playing the games that, childhood games and things like that.
Yeah.
And looking back, like, Nintendo made some like absolute amazing games back in the day for like an N64, the GameCube and stuff like that. And it's just,
Mhm.
if they're going to try and take that away, they're not going to be, like saying, they're not going to be able to take that all away because if one goes and another few are going to open. So, like, I don't know. I don't know. I think they're being too controlling over it,
Yeah.
more or less. I do have a question going back to like the retro games and stuff though.
Mhm.
Like, what do you consider nowadays as being retro? Like, how far back do you consider retro? Because to me, retro nowadays is more like, and this makes it sound real, like this may sound really old, but like the GameCube, the Xbox 360. Do you consider those retro, or are you going back further?
Since I started this channel, I was asked that very question, and it hasn't changed all that much. For me, I think the cut-off point then was PlayStation 2, original Xbox, and GameCube. But as we move forward, so too will the consoles will get older. So like the Xbox 360 will fall into the retro catalog as well as the PS3. So yeah, eventually I think when those officially are in there, I guess, because I think I'm a part of a few groups on social media, and there's a huge debate all the time as to whether or not the PS3 is old enough to be considered. Yeah.
What would you consider retro? How old would you consider it? So PS3 at this point is easily like what, 10 years old?
10 years, yeah. I would say, yeah, I'd say it's not far off in my mind. I always thought somewhere between 15 to 20 years would be, but I mean, I get where you're coming from, and to be honest, I have thought about bringing some of the Xbox 360 games onto the channel, which I might very well do very soon, because it's about that time, I think. I mean, the Nintendo DS is one of those ones I'm considering because of the Pokemon games, and Generation 4 is one of my favourite generations when it comes to Pokemon.
Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah, so when I'm looking at like where the DS falls in line with the rest of the consoles, it came around the same time as Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. So like if I consider the DS a retro console, I have to then do the same for the others as well. Makes it fair. So
Absolutely,
yeah.
All right. Carmi, you want to ask him anything?
No, not that I can think of right now. I was just listening. I was
Oh.
actually about to get in the shower while I listened, so I was just tuned in listening.
Okay. We did get lucky though. Darker Things and Jens has another question. So hold on,
Okay.
because I think he's the hard hitter here. He comes up with some really good ones. Like this one's pretty good. But he said, I also heard that YouTube has policies coming out impacting how AI use will be disclosed. Disclosed are impact channels. AI use will be disclosed or impact channels. Do you use any form of AI in your content creation? How much use of AI is too much in your opinion as a creator?
That's a good question. Yeah, I personally don't use any AI in any of the work that I do, but like with the recent strikes in Hollywood, I guess, especially, it's not just actors that's affected, it's the industry, and I think that replacing humans, I guess, to have AI do the work is just the wrong way to go about it, because you're putting so many people out of jobs. They have families to feed and lives to live, and I think AI is just the wrong way to go about it. I think it's probably the worst thing that's ever been created, to kind of fill that because I think it was Secret Invasion by Marvel that recently came out, and the whole intro, that they used for that series was done completely with AI
Mhm.
rather than, a team working on it. And it's horrible when, you think about that kind of thing,
Yeah.
how many people could be earning and showing their creative side and stuff, and it's just all been left to AI. And I think that's just, it doesn't sit well with me, to be honest.
Yeah.
No, I agree, man. Like AI in general is just a weird concept. Like I'm a big, like, I don't like ChatGPT. I don't like anything like that. Like I don't use any of it. Like even like we're small creators. Like I don't even use it to I make scripts for my videos, so I don't make it for anything. I don't use it for anything because I don't agree with it. Like it takes away that creative spark. I feel like if you're just gonna be like, oh, just milling out like content for might as well not bother. That, you know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
being creative is it's part of the human process, and it just makes sense. So, but
Yeah, I agree.
Now, before Doug gets finished with this question, I want to ask you this one right here. Now, can you tell us how your channel's affected you and the way you think and act today? Is there any way that you see where it's affected you in good or bad ways, either way?
Yeah, it's certainly been a learning curve. I mean, when you go into something like this, I'm sure everyone can relate. It's like sometimes you think the idea sounds great, it sounds great on paper, and then when you get started with it, and like for myself, as I say, when we started out, we were a team of 5 that then slowly dropped to like 3 eventually. I was the only one doing the editing and whatnot, and I was editing stuff for like Cosmic and Scone, and I began to feel the pressure, I think, right around the time when I was doing The Sims back in season 1. I spoke to one of the other members at the time, Boots, and I said, look, I just don't know if I can do this, because it's taken up a lot of my time, and I felt this immense pressure that I didn't think I'd be able to continue. Like if someone asked me then, do you think you'll be doing this in 3-4 years, I'd have said no. But like he was able to help. He said to me, like, if this is the last thing that you do, like if this is the last series that you put out, then let it be that, and then you can be done. Or you can take a break and then go back to it later on, which is what I did. And I think you can never plan for something. Like I've learned that you can't plan too well for something, because something somewhere is bound to go wrong. And it's taught me to be a bit more patient. It's taught me to be a bit more lenient as well. Now I'm kind of in a position where I'm more in a control position than I thought I was going to be, because I guess I'm the last remaining original member of when we started this thing. So at the start I felt very pressured at the idea of that. I was like, oh no, there's Cosmic, he's away, that's it, what's going to happen? I'm going to crash, I'm going to burn. But then obviously we have the new team, which involves yourself and the Goblins, and you guys are amazing to work with and so helpful, and it just keeps everything moving along nicely. So it's it's one of these things that if it's all going well, then I'm good with it, and yeah, I've learned a lot from when we started out to where we are now. Yeah. Definitely learned a lot, and yeah, I think I don't know, but
it sounds good. It sounds like you really needed to say that, to be honest.
It's something not a lot of folk know about, because like if I think we probably would have ended things in the first year, but it's also thanks to the support, like at home away from YouTube and other friends and creators and stuff. Talking with everyone over time, and you get a sense like everybody else shares that. At some point, somewhere down that road, someone else has had that, would have had to take a break, or it's getting too much, and it's
yeah. I've
as well. So
I've been going through that myself, so I don't want to get into a lecture. I'm going to be like Fallen, the hardcore detective Fallen, who just entered the room. He's here for you, man. You want to say hi? You want to say hi, detective? You gotta unmute. I think he's here. He probably.
Yeah, just trying to figure out where the unmute button was. What up, my guys?
Glad you're
Hey,
here,
man.
man.
It's good to see you, Rapid. I'm ready to listen to more about what you got coming, what you got going, all that good stuff,
Yeah, thanks. It's good to see you too. Thanks for joining.
Now,
Yes, sir.
from what you heard, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask him?
At the moment, I think the only question I really had was, I see you guys do a lot of the like emulator stuff. How difficult is it really to get that stuff set up?
Oh, I mean, different emulators can be. There are some that are temperamental, some that I've worked with that I'd never work with again. I have for example, I have a Nintendo Wii that's been modded with separate channels that has the ability to play Super Nintendo games, Nintendo 64, and the likes. But the Nintendo 64 emulator that runs, or that has running within it, is pants. I've played, I think it was Super Mario 64 and the first Zelda randomizer, and if you watch any of those videos, there'll be a lot of glitches happening. Like Fallen, you'll probably you know what I'm talking about here, because one of your recent videos, it has the textures all kind of mess up around the walls and things.
Yeah. Like Raven.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that happened with that emulator. So I try to stay away from anything that causes issues like that. Modloader 64, infamous. Again, you can relate here.
Oh yeah.
For the most part, it works, but then there are times where there are issues. In the most recent case, there was an issue with a horse in the game, which we then we show that in the next episode next Friday. But we had to, because of that one glitch, we had to start the whole game over from scratch.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a pain. It was a pain in the ass.
I was just about to ask which one do you think had the most problems, but that sounds like a big problem right there.
Just a teeny problem, No biggie.
No biggie.
I have a follow-up question from Fallen, though. I mean, obviously, I don't know if you own a Switch, but they have the online stuff with like the N64, the SNES. Would that be something you consider of like streaming games as well, like doing videos on that, or would you just stick with the emulators? 'Cause obviously.
Yeah,
No.
definitely, because I think there's a recent release of is it F-Zero 99 or something. I've never played F-Zero, but that game looks so fun. I want to try it out, so I might do that at some point in the coming months, because I need to get in on that.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I know you're very busy with a lot of stuff
Mm.
coming up in the new year. Which I don't know if anyone knows about this. Am I allowed to talk about this? What you've got going on for season 4, or?
Yeah, you can go. You can ask me anything. Yeah.
This sounds epic, man. It's basically like battleships, from what I can gather, and it looks so dang cool. Like I really want to get in on this in the new year. but it looks so good. Like, so what made you decide to go down that route? My question is really.
Well, I mean, I speak for all of us on the channel. I think when I say we all enjoy a challenge, so
Yeah.
but yeah, no, because like what we used to do was for like Christmas, for example, we would put them into an advent calendar, but we didn't really want to wait until Christmas to do something like that again. So the idea of like, okay, so how can we have like a board where we can then put up a different video each day showing off a different challenge? And it's like, well, what better than a board game? Turn it into like a virtual type board game. So with this one, it's based on battleships, and basically I think I'm not entirely sure who's involved in it yet. There's still, discussions going on, but I think this one's going to be fun, and of course, I'm looking forward to working with you on it, Zach. I'm going to throw in some Disney games in there too. So,
love that. Thank you. Yes.
But yeah, this is hopefully the first of many virtual board games that we're going to work with, and we'll see how it goes.
100%.
Now, Darker Things has another hardcore question, so you better hold on to your britches for this one. It's
okay.
As a part of a duo with the gaming channel in front of the camera and the sole person for my other channel, with someone coming in to assist with the later or the latter, I have often found myself stressed out too. You mentioned taking a break. Do you think a break can hurt someone on a YouTube platform?
That is a very good question. The original idea was that after what we called the trilogy, because we didn't know we were going to do seasons until the first year kind of went really well for us, and then we thought, well, we'll come back and do another one. But the idea was to have 3 seasons and then take a year off. However, the event year is what we're doing this year, but it's also came from something that you and I actually discussed, Infamous, which was the possibility of taking that break. Could it hurt the channel? Could it hurt the growth of the channel? And I was a little worried about that happening, so we kind of created this last minute type thing to avoid any of that happening. However, not taking the break has also had the opposite effect. I was kind of looking forward to that time, and not having that time has just, mentally you need to kind of take a step back sometimes. I think that's important. First and foremost, it's important. So, I think doing more. We're going to do season 4, season 5, and then we're going to take a break, I think. There's, I know how stupid that sounds right now, but
no, I just know you. I just know you. That was the laugh because I know you.
It's an addictive process. Really.
Yeah.
He's like,
it's just I don't know. I mean, I've already started some stuff anyway, so it's like I might as well get that out there.
Yeah.
And with
You might as well finish what you started. You know what I mean? You can't finish halfway through.
Exactly. So there is one project in particular that I might not mention, but it will take longer than 1 season to kind of get through. So when that game is done, I'm done for a while. I think it's needed, to be honest. But yeah, I think it's healthy. It's definitely healthy to take a break.
From like not to like make it like for my own personal experience, like I stopped and started YouTube so many fucking times. It's unreal. Like it's unreal. I think this is like the fourth channel, the third channel. No, this is the fourth channel I've started.
Yeah.
This is the fourth channel because I started off with my original, which was like solely Disney stuff, and then it turned into golf, and then I was like, I'm not enjoying playing golf on the channel. I just want to play golf on my own. And then I was like, right. Then I started a gaming channel during the pandemic, and I was like, right, yeah, fair dues, because I'm at home. I'll play games. I play games in my spare time. I'll make things about that. That didn't last long. And then I started trying to do daily vlogs, and I was like, why the fuck have I even started this? I've circled back to Disney, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, honestly, between this channel and like the other one, I took like 4 months off, and it honestly did me so good to just take that break and just reevaluate. And like, oh, you know what? I actually miss doing it, and I'm at a very, very healthy point now where I'm like, I'm not overdoing it, I'm not overthinking it. And I think sometimes that's what they just get so encumbered with it, like over encumbered with it, and they just get so deep into it, like they're not enjoying it. And if you're not enjoying it, there's not much point in doing it. So.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, it's tough, but if you're passionate about it and it's something that you want to do, and you enjoy it enough that you want to keep it going, then yeah, by all means, that's how I feel as well.
Now, not darker, but Fallen, I noticed you unmuted, so you definitely have something to say.
Oh, no. I was, I think I just muted a second ago, you seen, because I was trying not to, let you guys hear that I was sick. But no, I agree with that statement completely. It's healthy. Like, if you're stressing out over it, this is a hobby for real. Like, yeah, you might be able to do something with it in the future, but if you're not having fun, why are you doing this?
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This brings me to one question I want to ask you, because on Minds.com especially, I've been hearing a lot of the bullshit that these people who run the place is talking about, like, popular videos, like insinuating that gaming videos is just like the popular content, okay? Like, there's no work behind it, okay? So if I could get you to kind of go through like the process of what you have to go through to edit and take care of your content, I'd appreciate that. Just kind of give an idea of what you have to do when it comes to editing and putting your content out there, okay?
Sure, yeah, I'll do my best.
Okay.
So, I mean, yeah, I get to some on the outside, I guess, if it's just from the angle of, well, they're just sitting there playing a game all day and recording it or streaming it, whatever, then they don't tend to think that there's a lot of work involved with it. However, the editing process is where all the work comes in. I mean, a typical day for me would be, I've seen me work on just one video for the entire day. It's not even like I can be done with it within an hour. It just take, for example, the Chameleon Twist race thing that we did at the start of the year. We recorded that on April, I believe. No, it was before that, I think, because I spent the whole of April editing up the first half, one episode, and that's like, what, 30 minutes long? Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I had to make sure that I had all the, like the 3 screens were matching up in sync with each other. I had commentary with Dr. G, so that was like on a separate day. Then Dr. G was doing interviews with you and Matt, and that was another day. So like we have to make time, because not everybody's schedules, not everybody's like flexible. Some might work and have busy jobs and health issues and whatnot. So we all need to try and find that time to that window to work with, and it can be quite tedious and strenuous. And the editing itself is a process, and it's a long process at that. It's an enjoyable one. I mean, especially when it's out there, when the video's done, and your viewers are enjoying it, then it's worth it. But it is a tedious process, I think. There's a lot of effort involved.
Yeah. Now, Darker Thing said, I think I joined up with Zach on Gaming with Zach, then his Disney Channel, and then Zach Does Things. Yeah.
Yeah.
I really enjoy your retro content, is what he says. It's a great niche. Do you think niching down is something all channels need to do?
I mean, I believe channels, every individual creator can do what they feel they want to, I guess. But sometimes it's hard for viewers to keep up with what's happening, because if you make your channel one day about I don't know, say you travel the world and you're making it about that, and then you go to gaming or recipes in the kitchen. It's like, why not have separate channels for that? Why make it all in the one place? It can be kind of confusing sometimes, but in saying that, it's a hard one to really
If I may chime in.
Oh yeah, sure.
I mean, I want to say, smaller channels, yes, niche down. If you're first starting, niche down with what you want to do. Obviously, if you start as a gaming channel, then predominantly gaming. For me, Disney, get for me in particular, it's more. I like doing like the history videos and stuff like that. But as the channel grows and things like that, like there's some of my favorite YouTubers that I watch. They're still in the same niche. Like they started as like daily vloggers and that kind of stuff. Like, and then they evolved into the Disney content that I love to watch nowadays.
Yeah.
But then obviously you've got people like Moist Critical, who is just, you don't know what he's going to upload. Like, you never know, because that guy does everything. But because he's so big, it just makes it, he's able to have an audience for all his videos.
That would be
So I think when you get, you're right there, Roger.
that would be me.
But yeah, I get it. Like if you're a small channel like us, niche down, start with something that you're really passionate about, and then as you get bigger, start to incorporate maybe those other things that you like to do and see how that relates and that kind of stuff. But I mean, or just go in and just fucking guns akimbo like Leroy Jenkins, that shit, and just do whatever the fuck you want. I mean, at the end of the day, it's your channel, do what you want, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I've tried it doesn't work for me. Like, I literally tried doing everything on a channel, it just did not work. And it just circled back, so, wherever your heart lies, I guess.
I still
That's a very good
think
point,
that your golfing idea was a good idea, but like Rapid said, and I guess you kind of delved into it too, like make another channel for that, you know what I mean? I wouldn't
100%.
mix them together, other than But I agree with you on that. I'm not really familiar with niche too much. I know that it has to do a lot with the algorithms in YouTube. So, like, whenever you put a video in that on YouTube has to categorize that into the categories. So that is pretty important. I've learned that much, but I'm a rebel.
I think that all comes with the tags as well. The way I process a video, it's probably different for all of y'all, but I do the thumbnail first. So I have an idea that I want to do. I do the thumbnail, and then I write the script, and then I record, and then I edit it, and then once I've uploaded it and done all that, once it's uploaded and it's like privatized, scheduled for whatever, I then use vidIQ on my phone to do all the tags and all that kind of crap, like the SEO and all that kind of shit. And like recently, my videos are doing really damn good. Like, not to toot my own horn, but but it's a different process for everyone. Like, sometimes you're just lucky. Sometimes, I mean, I think the algorithm itself is just you're either lucky with it or you're not. Like, you could have a really good video idea, and you could be playing like the most popular game, or you could be playing like in like Rapid's case, you could be playing a really like super popular like old retro game that people love and of like, oh my god, I've not seen this game in like 15 years. Wow. But then some other channel could upload exactly the same thing and it could pop off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it's just, I think it just depends on I think it just depends on how, like, I think there's a little bit of luck to it. I mean, obviously it just depends really, like, how it be. Like, it just depends. I don't think there's any like rhyme or reason to it, to be fair. But then again, I don't know. I don't know.
What
No,
about
I
you?
agree. Yeah.
What about you, Darker Man? Or
Dark man.
Detective Fallen. Detective Fallen. I keep calling them darker things, and I know Detective Fallen. You got anything you want to say on this?
All I could include in that is we're talking about niches, right? And if they're
Right.
important. So, like, I think they are important, like Zach was saying, when you're a smaller channel, especially. But mine personally, I like to see my gaming videos as kind of like a blog, even like a life blog, just showing people what Detective Fallen's up to. So eventually, I want to move into like a bunch of different stuff, which I'm not going to get too much into. Just for example, like acting, voice acting, music, stuff like that. I would love to incorporate all that into my gaming as well. So I just want to mix it all up. So, I mean, eventually you might see my face, you might see like what I'm up to, you might see life blogs. So I think it's important at first, but as you venture on, it's more about like what you want to do. Because if you're passionate about it and you're like out there just doing all these crazy things, people are going to be like, hey, that rapper just wrote a book. Like, I want to go read this book by this guy, or, you know, something like that. So, yeah, it's definitely important, but if you're having a great time, I think that's even more important.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I think it comes back to that passion as well, doesn't it? Like, if you're passionate about it, do it, man. Like, fucking go all in. Like, if you love doing what you do what you do.
I just still watched your videos, Zach. If you kept them with Disney and golf, could have did some Disney golf.
Oh, he's done it.
That's the plan, man. Like, my plan next year is to play golf, but I don't know. Like, I really want to record it, but I also don't know how I'm gonna do it. Like, is it possible for me to like play golf and record all on my own? I don't know.
And it's more organized too if you keep it down to one thing. So I can understand wanting to have two different channels. Like when I go to Rapid, I know I'm expecting some retro, like nostalgic, you know, feel good, look into my past type stuff. When I go to like Infamous, I expect like a variety of just crazy different like games. Like, but at least I know I'm coming here for like different games. Like,
I don't even know if Roger expects to know what he's putting on his channel. Sometimes, you know?
Believe it or not, I do have it planned. I mean, that's the messed up part.
Then you also have the interviews and stuff too, like where you're trying to get people to talk about what we're up to, and I think that's pretty cool too. So
now, with me, let me set this straight. On these gaming variety channels are really hard. Okay, so just so that everybody knows, you don't just jump into a variety channel and expect to do as good as what Zach does or what freaking Rapid does, because they have a niche, okay? But like when you start throwing all that variety out, you're gonna have to throw a lot of it out. You know, you can't just do that off of 3 videos a week. It'll mess you up. You'll, because like these guys are talking about, you'll get all kinds of people coming in saying, man, what are you doing, and stuff like that. So for each game that you have to freaking make sure you have enough to keep people entertained for that time period, and then on the next day for that time period, and it's a lot more.
But then you could have, but then you're gonna get I feel like for variety streamers, like regardless if you're like a variety gamer, even just a variety channel in general, you're gonna have you're gonna have the audiences that come for those specific videos. So like, say like if people come for your your horror games, or people come for your RPGs, or for your racing or whatever, like one of my favorite series from you, Infamous, was actually the Need for Speed Most Wanted. That was just like a nostalgia trip because I loved that game. It was like one of my favorite Need for Speed games, and it was cool to watch it. It was cool to like reminisce. Like, I remember doing all of this. I remember getting that BMW. I remember beating the game. Yes, I
being
loved
chased
it.
by cops for hours.
Absolutely. I think the longest chase I had was like an hour and a half. I was like, how the fuck are we still going? I've run out of fuel surely by now.
Am I gonna even get away?
I just need a burrito. I'm hungry.
Let me just pause this till the morning.
yeah.
I did that. I didn't actually, because it's a freaking live stream. Oh my god.
Oh no.
I did pause it and then walked away, used the bathroom, came back.
You've got to, man. You've got to. Like, honestly. But then, like I say, it just depends on, like, if you want a niche down like me and Rapid, or you want a variety stream, a variety game, whatever you want to do, it all just depends. Like, it is very, very dependent on what you want to do. At the end of the day, it's your channel. It's your choice at the end of the day. That's all that matters. You know what I mean? People don't like it, tough.
Now, Darker Things not letting up. He's got some hard stuff to answer again. Now, he said, from what I understand, some niches have a higher pay scale for CPM in YouTube. Are you part of the YouTube partnership program yet? Is monetizing your main goal, or expressing something you're passionate about? That's go ahead.
I am not yet. No. Hopefully one day, we might get there. But no, for me, it's all about my memories and games like, take Zelda for example. It's something that I was passionate about back then. It was a game I loved, and I've always wanted to share that on YouTube. I think it's one of those games that, especially with the randomizer, it's something that I can play over and over again, and I'll never get bored of it. I don't even care if my viewers get bored of it. I'm happy to put it out there, But no, I'm very passionate about this, and the more ideas that come in, like challenging ourselves at games and stuff as well, like, for me it's about building memories with my friends, so that in 10, 20, 25 years, however, if I'm still around by then, I can look back and go, those were some good times, there was some good laughs we had. So yeah, it's not really about becoming super famous or anything. I just want to leave something behind and have something there to kind of look at and be proud of, because I did try the YouTube thing, it was about 10-15 years ago, and it just wasn't working out, and I thought maybe I'm not made for this kind of thing, maybe this is just not for me. And as I say, in 2019 we came up with an idea again to give it another shot, because we had the means to do it, we had the programs and whatnot, and the skills, because in between I'd gone to college and learned to use After Effects and things, because I was studying to become a games designer, which didn't quite pan out, but it's still something I'd hope to do someday. So yeah, I'm just having fun with this, and you know, now that we've got Zach coming in and doing the challenges and stuff, I hope that we can bring more folk in to do collaborations and build more memories and create more laughs and stuff through it as well. So, yeah.
You kind of
7%.
set me up for the next good question with that too. So before I do that though, I want to say Darker Things has a comment. He said, Zach at Disney Resort playing golf. I'm a terrible golfer. People would keep asking me to play through, and Zach said the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I am not good at golf. Like, I want to put this out here, like, into the universe. Okay, I might like golf. Like, I'm passionate about playing. I like playing golf. It's a good way to like get out there, take some stress out, hit some balls. It's a good time.
Oh yeah.
I am fucking terrible at it though. I am not a good golfer in any way, shape, or form. Okay, I don't know where people get this idea. Like, oh, Zach, you play golf, or you've played golf, you must be good. Nah, what you see in the videos, that's me. That's me on a good day, and I'm still shit. Like,
It's the outfit.
It's the outfit. Like, my goals are: if you look good, you'll play good. That is not how it works.
I've seen your dress code for golf, dude. I know that's what it is. They see your
Mate,
dress.
that's my dress code for every day in life. I don't know what you're about. Have you seen the shirts I wear in the podcast, Roger? Come on now.
You know that's like the style for golfers, right? None of them ever like they always have the plaid freaking pants.
Oh
and shit.
yeah. I used to have a pair of plaid pants when I first started playing golf. I was like, I don't think I can pull these off. And now, as I got older, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just wear the most flamboyant shirts in the world. Like, I don't care. Well, no, I don't know where people get it from that I'm a good golfer, because I'm really not.
I'd say your outfits are close. You can't tell if you're a golfer or like close to being a rock star.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
Bit of both, Colin. Bit of both. I mean, you've got to live that life. I decided to live by a motto a few years ago. Like, I had a real good like change of mindset. Live every day like a goddamn party. That is my mindset. Like, you've got to do it. Dress to impress. Live your life like a party. Just do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Live life to the full. Yeah.
Now,
That is the one.
now this goes into what you were just recently discovering, okay? And this pertains to your videos, all right? So how do you feel about your own videos, okay? And when it comes to your videos, what are some of your favorite videos that you created, okay? And after that, I'd like to hear, where do you see yourself in 10 years when it comes to creating your own content?
Okay. Well, to start, I can't really watch the stuff that I put out, because I'm so busy editing them all the time. Like, I've seen them 1,000 times, kind of thing. So I don't tend to watch my own videos back. But I did recently watch some of the earlier stuff from season 1, and I'm just like cringe. I'm looking at the first Zelda, and I'm like, oh my god, how did this get so many likes? How is this any good? And I feel like, if people enjoy it, then that's great. But I'm always looking to improve. I'm like, oh, I need to do better than what I've put out there, or I could have done that differently. Like, maybe I'm looking at a video and I'm like, oh no, that I could have done without. So maybe next time I'll do it this way. And I'm always looking at my videos and trying to improve. But my favourite videos are, and I know this sounds very cliche, but my favourite videos are the ones where I'm working with someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Be that with you and Matt on the other Zelda, or the Christmas stuff that we do. I feel like there is the best work, and I feel like looking back in like 10 years or whatever, that'll be the stuff that I'll want to watch, because to me that'll bring the best memories in. But yeah, as far as favourite videos, yeah, Christmas stuff, maybe Pokemon versus, because that was fun to do. And I guess currently there's Zelda that we're working on, because that's been a barrel of laughs for the three of us.
Now, is that your favorite? Like the one that you know what I mean?
I think it's hard to really say a favourite. I don't really think I've thought about it that way, but I would say maybe Chameleon Twist thing, because that was an effort from all of us at the one time.
I know you love Chameleon Twist. I mean,
I know I hate the game, but it's it was. I think it was fun because, unlike the Christmas videos, it was something where we were all in the one video together. With the Christmas one, obviously it's like a different day. There might be like Dr. G, myself, or yourself on another video, and it's like this was the first time that we'd all come together as a team and put something out. So yeah, I would probably say Chameleon Twist would be my favourite so far.
Okay, now Darker Things wanted to ask this question, but I already have it on here, so I'm just going to do it like this. You mentioned wanting to be able to look back at your memories you created with your friends. Being part of the YouTube platform, with your friends, has being a part of the YouTube platform increased your community? And that was actually what goes along with what I was going to ask you is, have you grown any followings throughout posting your videos by any chance? So,
well, I mean, in terms of a community, certainly, I've made more friends through home away from YouTube, and I don't know so much about anything on the channel per se, like an individual video or following from that. Nothing, to my knowledge, has really come of that. But yeah, certainly, being a part of these groups, social media groups, and Discord groups and stuff, it's been really nice to kind of interact with other content creators, and just have banter, as we call it over here. Just kind of get to know each other, and yeah, it's I've made more friends through it, and hopefully in the future we will be able to work on projects together, do more collaborations. So
now, with that being asked, I'd like to ask you to tell us a little bit about some of the people who helped you create some of your content and stuff like that. You don't have to say nothing about me, but you can, like, just the others, you know what I'm saying?
What he wants you to. He wants you to mention him.
No. But, like, you was mentioning goblins.
Mm-hmm.
So.
No.
Sorry, can I just take a wee minute? Sorry, I need to attend to something. Yeah, sorry, I'll be right back. Sorry.
That is fine.
You just talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Apologise. Yeah.
So yeah, what do you guys think so far about this? You think it's turning out to be a good interview?
Yeah, man. Rap is awesome, man. He's such a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's just
always.
Yeah, if you guys have questions for him, feel free to ask him and stuff, because like it's pretty good. I mean, he commits a lot in here. So
yeah.
So
definitely.
Drill him, make it hard.
Yeah. I mean, if I have any questions, I'll certainly ask.
Yeah.
I'm just enjoying, listening to how,
Yeah.
his answers and how passionate he is, and
That golfing thing, though, we're gonna have to do an interview on that.
Hey man, I'm ready.
Just on the topic of golfing, and like,
I mean,
and Because that's technically about gaming too. So
There you go.
you see, so.
It all comes back together.
And Fallen over there, he still won't give me a date when he wants to do an interview. He's always
I'm over here trying to get my life together.
he's always busy.
Listen, don't be real in this chat, man. Like, you can't say things like that.
Carmen said that she liked the interview too. She said it was a great interview, so she had to leave.
Oh yeah, rap is definitely inspirational. Like his passion makes me want to get more into it because I want the community myself too. Like I love being able to spend time with friends and look back and laugh with people. And even though I'm like a single like person playing on my channels right now, and I'm avoiding Infamous's interviews. No, I definitely want to get more social with you guys eventually. I just have to get out of all these single player games first that I've been wanting to play for everybody for so long. Because
there's right definitely here, you're doing great right here, believe it or not. And Zach's been doing the same stuff that me and you and him and Raptor are doing. He's been doing it for a while, This really is the way that you get to hook up and talk to the people that you're playing and networking with,
Oh yeah, 100%. And this is one reason why I started my podcast to engage with other Disney people. Like I've interviewed some awesome people. Like you've seen them in the past, like cast members, and there's one that's coming up that I was so excited to interview him because he's not so much a smaller channel, but he is smaller compared to like in the Disney kind of like community that I do watch, but his content is amazing. And the interview with him was just impressive. It was really, really good. And it's just so good to just, like home away from YouTube, like the Discord. Like I've grown to like meet so many amazing people. Like Sammy and Chris are just like two of my best friends now. Rob started in there. Rob Goblin started in there. He's another one of my very good friends. And then you guys all joined, and we've all become pretty decently close throughout the community of like being, the channels and everything. It's just socialize. This is something you need. You need to socialize in order to be successful on like YouTube. I feel because it's a lot. It's a lot harder than it was like when Jacksepticeye, PewDiePie, and Markiplier all started like 10 plus years ago. It's not the same as it was then. You've gotta get in with people that are in the same categories as you to like actually engage and build those friendships. And they may have started off like really, really, they might have started off like all on their own, but they're some of the biggest YouTubers going now, and they're all friends. They're all friends, like, and that you've got to make those friendships to make it work. I truly, I do. I think that's a big part of it.
Yeah. Plus, it's just more fun. I mean,
oh yeah,
like-minded people.
100%, 100%, like 100%.
No, like Darker Things wanted to correct you. He said that freaking golf is not just a game; it's a lifestyle. So
it is very, very. It is very, very, very true. It is a lifestyle.
He said it's a lifestyle.
Yeah, it is a lifestyle. I agree with that. I've not played half as much as I want to this year, purely because the weather's been shit and the course has been closed. But it is what it is. That's part of living in the UK, I suppose. But yeah, if I get to a point where I could play golf all year round, I would.
He agreed with both of you too. He said the playing field is not as level as when they started 10 years ago. So.
Oh no, absolutely not.
So
like even like the first channel I started was the original the Golfer Gone Disney channel was my original channel. That started off as a gaming channel. I started playing like visual novels, and then I incorporated Disney and everything like that. And I started at 2017, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And that was even now, up until the point like now, I've taken everything I've learned. It's still a different ball game, even if it was like 5 years ago. Like it's crazy how much the platform grows, and but
Yeah, that makes me regret not like I had the ideal to jump on stuff like this a long time ago, like a long time ago. I've been wanting to do this like since I first got a laptop or a computer.
Yeah,
I've been wanting to record. So it's been at least the first video I released was like 7 years ago, and it was just like literally just me trying to figure out what I wanted to do with it. Never got anywhere, stopped, didn't think I was going to come back to it. 7 years later, this is where we're at. But like if I had started this 7 years ago, I feel like I'd have a lot more friends, I'd have a lot more connections, I'd have more editing materials, but we're here.
We're here, you everything I'm a big advocate for, the universe. Everything happens for a reason.
Yeah.
Like if you are, if you do stop something and you're not, he's like, oh, I'll give it a go. We'll see what it's like for a couple of months, Like, one of my like happy accent. One of my favorite YouTubers called Tim Tracker, and I mentioned him. Like, he was the one that started doing the daily vlogs, and then evolved into like a theme park creator. And he randomly picked up a camera one day and was like, right, I'm going to try this YouTube thing, see how it goes. 10 years later, they're still doing it. Like, it's crazy how long they've been doing it for, and the passion's still there, man. They still love doing it every day. Now it's the job. Like, to them, it probably doesn't feel like a job. Which, that if it at any point feels like a chore, stop doing it, and just you know what I mean. That's how it felt last time with my last channel. Like, being like, all right, I need to get a video out, I need to do this, I need to do that, I need to da. It just felt so restrictive, I guess, but like at the same time, now that I'm starting it again and up and running it again, it feels different, it feels fresh, it feels exciting, and hey.
Now we've got the old man back.
Our star player is back.
Yes.
I do apologise. I have a friend who's staying with me and hasn't been feeling too well, so I do apologise. But yeah, I'm back.
We're throwing some conversation back and forth, and in between, we came up with a good conversation piece that Darker Things was putting down here. First, he started talking about the golf, and then Zach was on here, and he was talking about a level playing field. It's not like it used to be, like 10 years ago, when it comes to content and stuff. And then here is a good comment that Darker Things just said. He said, in regards to level playing field, I'd say that Zach's Disney podcast is every bit as good as entertaining as some of the older, more original vloggers out there. And my stuff is just as good as Shane Dawson's stuff, just different forms of expression. But Zach and I are newer kids on the block, and Rapid, his stuff exceeds so many people's gaming videos. He has such craftsmanship in his stuff. So he said that.
That means a lot. Thanks very much. That is really nice. That's the nicest thing I've ever heard, to be honest. It's the nicest comment towards my channel videos.
It's true though, man. It's true. Like, some of your, even like your older stuff that you share in the the thread and stuff when we reset and stuff. Like, I love watching some of the older stuff as well, like the Sims stuff that you uploaded was, again, just nostalgia, because like it was those games that I played. It's like,
and you can tell he took the time and care to put it.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. There was passion, there was care, there was, you can see a lot of love went into each video, and it's just, that's all that matters,
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's funny because The Sims was the series when I was talking about back in season 1, the feeling of stress and whatnot that came from The Sims because I was just not sure what to do with it. Boots, who was on the team at the time, had said to me, why don't you try a Big Brother kind of approach to it? And I was I don't know if that would work. So, but I really appreciate those words. Thanks, guys. In fact, because of all the recent comments and how popular, I didn't even realise how popular The Sims was in my channel, but we've decided to do another one. So sometimes it's what other people think and their feelings, and it can inspire you to like take on, I want to do that project now. So it's hearing everybody else's opinions and the nice things and whatever, it helps shape the channel as well, and it makes me feel a lot better that everybody else is enjoying it too. So
not gonna lie though, generally excited for like the games you've got planned for the new year, the new season. Can't wait.
Yeah, I'm glad. I really am. But yeah, there's a lot. I think Harry Potter especially is one where, I mean, I'm playing. I've now finished it. I've played the Game Boy Color version, which is the one that I grew up with. But I've recently put out word to the rest of the team if they want to get in on the Harry Potter thing, and I believe Matt will be playing the Game Boy Advance version of Sorcerer's Stone or Philosopher's Stone, and I think Dr. G might possibly be doing the PlayStation 1 version.
Nice.
So there'll be a lot of Harry Potter content later on in the year as well, and Disney stuff. I'm going to be looking at Disney stuff later on as well.
Now comes the honesty question, though. This is the one that everybody dreads. Okay. Give us a little background on the gamer name, and if you've had previous gamer names, would you be willing to tell us what they are, and do we believe you when you tell us what they are? And previous YouTube channels as well.
There is, in existence, there is still one YouTube channel which I'm kind of embarrassed about. It's still up. It's like very early. It's, I guess, how many years ago now? At least 8 years ago. But yeah, I'll come back to that. So, Rapid Glitch is actually the gamer tag I have for Xbox. And before that, I was known as Dragon of War because I was part of some Xbox clan where we had to pick a name that went with the tag of war. So we had several different members in that. And for a while I was known as Dragon, even on the other channel, I think. But now I've disassociated myself with that past and tried to kind of recreate something, and I used Rapid Glitch as my main profile, I guess, now. So
what possessed you to say that you was a dragon? I really want to know.
I don't know, I guess it was for my love of mythical beasts and dragons and whatnot. I mean, I had a choice of 3. It was between Wolf of War, Dragon of War, and Phoenix of War, and Dragon just seemed like the most kind of menacing.
Yeah. Don't you know infamous dragons are cool?
Well,
yeah.
See, that question dives deep into it. Did you hear the 3 categories he said?
Dragon, Phoenix. Is that what you meant? Like the 3 names, or
say your 3 categories you had to choose between. Rapid.
The 3, yeah, I chose Dragon because of how, I guess it came from a little bit of Game of Thrones where a dragon can't really be tamed. It's untamable. I don't know, but I just like
You said enough. Game
Yeah.
of Thrones. Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Apart from the last season, right? We're not
We
talking
don't know
about
when,
that
but the
season.
dragons are coming.
No.
We don't talk about that around here.
Yeah.
No.
I know you just said we don't talk about it, but didn't the dragons finally show up?
Yeah, I think there was only two by the. No spoiler. I'm sure everybody's seen it by now, but
I haven't.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. I don't know when I'm good with spoilers. I don't I don't know when I'll watch it. It'll probably be like 5-10 years from now, and everybody will be done talking about it.
That's when the reboot will come out. You know.
Now, freaking Darker Things said he discovered you through Matt and Dr. G, and he was like, "Where has this genius been hiding? How did I miss all this?" So.
Well, I mean, I met Dr. G and Matt through a home away from YouTube as well. During the first year, we kind of bonded over our affinity for Zelda randomizers because we were both playing one at the time separately. So, like, I would go off and watch Matt play his, and then they would watch mine, and we were just kind of connecting over that and built our friendship from there. And then when we got into our second season, we offered to do a collaboration with them, which they did. So yeah, from there it's been a really great friendship, to be honest. Yeah.
I'll put this in as me. I've had a great friendship with you too. I mean, it's irreplaceable. You know, I've really I've enjoyed being with you, even when we argued. It's like, because like arguing was like the pivotal point. You know what I mean? You're not really friends with somebody until you have a freaking argument and you bitch at each other.
Oh yeah, you gotta survive that too.
Yeah. You know, and freaking working with you has just been amazing. I've worked with other people on editing and stuff, but man, you are freaking hard as nails. You really are, and it taught me something. You know what I mean? So I really thank you for that, because that really got me through it. I mean, like sprites. Oh my god, dude, I've never spent so much time on sprites in my life.
Yeah.
Ever. I mean, and it's amazing how you have to do all that stuff. Like, you know, the work that goes into those videos you make is just awesome.
I mean, man, I really appreciate everything that you've said, but really, it all comes down to you guys, because it wouldn't be possible to do any of it without you. It truly is a blessing to work with each and every one of you, and it's these kind of memories that I'm looking to build that would not be possible without any of you. And you yourself, I mean, when we worked through Pokemon Yellow, I know we had that moment where you're like, oh man, I just want to do the 8 gyms and be done, and I'm like, no, but you gotta do the stadium. And it's like, it was, we work so well, the editing, the ideas that we come up with. I mean, you've got to give yourself a lot of the credit, you know. You've helped shape nostalgia gaming to what it is today, and yeah, I hope that we can continue to work like this, because without you we don't have the channel. So you know, essentially, you know,
I tell you what, I think it personally is, without you we don't have the channel, to be honest. I mean, you've really done quite a bit, and you got to give yourself credit too, because like, you're the only one that's been able to pull these challenge things off. I mean, I've been around people who's talked about doing gaming challenges, but nobody can ever get them off the ground. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
that's a big accomplishment, believe it or not. I mean, do you guys agree with me on that? I mean,
oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like, a lot of the stuff that he does is like outstanding. Like, I'm like I wish I could do as much as you guys. I feel like the black sheep in the group because like you guys go through a lot with your channels and actually like put in all these efforts, make all these plans, and I'm just over here like I sit down, I hit the record button, I try to get a few laughs out of you guys, and then I move on.
Yeah.
No effort goes into live videos, man. I just think of an idea, then just roll with it, hope it does good.
I mean, again, you still got more than I do. You put the editing in, and you have a script. I mean, I was at first when I started, I was doing all that, but I think as I lost time, I got away from it. I want to go back into it, but I want to be good at it. Like I want to create some content like Rapid for sure. Like have intros, have like all this good stuff happening, and then like I was saying earlier, when Rapid stepped away for a second, it'd be great to hook up with you guys. I just got to get past this like solo stage first.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean,
we've got a noob in chat. This dude's like talking crazy shit. Like he's
Noob Master 4000.
Yeah, he's like what the sprayed.
You get off darker like that.
No, but
I mean, beat him up. Come on, Doug.
I mean, honestly, I love your guys' channels. I think that if I don't see one of your videos on the WLC at least once a week, I'm like, what the hell, man? Where's Zach? Where's the Fallen? You know, I want to see more of these interviews that you're doing, Zach. I think they're truly awesome, and maybe one day I'll do an interview with you. I don't know much about Disney other than the games side of things, and even then, my knowledge is pretty, limited. But
perfect game for you to play. Go play Lion King.
I did that. I did a challenge. It was I think it's still on the channel actually. It's part of Sconey's 12 Days of Christmas, and my challenge was the Lion King. I was to get past
I think I actually remember that one.
Yeah, I hated that, and yet of the 4 challenges that I was set that year, that was the only one I passed.
I think a lot those era of the Disney games were just they were rock solid, man. Aladdin, I think it was the Genesis Aladdin was just fucking rock solid. And
yeah.
they had there was one version of the Lion King which was, I think it was the SNES, which was just so goddamn hard. And it was all because of some of them. I can't think, they were made by different publishers and different developers, but that's the reason why they were so difficult. But everyone has a Disney experience, man. So when interviews open up again and positions open up, I'll reach out to you, man. Not a problem.
Yeah, sounds good. I look forward to it. Be good.
Now, we can't ignore that, though. Darker Things does want to know what a Sprite is. You think you can kind of give them a rough explanation of it?
Yeah, so a Sprite...
It's a drink.
Yes, it is. Do you guys get that in the US, actually? I imagine you do. Yeah,
we do. We do get Sprite.
Just Iron Brew you don't get, right?
Yeah,
made from goodness.
Yes. I don't even know how to answer that. That's just so horrible.
So a sprite is essentially just like a pixelated 2D character. So it could be like an object in a game, or take for example the profile picture that you see here of my character Rapid and Infamous. It's basically, those are the 2D sprite art versions of characters. But yeah, sprites, best way to describe a sprite really is old games, like 8-bit games, Game Boy games, before polygons basically were a thing, before games moved into 3D. So yeah, everything is sprites there essentially. So
would you say a sprite could be classified almost as a render, or like that? What makes sets them apart?
Sprites, I can kind of get into that one for you, because like he sent me a bunch of sprites where you have them like in a timeline basically with different motions.
Yeah, I mean, you can even share. Hold on, I've got. Do we still have those images available?
You might. I'm not sure if I do or not. I have them in a file. But,
Because
Yeah, this computer is a mess. I'm guessing. He's probably got like 20 different files for all the games he's playing.
no.
Mine's isn't that much better, I'll be honest.
Basically, here, I don't know if my computer can handle it, to be honest.
Yeah, hold on, I'm just going to screen share. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
everybody see that? It's actually cleaner than normal, believe it or not. But these are considered sprites. This is actually for a game that we're planning to work on. Based on,
that you're making yourself, or
I'm hoping to get a team behind it. But yes, it's going to be based off of our time at the channel, in a kind of like story, like fantasy, like fashion. So it will be. Essentially, it's about us being sucked through our TV screens into the gaming world and becoming game characters ourselves and having to resolve issues, and it'll be like an RPG type game. We're hoping to build.
What are you planning on making it on?
It's
we've got Unity for a start, but Infamous has come up with a couple of.
I've been looking around too now. Epic has a game engine, and
does it? Oh, interesting.
And also, I've found something on Blender that is actually a game engine as well, but it's not it's not as complex as what Unity is and stuff like that. So,
nice.
But with the sprites, you can also create the movement on just regular Blender as well. So.
Hey man, if you ever need a cameo, I'm here. I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Well, we are. Yeah, we will be looking for cameos, and especially for those that have worked with us in the past as well. So, the airship thing, we're going to kind of tie into a storyline within the game at some point. So, if you're there, you're definitely going to be there anyway. That's
100%.
It's a given.
Just make sure you get the beard right, boys. I don't want that.
Oh, for sure. Yes.
Nice, I love that. Yeah, my brother used to make, started a game years ago because he did game development at college, and then obviously COVID hit and it just screwed him up completely. But he was using, he was making one in his spare time on something called RPG Maker. It was really cool. It was like, it was a really cool platform that he used. It was kind of like, like the old style Final Fantasy games. It was kind of like that. The kind of like style that they were going for it. It was really cool.
Yeah,
it was really cool.
yeah. It does sound cool. Is there a demo available? Because I'd like to.
Oh God, I don't know where he's put it. I don't even know if he's still got it. To be fair,
that's a shame. Hopefully, he'll work on it again. He'll get the chance.
I know, but yeah. Hopefully, I keep pestering him like, you want to work on that game a little bit more? He's like, no, I'm not in the mood. I'm like, oh. I was like the chief game tester and like and everything. So it's like, yes, I love this game. It was so good. But yeah, it's been a while. It's been a hot minute since he's tried to do anything with it. So
yeah, well, I hope he gets to the chance to go back to it. That'd be nice.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I'm definitely excited to see where that project goes for you guys, because that looks very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. It looks really cool. It's impressive that you're making the motions to do that, and obviously you've got you've got the experience and things like that from doing the game design yourself, and hopefully
let me know how much my copy's gonna be.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that I didn't upset Darker Things, because he finally commented. He said, so sprites would be like Sims 1 and Sims 2, and the other stuff would be like 3D modeling like Sims 3 and Sims 4, right?
Yeah, so just in a nutshell, basically, sprites are everything more or less 2D. Everything pixelated, created from pixels. And 3D, I guess you could say, started with triangles and polygons, so it kind of moves away from the sprite era.
So basically, if they turn to like their left, it gives you just the left image of them. There's like no more of them.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't see the rest. That would be classified as a sprite. Whereas anything else, you can rotate around and see the whole character's body.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Man, I am so amazed, Rapid. You have made a perfect interview into even more perfect interview. Like, you even got this stuff out. That's great stuff. I mean, we didn't even go through your game. This first time, isn't it?
I mean, we were talking about the game a few months ago.
I mean, like from the first interview.
Oh yeah, no, we didn't. I don't think we did.
We never even got
mention it.
around to this. This is good, and this is good stuff. I think you should get into it because this is, for me personally, I feel like that's the direction I want to go. I like playing games. Don't get me wrong, but I'd love to be the guy making the games. You know.
Yeah, and I'd love to have you working alongside. I mean, before you were making some music samples up as well. So I mean, if you want to continue with that as well, you know, we're going to make our own, or Infamous is going to make his own samples. So we're not, you know, borrowing from anywhere else for copyright reasons. So
start making it from scratch.
Yeah, it should. I'm looking forward to it.
Is the game going to have like voice acting, or is it just going to be like tech based?
We're going to have you, and we're going to have freaking Detective Fallen as voices.
Nice. I'll happily do a voice.
Hey, I told you, voice acting is one of the things I want to cover eventually, so I wouldn't mind, honestly.
There you go.
And Darker Things is definitely going to have to be a voice, because have you listened to his voice?
Oh, it's like
yes.
Butter.
Yes.
Butter.
I mean, that's a shame that we don't have him on mic, because it's like...
Oh yeah, I definitely love listening to him when he's doing his videos and stuff.
Have you
great relaxing voice.
Have you listened to him and his son talk? Like when they
I'm gonna say no.
When they do videos together, he's not relaxing.
Oh, that's something I want to hear. I want to hear I'm excited. Gotta hear a smile on that man.
I love whenever he does old gen, new gen. He when he was doing that, he was doing those videos, and you could just hear it in his voice because his son would sit there and talk to him, and he'd say something, and he'd just get so annoyed. Yeah, that's what he says. Frantic and annoyed.
Yeah, I loved Doug's the Darker Things channel. I'm a big fan of, like, I was actually saying this before, I'm a basic white bitch for like crime documentaries and stuff like that, so I absolutely love all that kind of stuff, so that channel is like a big shout for me.
I second that. Cool. Yeah, I second that.
Yeah, just the amount of detail that he goes into, it's very cool, very cool.
Aside from the fact that it's like great and it covers like these people too, it was also something like not just these videos, even like what he was doing before, they're always something like different and original.
Oh yeah 100%.
And I like that. I like being able to see like originality, I guess is what, as far as I can go with that.
Yeah.
I like the fact it gives you a deeper insight into character, well, you know, people like Ted Bundy and stuff, things I didn't even know. Like, everyone is aware of who Ted Bundy was, but there's that little bit extra that, you know, Darker provides, and it makes it all the more thrilling to watch.
Oh yeah.
Really,
there was one thing that he did on Ted Bundy, or not Ted. Was it Ted? No, who got the guy down in Florida that got executed? That was Ted Bundy. Yeah. Well, he brought something up that happened. It was concerning court, and I had no idea that it happened. Like, I knew about the crazy stuff when he escaped from prison and stuff, but there was something in there that I had no clue about, and I was like, wow, I didn't know that. So
was it the fact that he represented himself in court? Because I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
That was interesting.
I had no clue he tried to represent himself.
Yeah, That's what I learned as well. So that was pretty insightful.
Now, I think this was a better way of doing it instead of you telling about people you work with. Like everybody was able to give you, your props, and then we were able to discuss each other and stuff. So we'll let that slide because I don't really want you talking all that good stuff about me.
You don't want the promotion that much, do you? No.
Alright, I think we're gonna have to go into a full discussion about Infamous next.
Man,
We're gonna have to interview all of us are gonna
Yes.
have to interview Infamous.
don't
Yeah.
do
Yes,
that.
I agree. Yes.
It was like freaking. I'll be like how freaking Maxie was when he played Nier. Like he almost freaking busted out into tears, dude, when that one girl got turned to stone. He stopped his video and he's just looking at the screen, dude, and I'm like, you could see tears getting ready to come out of his eyes, and he's holding it in, and I'm like, oh my god, dude.
Oh, poor Maxie.
It was just horrible.
Oh, poor guy.
You could just see it. It was like he was getting ready to cry,
Oh.
You don't find that anywhere else, and
Man, I wish I could remember whose video I was watching. Like it was like a day or two ago. It was one of you guys, but I was definitely ready about to cry on one of the videos that was a gaming video. I don't know who it was, but it was on the Discord channel. About made me I want to say it might have been CJ. It might have been Red Dead Redemption, maybe.
Oh, mate, if he's at the end, that's a sad-ass game. Very sad game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like
I've completed RDR2 4 times, and every time I cry.
You said 4 times?
4 times, yeah. I did.
Jeez, that's a
did
long
the good-
game.
I did the good ending, the bad ending, the neutral ending, and I just played it again for fun. Just because I wanted to fuck up, what the fuck was that? What's the guy called? I can't stand him.
Micah, probably.
That's the Micah.
Hey, Micah.
Hate Micah. Tried to blow him up with dynamite, it didn't work.
I wanted to go into that game and just shoot it up, start killing as many
It's
people as
so
I can.
fun. The online was so good at one point. Like when it first launched, it was good. It was like GTA levels of good. I went on it like 3 months ago. It was dead. There was no one on there at all.
It's because they stopped working on it. They went back to working on GTA for some reason, where they should have kept working on Red,
Yeah, man, they should
for
do
sure.
it. Yeah, 100%.
Speaking of, did you guys hear about the Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer getting dropped next month?
Oh, I hope so. I'm so looking forward to that if it's actually real.
Oh, it is because I think it was a post from, I can't remember the dude's name, but it was Rockstar themselves celebrating 25 years and thanking their fans and letting everyone know that the trailer for the latest Grand Theft Auto will drop in early December. So
We need that. It's been a hot minute since we've had a new GTA game.
yeah, but we all know it's going to be 2 years before we get to play it anyway. So 'cause that's what they do.
Darker Thing says Infamous on Infamous, and then he says, as Rob would say about Zach doing all 4 endings, he does it because he's a gamer.
True. The
Yeah.
word.
I try.
Gotta know what the other endings are.
Got to. I mean, it doesn't
the
make
good- the
sense.
good- I think the good ending is like my favorite. I'm not going to spoil it, but it's very like heartwarming of an ending.
I'll tell you
I think
one
that's
game.
the one I got.
I'll tell you one game I will never do that with though. That's Metro. I like the bad ending better
Oh yeah.
because, like, I am not gonna go through Metro being nice
No.
and prissy, man. There's
Yeah,
just,
no, that's
I mean, that
I
game
could
is.
just
Go ahead.
that's the same with me with like Mass Effect. Like I love playing Mass Effect, but I always end up turning Shepard into a bastard because I just like the witty ass comments that he just comes out with. It's the funniest thing. It's like you can't be a good guy in Mass Effect.
No, just can't do it.
I just wish I could get the Silent Hill game to work because I really want to try to get that UFO ending at some point.
I'd love to just see the videos on that. Like, that's
Oh,
a cult
yeah.
classic right there.
Yeah.
It really
And they
is.
could move some more over to the PC. That'd be nice too.
Yeah.
Huh, yeah.
Okay, so since we've taken over your interview,
Oh, I really don't mind. I'm enjoying myself, to be honest. So,
does
all good.
does anybody have any questions that they've forgotten to ask Rapid Glitch? It's got to be good to like pull it out of your butthole. You know what I mean?
No pressure. No pressure.
I know, right?
Wait, I don't understand that. You said it's got to be good, but if we're pulling it out of our butt, I don't
Did
think
you
that's going to be
catch what he said to you? Did you catch
Nothing's
what,
ever good. No, you pull it, but no.
did you catch what he said to you?
Okay.
He said no pressure, no pressure.
That's all.
Pull it out of your butthole, but no pressure, no pressure.
Oh.
But, okay, he's fired up. What'd he say? I would like to see the alien come and impregnate my male Sims in Sims 4. I keep looking in the telescope, but nothing happens. I'd just like to thank Rapid for an excellent and informative interview.
Oh, thank you all for. Oh, sorry.
So you can get aliens in Sims 4?
I don't know. I'm not that clued up with the Sims world. My first game, I guess, was the one that I played in the channel last year, and I'm going through it. The Sims busting out with the Shiz on the channel, but I think there might be aliens in the Sims 2 because the cover kind of shows us an alien on there, so could be.
Yeah, I think that's where they got introduced in The Sims 2, but I feel like they're in all of them.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are. Like, in the end, you've got plant people, you've got robots, you've got, like, all the supernaturals, you've got, like, werewolves, vampires, all that kind of stuff. There's, like,
I was a little-
DLCs and stuff.
I was a little curious myself and looked it up, and apparently you can make alien characters.
Oh, that is cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that is cool. Yeah, might do that someday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I know how to make the haunted houses with the ghosts and all that, but
Yeah.
I didn't know that there was aliens. That's cool as
Oh,
hell.
that's the greatest thing about The Sims. Just trap them in a bit. Just trap them somewhere. I made one of the best videos, like one of my favorite Sim videos. I got them all locked in a basement painting, and then they all just died and pissed themselves. It was the funniest thing.
Turned
in the
into
world.
ghost.
Turned into ghosts, and they just died. Like, it was the funniest thing.
That was
There
my
was
favorite
me
part
li-
about the Sims.
And then there was me living up in the house above, just like, yeah.
That's right.
Oh, that actually does bring me to another comment. When you first mentioned Sims Rapid, and you were talking about doing stuff that based off of people's comments, I wanted to mention that like when you're playing Sims and there's another game that you play. Oh no, it wasn't another game. It was when you guys are doing the Zelda thing with Ed in it, like the skin for Ed for Matt.
Oh yeah.
I'll be watching your videos, and you're probably the only person that I'm watching, and my girlfriend like comes and scoots over to watch. she loves The Sims, and she loves Ed from Full Metal Alchemist. The only thing you can do to make your channel better for her is play Serious Sam. She will melt.
Serious Sam. Oh, that's an idea. Yeah.
That's good feedback.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Okay, you guys tell him what you think would be a good game that he should incorporate to his channel.
Well, I've said mine, Serious Sam.
Okay, what about you, Zach?
I don't know. There's so many good games, but there's also so many bad games that would just be hilarious to see him rage at. Like,
What's
I
the
don't know,
one game you grew up on that you...
the one game that I grew up on was, and y'all are probably gonna hate me for this, but this is such a hot take. The first ever console I had was a Sega Mega Drive, okay, and I had Sonic the Hedgehog and Bubsy. I fucking love Bubsy.
Bugsy. Yeah.
So everybody hates it, man, but Bubsy was like insanely good. I loved it. It's still like he gets so much shit, but like nah, it was a good game.
All right.
Not the PS1 version though, but you know.
Now Darker said Zagzon, and just so you know, Zagzon, I can do that when Darker thinks, because I'm gonna be doing the arcade part of the shows. So
What the heck is Zagzon?
Zagzon's hardcore old school. That's like back before you guys were even born.
I was gonna say the last two games you guys mentioned, I didn't know what the hell they were.
So,
Zagzon and what was the one you said before that? Something with a B?
Bubsy.
Bubsy.
Yeah.
Bubsy the
Zagzon,
Bobcat.
Zagzon's like back when me and Darker were freaking kids, like going to the arcade and paying $0.25 for a game. You know what I'm saying? So,
Like what kind of era? Like Space Invaders era, or
it would be like a Defender era.
oh, okay.
The original Defender, like
Yeah.
right around in there.
Okay.
I might actually have something. I'm going to look it up real quick, but I might have some good news for Zach. Just give me a second. Hopefully, I mean, I think I've seen this before, but just bear with 1 second. Yeah, I'm definitely sure I've seen this. Let me try. Yeah, there we are. Okay, so how about this, Zach? Next year, if you want to play the randomizer with us, there's a character I think you'd love to play as.
Oh, sweet.
I'm going to show you right now.
Okay.
There you are, right there. I don't know how well you can see
Yes,
that.
Bubsy! There he is. Oh, the legend! Woo! Oh yeah, let's go.
Let me get that. There you go. Oh my god.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
What are
that's
these?
so
What are
cool.
these? What are these sprites? Or
Oh mate, you got
figures?
Cool Spot from the Sprite games from the 90s.
Yeah,
got
these are
the
all the custom characters that you can get on the mod loader website that you can download
Oh,
and
that's
put into
so
the
I
game.
was
cool.
gonna say because I'm quite fond of that Toon Dark Magician girl.
Yes, that Magician Girl. Let's
I
go.
love me some Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yes. Like,
I'll
me and my
go
brother
for
just
too.
me and my brother just recently started playing again about 4 or 5 months ago, and we're just building random decks. We started like building like the random shitty deck from like shit cards that we got, and we basically molded it into a kind of deck. I've got a volcanic deck that I'm playing at the minute.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and he's got a battling boxer, but then I've got a Kaiba Blue Eyes deck. I've got a Kaiba Blue Eyes deck. I'm looking at getting a Crystal Beast deck from the GX era, and also I want a Dark Magician deck. So, and then I'll be all
Very
set.
cool.
I'll be like, yes, childhoods.
Very cool.
I know.
I can't get back into it, unfortunately. Like the original decks were all like the original cards were fun and they
Yeah.
like made sense. Now you got all these like other cards that do so many
Yeah.
different things. And
Pendulums and the furthest we go with it at the minute is link monsters. So, like link, so you link like two. The way
yeah,
the
that's
way
it's
kind of
too
like
much.
together and do it that way. Then you've got like your XD's monsters, which are kind of like your tuner monsters from like 5D era. But yeah, it kind of makes sense when you play it. Me trying to explain it is like it's just gonna be.
No, I get what you mean. They're just ridiculous. Like, I mean, I guess that's their way of summoning like more monsters like straight off
Yeah.
the playing field. But
yeah.
it's just I don't know. It killed the game for me. Now I play Magic.
Yeah.
There is, fair. There is one game I do want to play, and it's so hard to get TCG wise. Disney Lorcana. From what I can tell, it's a mix of like Magic and Pokemon together. From what I've seen, but it looks so good, man. The cards.
Yeah. I've heard that too. I haven't been able
Yeah.
to play it.
No, neither have I. And they've brought another set out now with it, and I'm like, I really just want to play it. But hey, if I do get one, then I'll make the channel for the video because a video for the channel because it's Disney related. But if not, then hey.
Darker Thing says his son was into Pokemon. He was always into Magic the Gathering. He plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Too. When I think of game, I would play that Zach would fancy. Need an emulator like Rapid uses. I think of Vandal Hearts.
I've never heard of that one.
I've never heard of it either.
I think I have. I think it was on the, if I'm not mistaken, it may have been the Xbox 360 Live Arcade. I could be wrong, but it could be. However, I also happen to know someone who loves Pokemon more than myself, and he's hosting this interview. Isn't that right, Anthony?
Now, I've only played Gen 1. I want to be straight on that. I was impressed with the Pokemon Yellow. I was. And the reason for that is because it has more glitches than what freaking Mario Brothers did. And that's impressive. I'm talking about the original Mario Brothers, too. Remember how many glitches they had in that one?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was a good few.
This one has tons of them, and it's fun to play the glitches just by themselves.
I tell you what has more glitches than all of those games combined? Sonic 06.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Don't get me started. He'll start having me playing Sonic now just so I'll freaking go through and play the glitches.
Do that to anyone, man. Fucking RJ from Casual Hardcore Gamers did that to himself, and I'm like, you can't do this, man. This is torture. Poor man.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to starting Pokemon Gold and Silver with you. That'll be good.
Yeah.
Ooh, Gold and Silver is a banging game. It's so good.
He kind of gave me a feedback on what it was going to be like and everything, and I mean, I'm impressed.
I think you'll like Gen 2 there, Roger. I think you'll like Gen 2.
It all depends on how well Surf is when it comes to the game. If you can use Surf the same way that you can use it in Gen 1, I'm going to kick ass. That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Because I messed up in the Nuzlocke I did with Rapid this time because I didn't do it until the end. I didn't test out the Surf. I was just using it to like, surf on the water and everything. Come to find out, that's like one of the strongest powers there is on the freaking game.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even know.
It's broken, man. It's broken.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Darker Things said, when I think of... Wait, I already did that one. Now, speaking of Pokemon, Ash finally grew up. Tecmo Bowl glitch run away from the defense and off-screen end up on the end zone with a touchdown. Oh, man. I think he's getting drunk.
Oh, but yeah, Ash finally grew up in Pokemon, I believe. I don't know if I think he just became champion or whatever in the anime. I don't follow it. I really haven't.
They replaced him. They replaced him.
Oh, they replaced him now. Yeah.
Ash finally did accomplish becoming a champion or whatever he was going for, Pokemon Master. And he's not on the show anymore.
He's still 10 years old. What a guy.
Yeah, that's what I find really weird. It's like taking 25 years, whatever it is, and he's like 10. It's still the same age.
Have you heard of the theory, though? It's like a really fucking depressing theory.
Oh, what's that?
There's a theory why Ash doesn't grow up. One of the first episodes in the first series, he gets struck by lightning. You know, that massive lightning storm. He's actually in a coma, and he's like just all of the rest of it's just a dream.
Oh, that's dark.
It's very dark theory, but I don't know, man.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Alright, so you guys, what do you say we let Rapid give his plugs, and we give it end of it. We're coming up on 2 hours now, so we got.
Heard. Before Rapid goes into that, I do want to tell you guys thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me be a part of this. Thank you for letting me spend some time with you guys and just bullshit around. And thanks for taking all these questions from us, Rapid, like a champ.
You're next.
Yeah, I'm there for that. I'm there for that. Yeah. And thank you all for your questions and your lovely kind words as well. Because honestly, it's so nice to hear. You don't hear it often. And yeah, it's given me motivation to just keep going. So thank you all for being here, taking the time out, and joining me for the interview.
Now, Zach, tell him some sweet words.
Yes, yeah, keep it coming. You can never get enough.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for being you, man. Like your channel is amazing. You're a great guy. Glad to have met you in the Discord group. God, how long have we been in that group now? About 2-3 years?
Oh yeah, easy.
So, you know, like like
I was gonna say it's got to be longer than that because I've known you guys for at least a year and a half now going on.
Yeah, I've been in there. I've been on there for almost 2.5, going on 3.
Yeah.
And you both have been in there for longer than me. So
yeah, so it's crazy, man. But yeah, thank you so much for just being you. You know, you're a great inspiration. You're a great friend, and you know, I'm glad to know you. So thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for answering the questions, and thanks Roger for setting all this up, mate.
Hey, you too. You want to say something in writing, Darker Things?
He did. I think.
Give him a second.
Said round of applause. Great interview, guys. Loved being here. B2 for me, maybe 3.
Right on. I'll be more than happy to have you guys all come in here and do it again. And I do want to remind everybody on the stream and with us too, like, spread the word, right? Because this is actually to promote not only Rapid as a great guy, but trying to bring the community of Home Away from YouTube back together and get us more tight, because that's something that I personally feel needs to be done, you know, and that's one reason why I wanted to start these interviews, you know, because we've got a lot of great people in there, especially in the WLC. So
yeah,
you know, and I really would love to have you guys, you know, in there 10 years from now if we could. Everybody be 50 years old like me, saying, I remember Roger when he was in there. He died 20 years ago. You know?
It's okay. If that happens, we're going to put your face as the picture, right, Zach?
Oh, don't do that.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Let's do that. Man, I'm the owner of that server now. I can do what I want.
Don't do that now. You want people to come in there, don't you?
I will always remember you fondly as the one who collected the chickens. So, you know.
That was amazing.
Chicken catcher.
I'm so
You
amazed.
really chase chickens?
No, it was worse than that. These two, him and Matt, conned me into going into the chicken coop on Zelda and throwing a bomb at the chickens. No, at first hitting them. And I didn't know they got aggressive, so they started attacking me, and I had like 20 freaking chickens on me, so I set a bomb off and it exploded. And and what they didn't realize was, like, if I do that, they turn aggressive on everybody. So at the end of this video, I'm getting attacked by chickens, and Rapid's getting attacked by chickens, and then freaking Matt's getting attacked by chickens. And that's where he ended the video. It was like
it was a little prank gone wrong. It kind of backfired on us. So
I was gonna say the whole thing that made that sentence was the fact that he said you guys conned him into it, and then it backfired on you guys.
Yeah. I didn't know that it would do that, but I was like,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. After it was done, man, I was like, yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get. Yeah. But
That's some good quality stuff.
Yeah. you can't plan that shit either.
Absolutely,
You know what I mean?
absolutely not.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good memories.
Okay, so give your plugs. Tell everybody where to locate you.
Okay, so you can find Nostalgia Gaming Retro, of course, on YouTube. We also have socials on Facebook, Instagram, and X. I believe it's called now, not Twitter anymore. And yeah, I think I've covered them all. We're very small, so we don't have that many socials. But yeah, hopefully you'll give us a like or a follow on there.
All right. Now, I will say thank you to everybody for being here and being a part of the panel. We'll contact you guys later on. If you want a copy of the video, I'll send it out to you. All right?
Yeah, it'd be great. Thanks, man.
No, I mean, you're getting one anyhow. I'm saying Zach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is your interview, guy. Even though we did kind of take over, but I mean, you know.
Oh no, honestly, I prefer it this way. I enjoyed it.
And that includes you, Darker Things, because you're still in it, even though I'm reading it. So you're going to get a copy of it too if you want it. So I'll send the copies out to you guys, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Now everybody go like and subscribe. Nostalgic Gaming.
I already am.
Appreciate it,
the
guys.
listeners. Meant the listeners.
Oh.
And I will end the stream, and we will talk later. You guys have a good day.
See ya.
Thanks, man. Thanks, guys.
On Jesus, and they found out that he didn't die on the cross. And you know the story where, like, yeah, and you know the story where his disciple sort of betrays him. What Judas, right?
Right.
But what they found out is Judas actually pointed the Romans at the wrong guy. So they arrested the wrong guy that looked like Jesus, but it wasn't Jesus, and they put him up on the cross. Yeah. Trippy shit.
Well, that's got to be the biggest scam in human history, right? Because all his
Pretty much. The longest lasting scam, anyway. 2,000 years. Got away with it.
All of his disciples started dying and getting crucified and getting heads chopped off all through to the third and first, second, third centuries.
Yeah, true that. Okay.
Well, why is it a remote viewing? Where do you watch that kind of stuff?
The group is called Farsight, and they have a YouTube channel that they do some stuff for free. But I'm in a premium video service called Farsight Prime, and yeah, they do really cool shit. You can have a look sometime if you want. I'll give you my login. Canvas allowed. I'm in the room, right? Where are you going?
You are?
Oh, I've got to log in. I'm as anonymous. Looks like I'm as anonymous. I have to log in.
Oh, it looks like you are Mr. Robot Truck. Hi. Okay, well, this is the interesting first test. Seems like Cockney failed our test.
Fingers crossed.
I need to get to this Firefox notification saying Robot just joined.
Mark, your volume's very low. We can
Are you talking to us?
you. Yeah. Tune up your mic a little bit.
Oh, that's why. I'm in the wrong goddamn browser.
Oh! Jeez.
No, I wasn't before, but I am. Don't get your hopes up yet.
Alright. Well, it would have been nice to be able to watch the various.
We might still be able to. My sound seems to be a lot louder now, so it could have just been something up with my computer. I've been opening and installing a lot of shit. Okay, loaded.
Not seeing anything yet.
Okay. Playing.
Okay, see the video? No audio though.
Still. I'm gonna fast forward and see if
Yeah. Can you hear the audio on your side?
No. You know what I could do is I could play the movie at the same time and you can listen through Jitsi.
Might as well just do a screen share from Jitsi.
I ain't got nothing here, just a spinning thing. That's all I got.
I don't get
Yeah,
it.
it's paused for me now too.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna try a smaller file again and just see if I can get it working at all.
Oh, you mean chunk it up?
What was that thing I played earlier? Random clips.
Interesting. Maybe it could be the file format.
Yeah,
Maybe
could be.
Cosme's, yeah, could be a newer file format that Cosme is not able to deal with.
Seems to be doing the video pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, I just tried a different file. I tried an MP4 file.
Alright.
It's not loading it. Try reload the page again.
Is your browser able to play the MP4?
Good question. Maybe.
I wonder if you can just...
Float like a butterfly, sting like a penis. That's the
What
long
in the
edge.
world?
I'm Max Riley, and I run the Human Cockfighting League. The game is simple. It's the best of 5
Oh,
rounds.
jeez.
The fighter with the most hits wins. But the fans are really here to see it.
Now the sound
Chubb has been the reigning HCFL
What in the
champ
world?
3 years running. That's one more tool belt.
Good thing it's censored,
He's gotten
otherwise,
so
man,
good.
it's going
The
up
other
on-
fighters
oh, actually,
didn't have a choice but to
Roger
break
just
their
put it up on his screen.
That's your first
Thank
warning.
goodness.
Hey, hands behind your back.
Oh, what the fuck?
Okay.
I don't get it.
That was a small video and that played just fine.
Yeah, okay. That was an MP4 as well.
Okay.
I
wonder...
Let me see if I can find something slightly bigger. Alice in Wonderland. So AVIs seems to be the ones I'm having problems with. I'll try this one.
Why was it the MVI that you were playing?
I think the movie is, yeah.
Oh, I see.
And here's the thing. Once I quit that and I upload a different one now, it's not uploading it until I refresh the pages.
Get some tool to convert it to MP4. A VOC player might be able to do it for you.
VLC?
VOC player.
What are
can
you
just
saying?
I'm saying you can just open. Do you have the VOC media player?
Yeah.
I'm saying just open that IV file up in there, and then do a
and
save
then screen
as.
share it.
No.
And just
No, and then save as. Save as or convert.
I got VLC player, yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. There's a screen share option here, and
There
other
is.
streaming. Simply sharing screen or browser tab.
Alright.
I think Roger said he tried that. Right.
You can try that.
Give it a go.
Yeah, but this thing share your entire screens though. It doesn't let you select the window to share. Right?
Click here to share your screen.
Oh wait, no. You can select the window. Okay, try that.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
That's cool.
Share. Can you hear it?
Not yet. You seeing anything? You sharing anything yet?
Oh wait, I gotta give reselect. Continue without alert. Reselect screen sharing. To share audio, share a tab instead.
Oh, it's not allowing you to share audio. No, you're not sharing the Chrome tab. You're sharing a window.
Yeah, but it says to share audio, share a tab instead. What does that mean? Right tab?
Oh. To share audio, share a tab or screen instead. Oh. I suppose you can share an entire screen. So you mean if you share a window, it won't share the audio?
Maybe if I lower the quality. Nah. What's this relay server? Relay server offers better performance. Okay.
Oh, where do you see that?
Oh, this is just on the sharing thing. Entire screen. Nope. Share tab audio. What if I play it in a tab in the browser and then share
Yeah. Does it work? Can you play it
Maybe.
from the browser tab?
I want to try. Give it a sec.
Coming up with kind of
This will be hilarious.
novel use of this app here.
It's not really. Okay, so it's an MKV file. That's probably why.
The movie is an MKV? That's like an MP4 video, isn't it?
Yeah. They are default
Do you guys know how to play an MKV file in the browser? I can't hear you, Mark. You're very quiet.
Cannot without third-party extensions or MKV.
What?
Can you hear Mark? I can't hear Mark.
Yeah, Mark's very faint.
Cash what?
Chrome doesn't play MKV videos, by the way. Oh, what a shit show that is. Okay, wait a minute. I'm just gonna download a different copy. That's a different format.
Let me see.
It'll only take a minute.
Only take a minute. You got like super high speed.
Sometimes I get like 25 megabytes a second. It's pretty good. I guess I don't need 1080p. Hey, maybe 720 is alright.
Yeah. It saves on the bandwidth because it.
Oh, different dude.
Have you tried the share video thing on you?
I'll try and share something. Let's see if we can get something going.
I think it needs a link.
It seems to be the MKV files it doesn't like. Because Rick and Morty was MKV as well.
Yeah.
So you try to share an MP4, a small one, and it works fine, yeah?
Yeah.
You can use some online tool to convert the MKV to
But
an
how long
MP4.
is that going to take? I think it's going to be quicker just to download a different one.
Yeah, alright, okay. If it is.
Let me just make sure it is. Yep, this is an MP4, so fingers crossed that works.
Alright. See it.
It will take 5 minutes. In the meantime, let's test a different video. Oops. Let's see if a WebM file works.
Oh, WebMP? That you can play on the browser, yeah?
Oh yeah? Oh shit, what happened?
Oh crap, what happened? I
lost
booted
connection,
too.
guys.
Alright, like they cost me server it cost me server crash because there are 5 of us online at the same time.
That's not good.
Let's hope that
That's
doesn't
not
keep
good.
happening.
I'm kidding, I'm joking.
Alright, I'm back.
You need to complain to these guys in your town.
Yeah, I mean, I got premium. This is crap.
It says
Oh, wait a
reconnect. Now,
did all of you guys get kicked as well?
Yeah, looks like all of us.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
the server just
I
got,
actually looked at
linked.
beforehand.
But I'm back in. I'm back in.
Okay.
let's see what we got here.
Roger, you back? We're having some fun.
Yeah, I seen that. Here we go. Cool introduction.
Oh, come on. Crap.
I got that clip.
Wait a sec. That should be the beginning of the movie.
No
now.
sound though.
I know.
It's supposed to have sound.
We can put something cool in there. That'd be Robot's job.
He's
do you
been
think?
trying to do it in the past hour.
It should be almost downloaded now. Halfway.
It's still downloading.
No, he's trying to download.
I'm getting a
the
different
version.
file format. We figured out it was the file format that's the issue.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you had to re-download with the different file.
In like 3 minutes he did, man. Really.
Yeah, this one works.
Alright, something's loading.
The suspense is killing me, guys.
How big is this file?
I've got 8-hour files if you guys want to test that out.
That'll really kill the
Push
server.
it to the limit.
It's really stress testing caused me right now.
We're
I
worried
wonder what they're
about.
hosting it on.
If you look at the Chrome Dev tool, it'll probably tell you where it's.
Kind of a cool business model.
Yeah. It's cool. It's
Now,
it would be interesting to learn the tech behind it.
Mark is
Yeah.
going through the terms of agreement, aren't you, Mark?
That's why he's all silent.
When you get the
I
devs on
started last
TikTok,
night, but I gave up halfway through.
Well, why is this too convoluted?
No, I just gave up.
Well, you had a
I was
long
really
day too.
tired last night, so
Yeah.
Now,
All right, this thing's
Doesn't
still
seem-
loading.
it doesn't seem to want to load back to back. Like, I might have to just.
what's the file? What files are you?
It's web.
WebM?
Some
WebM.
WebM. Yeah.
Yeah.
Try again.
There's a movie, the whole file. The movie file is in web.
Broken finger, please.
Yeah, broken finger, please. But it's, where on the scale?
At least it froze up right there at the spot where frickin' he broke his
Yeah,
finger.
it's too traumatizing even for the player.
I'm definitely gonna have some weird dreams tonight.
That was all right. I gotta admit.
Yeah. Hey, Roger, I meant to tell you, I don't know if anybody else is here is interested. Half-Life is free on Steam at the moment.
He had a choice to do, between two different things, and
Yeah.
and it's ironic right at the end because he thought he was doing a good deed, giving $1 to a poor lady, and yet he's still helping the demon.
Well, that's insightful.
And
Yeah.
well, plus you can also look at it another way too. Like he's carrying the burden. You know what I mean? If it wasn't him, it'd been somebody else. So, like, you also have to look at it.
It seems
I guess,
like this
so he
demon-
was an atheist to begin with, right? So maybe there's some doubt in him that this wouldn't happen.
Well,
He was
after
just-
that last
maybe-
scene, I'm pretty sure those doubts are gone, dude. You know what I mean?
So
Yeah.
the last scene at the death, at the execution.
No, the woman, like.
Oh well, yeah, sure. But I mean, I think it vanished right at the execution, even right when
Yeah.
he got
And if
when
you
he got
notice,
possessed.
if you notice, he twitched too.
Yeah,
He ended up twitching.
just like the other guy, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he got possessed for a bit. I believe in this shit. I think it's totally real and quite accurate. I mean, you just
What
look
do you-
around the world. This
what do
shit
you-
is well documented. Like in Haiti and stuff, they do that kind of possession stuff all the time.
Yeah, it's definitely real.
The way that it happened to me is like I was an atheist too, and I had a lot of cognitive dissonance in the beginning, but the more you see these things happen, the more the cognitive dissonance settles down. Because I mean, in the end, to think that there's just the physical world and nothing else is kind of crazy. I mean, just look at the amount of dark matter in the universe. You know what I mean?
I'll be right back.
To
I
think
gotta
that
go
dark
pee.
matter would form something is kind of.
Well, maybe we should wrap up. We're at the end.
Well, I mean, I like literally gotta go pee right now.
Okay, man.
Okay, so
right.
hold on a minute.
See you in 2 minutes. I have to go too, but
Go pee, shit. Don't think about it, just go.
Yeah, it's not good. Not good to hold. Go.
Guys, good choice. Good choice.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting to say your name, bro. Is it Thun?
It's
How do you
Tan.
say your
Tan. Say it
Tan.
like Tan. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Tan.
Tan Hai Tran?
Tan Hai Tran. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Good choice of movie, man.
Yeah,
I like
good. That's the movie I've been wanting to watch for a long time. Just hadn't gotten around it. So thank you for.
I'm gonna rep it.
I'm gonna have to go pay $100 to the movie maker now. Who I've streamed it to like the world. Thanks to Roger. But yeah, cool. Thanks.
Wow. All right. Well, what time is it now for me? Fucking, it's almost sunrise now.
It's 4 a.m. for you, is it?
6:30.
Oh, 6:30. What kind of weird time zone are you on? You're like like some half hour away from us.
Half an hour.
Okay.
No, like a half. You are like I'm on 20 hours.
Yeah.
And so you're like 8 hours ahead of me, but like 8.5. So it's not even eight, 8 in an hour and 30 minutes, which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
So you're like an hour ahead of Roger or something like that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now
Well,
on that,
I don't know what to do. Should I just stay up and wait for this podcast thing with pirates?
you only got an hour.
You guys enjoy. I'm gonna go have dinner. You wanna do a formal outro of your live stream, Roger?
First, I gotta edit it since you guys brought that up. I'm gonna have to go ahead and get the video stuff off there. But
yeah.
You're talking about?
Are you still recording?
I'm recording now. I hit pause after 10.
Wait. So I want to tell my story at the end of this because one time I was going through a spiritual phase, smoking DMT, and I felt this presence come in, and it felt like I knew that it could take over my body, and I had a choice whether I would let it or not. And I basically let it. And it was like me taking a back seat in my own mind, and I wasn't doing anything with my body, but my body started moving in all these weird ways, making all these weird like reptilian noises and shit.
Right.
And it was kind of interesting. It only lasted for like a minute, and then I'm like, wait a minute, I'm gonna step back in, and then I just stepped back into my body, basically pushed it out. But if I didn't have that experience, I wouldn't probably fully believe in possession.
This movie, yeah.
I mean, really, it's just another form of channeling. You know, people channel like wisdom. It's just channeling another form of energy, really.
Everybody second guesses him because he wrote a lot of fiction, but you really do need to listen or read some of H.P. Lovecraft, okay? Because, like, I don't care what anybody said, he had to have freaking done research because there's a...
I heard from someone he used to do this trick where he'd have a spoon between two fingers and he'd go into a bit of a trance and then he'd drop the spoon and that would just keep him in this, like, twilight zone. And he'd get like information about what he wants to write, or insight, I guess.
But a lot of the stuff people are talking about now, he was writing in his books. Like what was that one where him and the scientific group went into that old house and they put this machine together, and all of these trans-dimensional creatures started appearing everywhere. It was pretty cool.
That shit exists too.
He was big into all that stuff. So.
Well, I think these Illuminati type people are heavily into this demon calling stuff, and that's why they do the sacrifices. And even since ancient times, this shit works. That's why they do it. You know what I mean? And as powerful as the demons are, the light is just as powerful, if not more.
It's more.
Yeah.
Should be more.
That's why. I mean, just like the demon can't die, so same with us. We can't die. Our souls can live forever. And,
you went to that monastery thing that you was talking about with the Christians over there in India, right?
Yeah.
You was talking about that on Jaffe's show, wasn't you?
Yeah, I did. I went to all the first Christian churches that was established in India by Jesus's brother, St. Thomas.
Thomas.
Didymus.
Ah, okay, right.
Yeah. So it took me a while to track down all these. Like I had
His
to
disciples.
meet these priests and ask them where these other, ones are, and then take these motorcycle rides through the jungle to find these, and sometimes hike up a mountain to find these places. But man, I've found some interesting stories that isn't written in the Bible and stuff like that, of St. Thomas being able to levitate water and stuff like this. It's trippy stuff when you hear it in person, and you see the paintings on the wall, and it's pretty incredible. There's definitely a lot of power in the Jesus character and whatever practices they did. Because the remote viewing I just saw on Jesus, normally when you remote view a person, they don't know that you're remote viewing them. But Jesus knew straight away when they were remote viewing him. And usually that only happens when you remote view an alien. Aliens.
Wait, okay, so when you say you are remote viewing, what does that actually mean?
It means you go into a meditative state where you basically quiet your mind and you're able to gain data on anything you want in the universe. Usually they do it in a scientific designed way where multiple people view the same target blind. Blind meaning they don't know what they're remote viewing. They just get the data. And then they give the data to the interpreter, and the interpreter interprets it. Usually it's us,
I see.
And so the remote viewer isn't allowed to even interpret their own data. They have to just give the raw information. Because once you start interpreting information, your brain forms a story, and it can muddy what it's looking at, because you've got preconceptions and stuff like this.
So you were doing this in a group?
I follow a group that do it professionally, and they're some of the best people on the planet that do it. Okay. I do my own little bit of training and stuff, and I have nailed some targets before, which is pretty exciting. I want to get good at it. I know I can do it really well because I've had certain instances where I've seen things out of my body really clearly. I know I can do it. I just need to train it so that I can do it on demand,
So what was this most recent remote viewing that you said you were just doing?
So the group that I follow, they just did one on the crucifixion of Jesus.
So you meaning you were actually, so through this exercise you were actually there at the crucifixion?
Not me personally. I didn't do the target. I just watched they do a video compilation of all the people that do it, and then you sort of interpret it as they go. And it's really interesting because none of these people talk to each other, yet they all get exactly the same information, plus they see it from different angles and different perspectives and stuff like this. It's pretty amazing how accurate these people are. Especially the future prediction stuff as well. They used to do one where they predict next month's news, and they just nail it.
Cool.
A lot of these guys have gone into cryptocurrency viewing now.
It sounds very exciting, but we Catholics do it every Sunday, remote viewing.
Yeah, well,
right?
I'm a big advocate for the power of prayer. That's for sure.
I just figured I'd bring it up because, Tan didn't get to hear that. Everybody else, I think even Mark was able to listen to you say that whenever you did your interview. And I just figured it would be cool that you shared that with Tan because
that's cool. He didn't. Yeah, Robert did mention it earlier before. I just didn't fully understand what this remote viewing concept was, but now I do. So that's cool.
It's something we can all do, It's just a latent ability, I guess, or sense that we all have, and because we're just not, we're not used to training it, and therefore it just stays latent. But anyone can learn it, And it's one of those things. The more you practice, the better you get,
Yeah. All right, it's getting late. I think we should wrap up, Roger and Robot.
Yep, sounds good.
Mark, where
He
are
fell
you? Did
asleep.
you doze off?
He fell asleep.
I think we can still barely hear him.
His mic's
You're
being
very,
quiet.
you're very faint, Mark.
He's been having issues with it for the last few days.
So, are we gonna sing a little song, or
Yeah, hold hand and sing "Kumbaya"? Man.
let's close this with a prayer or something, eh? Like, I don't know if I can sleep now after this.
I think we should all sing a verse of "Take Me On."
Yeah, you need a little exorcism prayer.
You guys want to do that?
I don't know how to sing that. What you can sing?
"Take Me On." You've never heard the song?
I don't think I have.
Well, I don't want to do it anyhow because that's copyright infringement. I don't want. I've got a lot of editing to do here, so.
What are you gonna edit? Just cut out some snip.
Just the audio and video of the video stuff. That way, and I don't have to get rid of the all of it. You know what I'm saying? Like
right? Yeah. Fair use.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead if you want to do it. I got you on the full face thing if you want to do the outro.
All right, everybody. This is the wrap for Roger Hanson's live stream of the weekly roundtable. This has been episode 14 on November 17, 2023, where we were fortunate to have Robot with us and procured for us the nefarious movie for us to watch as our movie night watch party tonight. It's the first time we tried. We had some hiccups, but in the end it turned out very well, so thank you, Robot. Yeah, thank you, Mark, Roger, and everybody's watching on the stream. Hope you enjoy it. We'll see you next week.
See you later.
Bye, guys.
Bye. All right. Let's see here.